Chapter 81, Oddities. Gene Silence and Yuan Hung had stayed on the Edge Star for some time. But they hadn't encountered any emergencies similar to the one they had encountered last time. Whether it was a coincidence or someone's intention, it was difficult to deduce through just one incident. However, what was certain was that if someone was really targeting Gene Silence, then that person was indeed vigilant. And for a whole week, he had been able to hold back his desire to attack, and stayed put. With the strength Gene Silence had been given in this copy, she was indeed not afraid of a sneak attack, because no matter what, her life wasn't in danger, at least for the time being. She wasn't quite sure if the person from before remembered her face because he had seen her in other copies, or if he knew what she looked like because of the information on the Star Network. Either way, it was unlikely that this person was an Edge Star aborigine. Gene Silence was more inclined to think that this person was a player, or belonged to one of the Empire's forces. The reason why he didn't suspect the Federation was because Yuan Hung had recently checked Gene Sil's profile on the Star Network. According to the information, first-degree felon Gene Silence hadn't committed any crimes within the territory of the Federation. In other words, before entering the copy, first-degree felon Gene Silence had no connection with the Federation at all. There's no need to waste any more time. This person has been a shrinking violet. It's a waste of time for us to wait. Gene Silence had been wandering around for a few days recently, and every day, he either went to the crowded places, or the remote places where people were rare. Logically, if someone wanted to make a move, they would have found an opportunity long ago. The reason why they didn't do it was that either no one was deliberately trying to assassinate Gene Silence, or the guy who was hiding his head was aware of Gene Silence's strength and didn't dare to act rashly. Then we'll set off for the main star tomorrow and find out where there's a way to buy a spaceship, Yuan Hung said. The next day, the two of them boarded a passenger airship and headed in the direction of EP81's main star along with a group of tourists. Have you heard? There have been quite a few murders over on the main planet recently, a somewhat nervous-looking young man said to his companion. With so many people on the main star, it's normal for there to be murders. Even though the drones are monitoring the city all over the place, there are people who commit crimes with no regard for the consequences. The other man was unimpressed. You think these are usual cases? If they were usual cases, I wouldn't be talking to you. The young man was unconvinced. Gene Silence had originally leaned back in her seat to doze off. But when she heard these two people chatting, her sleepiness disappeared. Is it hard to believe that it's still a serial murder case committed by some pervert? The other man raised some interest. Word on the street is that I have a friend who works at the police department and has seen the bodies of the dead. He told me that those corpses are evil as hell. Say it's a knife wound put, although the wound is neat, but there is no cutting marks. Say it's a hard ripped-off put. The wound is too regular again, the young man said. The face of the person next to him went white. Ripped? Ripped off what? Ah. Didn't you watch the news? The necks? It's all headless corpses. Stop it. It's scary. Gene Silence sat in the front, listening intently. Headless corpses. The head neither looks like it was pulled off nor chopped off. It did sound quite fishy. Just go and take a look, Haruhiro whispered. When it came time to get off the airship, martial law was imposed in the airport. All passengers who got off the airship had to be searched, and whatever was in the spatial nexus had to be shown to the airport personnel, as well as being scanned by machines. Gene Silence's slightly raised heart, after the machine showed the green pass sign, fell back to the original place. What the heck? Make it look like a secret agent. Didn't you say that the conflict a few days ago was over? Someone who was upset about being searched couldn't help but complain. Please understand. A criminal gang has recently appeared on the main planet. We are doing this for everyone's safety, the airport personnel explained. The man nuzzled his mouth in a less than happy manner, but ultimately said nothing and walked through the passageway in a tight hurry, because men and women had to be separated during the inspection. Yuan Hung was slightly slower than Gene Silence. When it was his turn, he asked the staff in a low voice, "What's the case?" The staff glanced at his bracelet and shivered violently. "Yes, it's a murder case. Take me to see it in a moment." Yuan Hung whispered instructions. "Do not tell others I came." "Yes." Only when Yuan Hung walked out from the passageway did the staff wipe a handful of false sweat from his head. How could such a big shot care about such a trivial matter? The staff member secretly shook his head. Forget it. A small shrimp like us. Still wanting to fathom the big man's mind. Whimsical. After laughing at himself, he unlocked his light brain and contacted the local police department. "What did you just say to that person?" Gene Silence asked as soon as Yuan Hung came out. "I asked them to take us to the scene," Harahira said. "You have another identity here?" Gene Silence looked suspicious. Yuan Hung rubbed her head. "Where else would I get my legal identity from?" he explained. "I have many of these legitimate identities. They are all required for missions. And with the systems of low and medium civilizations, they can't be checked for mistakes at all. But these identities are all male. You can't use them." Gene Silence wasn't very concerned. For her and Yuan Hung, the identities in the duplicates were more like a form of role-playing. So they were all just temporary identities. It wasn't long before a team of people came over and invited the two to the site. This time, Gene Silence and Yuan Hang's identities came to be switched. These people didn't know Gene Silence's identity and only thought that he was the girlfriend of this big shot from a higher civilization in front of them. So no one cared about Gene Silence. Gene Silence walked east and west by himself, looking over the rooms at the scene. This matter is very strange. Although the people are all dead, there's no blood on the bodies, nor on the walls and floor. But the cross-section of the corpse's neck we can all see clearly. We can even see the throat and blood vessels, an intergalactic police officer said as he stood beside Yuan Hung. Harahira looked at the body on the ground with a grave expression on his face. It shouldn't be a conventional crime. Gene Silence came over at this time and said, "Not a single blood vessel on the corpse's neck is damaged. Even if it was cut with a ray, it wouldn't be intact to this extent." She approached Yuan Hung and inquired in a low voice, "Do you know something?" Yuan Hung greeted the others and left the scene with Gene Silence. There's no way they could have solved the case. The person who committed the crime was not an ordinary person. Yuan Hung frowned. It's hard to tell if the criminal can even be called a human being. In the system space, the man with glasses glanced at the cycle that had jumped out and sighed in relief. Earlier, he had dozed off and accidentally pushed out the joystick that controlled the flow of time, causing time in the copy to have already passed by 1,000 years before Gene Silence had even entered the copy. There was no way around it. So he had to pull out the original balance's data separately and write a loop. This was also the reason why the copy didn't give a direct pass condition, because the timeline had been pulled back suddenly by over 1,000 years, causing the overall structure of the copy world to change greatly. The previous passage conditions were no longer applicable. Yuan Hang's body data had been constantly backdated and stuck at the same stage, so much so that he had been traveling non-stop through a circular timeline without any change in his body's age. It wasn't until he ran into Gene Silence that this loop could be jumped out of. Thinking back to the miserable state he was in when he was frantically remedying the situation, the man with the glasses secretly vowed to never doze off while working again. Ugh! I'm going to have to go to sleep. With the attributes of Xiao Hung and his siblings this time, there shouldn't be any problems for a while. The spectacled man stretched his back and disappeared into the depths of the system space. Are you saying that the Empire is doing secret experiments? Well, but it's only on a small scale at the moment. I once secretly investigated their lab and found a few experiments. But there was an unexpected situation at the time. Yuan Hung didn't need to elaborate. Gene Silence knew what kind of unexpected situation it was. It was nothing more than the fact that halfway through the investigation, the person suddenly flew off to another era. Those test subjects. Yuan Hang's expression was so tangled that he simply didn't know how to describe it. After a while, he gave up on those messy adjectives and said, "In short, the Empire should be trying to transform humans into creatures that can adapt to the fourth dimension." Last time at the shopping mall, didn't I say that the man all sounded familiar? It just occurred to me that I should have heard his voice in the Empire's secret experiments. Four-dimensional space? Gene Silence was at a loss. Is this the interstellar world? Surely even the criminals are playing with something I don't recognize. Would those be the destroyed experiments? Gene Silence frowned. There doesn't seem to be much change in their body structure. Thinking of those corpses, Gene Silence's mind flashed. Do you think that those disappearing heads could have actually not disappeared, but were hidden in the fourth dimension? That's the problem. They might have been incompletely transformed, so only a part of the body entered the four-dimensional space. But just being able to go in is useless. They don't survive in there. In that case, those dead could be experimental subjects. But it's also possible that it's some experimental body that was successfully transformed and escaped to take revenge on society. Gene Silence interjected. That's right. Yuan Hung sneered. The people of the Empire are very ridiculous. They treat other people as objects that can be used for experiments at will. Do they still think that a successfully reformed person won't retaliate? A person who could go in and out of four-dimensional space could easily disappear out of thin air from a laboratory with complete ease, and could also reach a place that was extremely far away for a three-dimensional person without realizing it. This was because the spatial span of the three-dimensional world to a four-dimensional person was like Gene Silence and the others viewing the thickness of a piece of paper. It was a distance that could be reached in an instant. But that person shouldn't have been that successful in his transformation. Otherwise the entire empire wouldn't be a match for him, Yuan Hung said, just as the two-dimensional world had no secrets in their eyes. If the murderer was really a fully transformed and successful four-dimensional being, then it should be easy for him to kill people. He could even remove a person's heart unknowingly. For someone who had suffered in human pain and wanted to take revenge on society, he could only keep killing. In this case, the number of murders in the Z8057 system, for the total population of this home planet, was practically negligible. That shouldn't quell the killer's anger. The only possibility was that there was a limit to his ability. So there was an interval between each crime. Chapter 82, The Enemy with Uncertain Tracks. Gene Silence and Yuan Hung were sitting in the shuttle. And since the person piloting the shuttle was there, both of them kept their mouths shut about the case. During this time, Yuan Hung seemed to have contacted someone. Gene Silence took a look at the unintelligible text on his optical brain, guessing that it should be encrypted information. At the headquarters of the Federal Military Region, the optical brain of a tall officer suddenly vibrated. He frowned and glanced at it, immediately revealing a look of surprise. "It's the Major General," another officer was heard whispering as he leaned over. They had actually grown accustomed to Yuan Hung's mysterious appearance. However, every time Yuan Hung appeared, it meant that the Federation was under threat. Several of the officers were stony-faced, none of them knowing exactly what was going on. "The Major General asked us to keep an eye on the scientists who came here for the exchange. I told you long ago. The reaction of that group of scientists is not right. The reason why they speak so arrogantly must be because they think they have a card that can shake the Federation." On the other hand, Yuan Hung and Qin Si had already arrived at their temporary residence. Yuan Hung took out a small machine and scanned the room, confirming that there were no listening devices, before talking to Gene Silence about what he knew. Gene Silence never thought that the Federation Major General and the traveler in this copy were actually the same person. It turns out that the reason why the Major General of the Federation is so low profile is because of the traveler's occupational characteristics, which makes him disappear into thin air at any time of the day or night. And that's why he doesn't show his face very often. Yuan Hung told Gene Silence that before the truce between the Federation and the Empire, the overall strength of the Empire was higher than that of the Federation, even by more than a little. If it wasn't for Yuan Hung's appearance, perhaps the war would have lasted a long time. In fact, for the Aborigines here, the war has only stopped for more than 10 years. But the Great War between the Federation and the Empire had lasted for hundreds of years. The powers that be in the Empire are a bunch of warmongers, and they have never let go of the idea of interstellar domination, Yuan Hung said with some disgust. But this time, they've lifted a stone and smashed their own feet, Gene Silence said. The experimental subjects that have been modified are not under their control. Not necessarily. I suspect that there is more than one such experimental body, and that one that goes around killing people might just be one of them. A trace of gravity flashed in Haruhiro's eyes. Speaking of which, there is one thing I find very strange, Gene Silence said. If this person who escaped really hated the Imperial Research Institute, then why didn't he destroy that institute? I think it should be due to the limitations of his ability. The Imperial Research Institute isn't that easy to breach. That person who escaped must not have been able to fully control the rules of the four-dimensional world. Otherwise, the first thing he would kill would be an Imperial researcher. Yuan Hung was also curious about what special abilities that person who escaped the lab had. He and Gene Silence did not intend to let this matter go. The matter of the reformed man had little impact at the moment. But the people of the Empire were wolves, and they were afraid that they would still be getting crazier and crazier in their research on reformed men. On the other side, the culprit of the murder case was hiding in the shadows, eavesdropping on others. The little old man who had previously left the middle-aged man out to dry was now looking grave. Next to him, the middle-aged man still had a respectful look, but in reality, a cunning light flashed in his eyes. He had long known that this old thing could not be easily persuaded. So he moved a little bit of a crooked mind. In reality, the old man next to him had once been the seventh prince's teacher when he was young. It was only as the seventh prince grew up that he gradually realized that this young man was someone who would do anything for power and could not be trusted. The descendants of imperial emperors were all the same. In some things, it really was like father like son. The emperor set a good example for his sons, and his sons naturally disregarded any brotherly love for the sake of power. These blood brothers often fought to the death in private, desperate to get rid of each other. Lu Lao did not want to get involved in the struggle for power. So ever since the seventh prince came of age, he gradually distanced himself from this young man. In his opinion, he had already taught this child what he could, and he couldn't help with the rest. It was just that the seventh prince didn't think so. For a person who craved power, all resources that could be utilized should be fully utilized and never wasted. Not to mention that Lu Lao was one of the most outstanding scientists in the empire. And given the current situation, with the empire placing so much emphasis on the research of reforming people, a talent like Lu Lao was certainly a very big help. It would be strange for the seventh prince to let him go. Right now, this person was taking advantage of his teachers caring hard for him to create a fake news. Elder Lu, look at the fact that the seventh prince is in such a serious condition now. If you don't go back, you might not even see him for the last time. The man in the middle said fervently. Crow's mouth, Boss Lu said with a grimace. And after pondering for a long time, he finally decided to go back to the empire to take a look. This old man, who had been drunk on research all his life, still held the last glimmer of hope for his student in his heart. He consoled himself that even if that child was as bad as he was, he would never lie to his teacher with such a thing. Haven't you always wanted me to return to the main star of the empire? Why don't you hurry up and arrange a spaceship? The middle-aged man was overjoyed. I'll go and arrange it right now. Elder Lu, if you can go back, the seventh prince will definitely. In his haste, the man almost let his mouth slip. Fortunately, Elder Lu didn't have a high regard for people like him who were tongue-tied but had no real talent. So he didn't notice his perversity. In a place unseen by the two of them, a strange creature hid in a very small piece of four-dimensional space connected to the three-dimensional world. Trembling all over, he was drowning in hatred at the moment. The imperial scientist. He knew the old man. The empire was going to recruit him back for that damned reformer program. His eyes, which had become oddly shaped, looked at his inhuman appearance and fell into a frenzy. It was those imperial researchers who had turned him into this. They had killed so many people without any guilt. What for the sake of all mankind? Ugh! Talking in a grandiose manner. But in reality, it wasn't for their own selfish desires. Hypocritical as hell. The monster, shrunken in four-dimensional space, looked at the small space he was in and let out a strange, miserable laugh. Those whimsical people actually really thought that there were still four-dimensional creatures existing in the world. If those creatures really existed, how could mankind have developed to this point? The four-dimensional world had long since turned into a piece of rubble, and most of those ruins had unfolded into a three-dimensional world, with only a portion of the space debris. Still, thinking of this, the man casually grabbed an energy stone. The items that the Starman had stored in the spatial nexus were within reach for him. Unfortunately, he didn't need them anymore. He had become a complete monster now. And even if he ran out, what those humans saw was nothing more than a projection of him in a three-dimensional world. It was the thing that must not be named. There might even be people who practice weird religions who saw him as an evil god. A terrifying laugh escaped the monster's mouth, casually tossing the objects in his hand aside. The monster picked up a human head and narrowed his eyes. He would never allow that old man to return to the Empire and aid the evil. There's a good chance that something will go wrong on the Federation side. I have to go back and take a look. He frowned. Originally, returning to the Federation's main star was easy for him. But the last time he suddenly crossed over, causing him to already make a round trip between the Empire and the desolate planet. There was no way to transmigrate across galaxies again in the short term. Since that's the case, we'd better take a spaceship back. Gene Silence asked. Are there any direct flights from the Edge Galaxy to the Arrival Federation? No. We'll have to transit at least once in a medium civilization's galaxy to reach the Federation's main star. After the two of them finished their discussion, they booked a ship to the nearest medium galaxy, intending to leave tomorrow. The next day, as Gene Silence and Yuan Hung walked along the airport's passageway leading to the spaceship, Yuan Hung suddenly pulled her hand. Lower your head. At this moment, a middle-aged man supporting an old man brushed past them. Yuan Hung had just noticed that these two people were from the Empire before he spoke out to remind Qin Silence. Whether it was him or Qin Silence, in the eyes of both Imperials, they should be faces that no one knew. Moreover, that old man's surname was Liu, and he was a top scientist in the Empire, something that Yuan Hung still knew. Only after the two had walked a little farther did Qin Silence couldn't help but look back at the backs of the two. These two people should be traveling in the latter ship, because long-distance intergalactic traveling might encounter intergalactic bandits. The astronautics companies of various galaxies would often send out many spaceships at the same time to take care of each other. In other words, the spaceship that Qin Silence and the two Imperials were traveling in would take off at the same time, on the same route and with the same destination. Only after arriving at the medium galaxy, one of the two parties would go to the Federation, while the other would go to the Empire. So naturally, they would go their separate ways. Originally, Qin Silence thought so. But unfortunately, during the flight, something changed. The back of the ship she and Yuan Hung were traveling in suddenly rumbled loudly. And immediately after, the back of the ship disintegrated. The passengers sitting in the back didn't even have time to put on their protective suits before they flew into the vastness of the universe. If they were wearing protective suits, the scenery in the universe did have a mysterious beauty. Now, however, the lack of oxygen and the boiling of blood became a lifeline. If one had not experienced it personally, I am afraid no one would have thought that one day one's blood would be like boiling water, rushing and boiling in one's body. That was an extremely painful way to die. Although Qin Silence moved quickly, the ship's breakage was too severe, and she had already experienced the sensation of her blood boiling during the process of changing into her protective suit. Although it was only for a moment, it was terrifying enough. It's the ship in the back that malfunctioned, Yuan Hung said. Qin Silence pulled the handrail inside the airship with one hand, his body drifting along with the airship. With a hole this big, even if there was a corresponding repair crew, it would be impossible to complete the repair work in a place where there were no civilized planets at the front or back. Thus the air pressure within the airship quickly became consistent, aside from still having basic protection, as well as the ability to fly. There was no difference between the passengers staying in the ship and floating outside. The passengers who had survived the earlier turn of events were in a great panic. Most of them were of ordinary talent and had no experience walking in space. Compared to those interstellar-era soldiers, these civilians usually lived on land, and although they often traveled in shuttlecraft, they had never been exposed to the universe like this after all. Watching Qin Silence's skillful movements as he jumped around inside the Phaetron and went to the main control room in the blink of an eye, they all looked astonished. What's wrong with the ship back there? After Yuan Hung revealed his identity, Qin Silence asked in a rather fox-like manner. The energy stone of the ship behind us suddenly ran out, and it should have slowed down by now. But without a power source, that ship was carried by inertia and tailed off with our ship. On the screen of the main control room, the dot representing one of the ships behind had turned red. Just now, after impacting the ship Qin Silence was in, the ship behind it crossed over the ship that had been knocked off course and flew ahead. Right now, its speed had barely diminished, and it was still chasing after the second and third airships in front of it. Soon, those airships were turned into broken brass, and the passengers in the airships drifted out, dying in the middle of space very far away from their homelands. Qin Silence and Yuan Hung glanced at each other and secretly screamed that it was not good. The interior of the ship, which had already flown ahead, was completely darkened, and the consecutive collisions had caused the front half of the ship to almost completely disintegrate, leaving only the back half of the passenger cabin still floating according to inertia. Qin Silence glanced at the screen of the main control room and found that the red dot had disappeared. This meant that the main control room of that airship and the people in the main control room had all completely disappeared in the impact. Ah! The astronaut in the main control room exclaimed, his voice coming through the protective suit's communicator, shocking Qin Silence's ears. What was that? The astronaut's voice was filled with panic. Qin Silence followed his hand and looked over to find a headless body floating not far from the front of the ship. On top of that, there was a strange object wrapped around the neck of another old man. The old man was no one else. It was none other than Lu Lao, whom Qin Silence and Yuan Hung had encountered today. As for the headless corpse, it was probably that middle-aged man. In Qin Silence's eyes, The thing was small, and looked like a strangely shaped necklace. Only this necklace, whether it was the material or the color, looked surprisingly like something like meat. Go! Go out and take a look. Yuan Hung let go of his hand, and took a big stride to rush outside. And Qin Silence also followed. Those two are crazy. Untrained people will get lost in the universe. What do you care? It's still a toss-up whether we'll land alive or not. The passengers who remained in the airship muttered. Beyond these people's imagination, Qin Silence's speed was terrifyingly fast. And in a twinkling of an eye, she had already darted to Lu Lao's side. Her hand lightning-like probed at the thing wrapped around Lu Lao's neck. And as if it was alive, it swiftly disappeared. Lu Lao stood already out of breath. It was the protective clothing Yuan Hung brought that saved his life. At this time, Qin Silence suddenly felt a tightness on her neck. She grabbed that meat strip-like monster. Without giving it any chance to react, she ripped the thing in her hand into two halves. Being in a vacuum, Qin Silence didn't hear the monster's screams. Only after that, the monster never appeared again. It didn't die. Lu Lao had several internal hemorrhages on his body from the boiling blood and was being treated with the nanobots. You know what that is. Qin Silence coldly said in a certain tone. If this old man was also one of the scum who participated in the reformer experiments, she was guaranteed to have to throw him back into outer space. That was an experiment done by a bunch of confused people. And it looks like retribution has finally come. Lu Lao panted. Don't worry, little girl. The old man hasn't done anything this unethical. That thing hesitated when it killed me. And that could be the reason. How do you know it didn't die? That wasn't even all of his body. Lu Lao asserted chestily, fearing that Qin Silence wouldn't understand. He explained again. Let's put it this way. Just as if you were standing under the light yourself. The one you see is just a three-dimensional projection of him. A two-dimensional projection can be seen and touched. But a three-dimensional projection can be touched. That is just a small part of the body to it. Speaking of this, Lu Lao let out a bitter laugh. What you just saw was just a piece of meat the thickness of a finger. But that thing, originally, was a person. Do you think that it's really as small as what you saw? Qin Silence and Yuan Hung glanced at each other, their hearts already having a clue. That thing wasn't omnipotent. Or else it should have been perfectly capable of finding Qin Silence's other fatal weaknesses and delivering a descending blow without God's knowledge. But right now, it could only suddenly attack someone's neck, which meant that the internal organs were invisible to it. At least its eyes hadn't been successfully remodeled. Qin Silence knew that the monster must still be peering at her from some place she couldn't see. Only all this time, it hadn't encountered an opponent of Qin Silence's force value. It probably couldn't have imagined that there would actually be someone with an X-ranked physique in the Edge Star, able to rip off its transformed body alive. Qin Silence did not pity this monster, because the person who harmed it wasn't her, nor were those victims of the Edge Star. This person didn't dare to seek revenge on those unscrupulous researchers of the Empire, but took out his anger on innocent people. No matter how you look at it, such a person didn't deserve pity. Just above her head in a hidden piece of four-dimensional space, the monster was holding its injured arm, its eyes full of resentment. Chapter 83 Sifting. In front of this transformed creature, Qin Silence had no secrets. No matter where she went or what she discussed with Yuan Hung, that invisible enemy could track and monitor her. The distance of the three-dimensional world was almost equivalent to nothing for this new creature, unless she found a way to permanently remove this creature, or this new type of transformed creature actively chose to leave the world inhabited by humans and live in the four-dimensional world. Qin Silence would always have to be paranoid, suspecting that she was being watched. When things came to this point, there was no way to talk about what was fair or unfair. Imperial researchers had turned these originally human creatures into complete monsters, but the vast majority of ordinary people were unaware of this. Although Qin Silence could understand the despair of being abandoned by the world, she still didn't agree with the monster's actions. Luckily, the other party didn't need her approval either. What this new creature needed more than approval was perhaps the short-lived pleasure of killing. Although the other party was also a victim, the interests of the two sides were naturally opposed, so there was no way to talk about sympathy. After the nanobot's treatment, Lu Lao's internal bleeding had been stopped. He slowly got up, grabbed the handrail in the wrecked ship, and said, "There must be more than one being like him." Before this, Lu Lao had never thought that the Empire's experiments had progressed to this point. He understood the scale of the laboratory, and in his estimation, if it was still the scale of the previous experiments, It was absolutely impossible for the Empire to progress this fast. As early as 2 years ago, he had discovered this unseen experiment. Unfortunately, he was a scientist with no real power. He couldn't stop anything, and he didn't want to join in, so he could only choose to escape from reality. Left the Empire, and lived in seclusion on the edge of the star. He didn't expect to be found in the end. This made his heart, which was originally worried about the seventh prince, start to become a bit of a grudge. As a scientific researcher, Lu Lao did not know much about this matter. But the seventh prince was after all a member of his family. However, the seventh prince was his student after all, and he was involved in this matter. Lu Lao was aware of it. Now that the experiment was advancing so quickly, it proved that they had already started a relatively large-scale experiment. Since the Empire hadn't sent out any news, it meant that most of the experimental subjects were either of low status, such as residing on a fringe star, or were black households with no identity. Those interstellar bandits would often do this kind of unseen business as well. It was just that the Empire actually colluded with such people. But it was something Lu Lao hadn't expected. It was actually that he didn't even want his last shroud. You returned to the Empire this time. Because of what? Qin Silence looked at Lu Lao's appearance, not like an enabler, and asked. I heard. Lu Lao sighed, remembering that the little official who came to pick him up had died. I heard that the seventh prince is currently critically ill. As his teacher, how should I go see him? Critically ill? Yuan Hung sneered. The seventh prince is not critically ill. What is critically ill is one of the generals who saved him. However, you live in the Edge Star, and it is hard to notice when the news you hear is lost in truth after several turns. Lu Lao froze for a moment, and finally hung his head in disappointment. It is me who always treats him as a child. He has long since ceased to be a child. On the contrary, it is me, a handful of years old, still so naive. Think about it, really ironic. Taking advantage of an elder's loving heart only proves that he is despicable and shameless. Qin Silence relieved Elder Lu and said, since this is the case, I'm afraid that if you return to the Empire, you will also be detained. So it would be better to make a trip to the Federation. Elder Lu was a bit embarrassed. It was true that the Empire had done something wrong according to reason. But having an old man openly run to the Federation, it always felt like a treasonous move. Yuan Hung could see his hesitation and said, don't worry. We won't expose your whereabouts. The trio's conversation was encrypted, and those passengers could only hear the rustling murmur. At this time, an astronaut came out of the ship's main control room. We contacted the nearest medium star, but the earliest they can get here is more than 30 hours. The passengers couldn't help but complain. What's going on all day long? I'm going to complain when I get back. So many people died in this accident. There must be compensation. What's the use of compensation? People are dead. Money taken for ghosts to spend all. A group of people were chattering, disturbing Qin Silence to the point where she just wanted to switch off the radio equipment in her spacesuit. The maintenance personnel were doing their best to collect the wreckage of those already scrapped spaceships to be used to repair them. Some of the passengers who had escaped from other spaceships were also brought back by the astronauts. Luckily, the oxygen supply equipment in the spaceship had not been completely damaged, and as the spaceship was gradually being repaired, the gravity equipment restarted, and the oxygen supply was restored in the spaceship. The passengers were finally able to let go of the armrests and sit down solidly in their seats. Qin Silence sat in his seat and opened a nutrient solution. The monster hiding in the four-dimensional space didn't know whether it was because of fear or because it was temporarily unable to attack due to its injuries, and it hadn't struck again until now. However, this guy could appear anywhere at any time and attack Qin Silence from an unexpected angle, causing Qin Silence's spirit to remain taut as well. With the clues she knew so far, the monster that attacked others didn't have a strong attack power. It could only be described as medium level. It would be fine against other people, but against someone like Qin Silence, it would be counterattacked just upon contact. It's just that the monster's attack was unexpected, and Qin Silence couldn't be on full alert 24 hours a day. So being attacked out of the blue in an unprepared situation was indeed quite scary. A group of people sat in the repaired ship along the flight track and came to the rescue ship from two directions approaching each other. By the time they arrived at the medium galaxy, it was already 3 days later. At the same time, many interstellar soldiers came from the many barren stars where the Empire exiled criminals. Barbarian watched as these people held an instrument she had never seen before. inspecting the criminals on the barren stars one by one. They said that the Empire wants to recruit soldiers, and those whose physical qualities meet the standards can regain their legal citizenship. Old Scar came back from inquiring about the news, and said, as he stood beside Barbarian. Barbarian sneered. Do you believe this? The others may not be unaware that there is something fishy going on. But returning to live in the civilized world is something that everyone on the desolate planet dreams of. Old Scar shook his head helplessly. Humans, in fact, were creatures that were very good at self-deception. There were times when a little psychological comfort could make them lose their minds. Barbarian stood high above the ground, watching the people at the bottom lining up in a long line, eagerly walking towards that novelty machine, each and every one of them longing for their chance to return to the civilized world. Somehow, looking at this scene, Barbarian always felt that that group of people looked like fish that were actively drilling into a net. At the makeshift resting place, 2 Imperial officers drank crap beer, looked at those yellow-faced people outside, and let out a laugh. What a bunch of fools. They think they can really be soldiers? The Empire's screening of soldiers is so strict. 99% of the people here couldn't possibly meet the standards. The Empire had high talent requirements for soldiers. Both mental and physical qualities had to be higher than B grade. The vast majority of the people here were originally ordinary civilians, who couldn't be any more ordinary, with their attributes often below D grade. Yet such a clumsy lie was believed by these people. This was not because everyone here was stupid, but because this group of people were just too eager to be able to return to the civilized world. However, the machine screening criteria seemed to be very strict, and out of several hundred people, not even one might be selected, in order to get everyone here to take the initiative to come over for testing. The soldiers gave new uniforms and clean food to those who passed the test. This turned them into decent people here. This eye-popping difference in treatment caused those who were originally hesitant to come over for inspection. If it wasn't for the small number of people who meet the criteria, we wouldn't have to come to this rubbish dump. Another officer threw the empty can with a clunk. Craft beer was a good thing in Interstellar, as it was brewed from natural foods and was expensive. Originally, we should have let the group of people from the Edge Star be the test subjects. But unfortunately, there have been a lot of cases over there lately. So in order not to be suspected, we had to resort to this. I heard that it was the lab that ran out a few test subjects. More than just a few. When the 2 officers talked, their tone was light, as if they were not the ones who sent this group of people to their deaths. There was no pity in their hearts, only the condescension they felt when looking at the test subjects. Their dialogue was not heard by the outside world. But for Barbarian, this bit of perversity in the outside world was enough to make her wary. Remind your men that they are not allowed to take part in this bullshit test. And when they leave with the first batch, we'll flee to another galaxy and never come back. Barbarian mused for a moment. If anyone insists on going, let them leave the club and never come back. Yes. Old Scar received the order and went to inform the others. Barbarian touched the space button he had hanging around his neck. Looks like you're going to come in handy. On another barren star, a player watched the others frantically rushing towards the testing location and broke out in a cold sweat for no reason. This player's name was Chung Chong, and the occupation he had drawn was diviner. In other words, some of his body's sudden reactions were warning him. The scene in front of him signaled an ominous future. Chung Chong had been looking for an opportunity to leave this place, but his ability was limited, and he could not escape by himself. He had no clues for a pass on the desolate star. For this screening, he had originally planned to take his chances. However, his body's stress reaction caused his foot that had stepped out to retract. Wiping off the cold sweat on his forehead, Chung Chong glanced somewhat nervously at the soldiers not far away. Somehow, the soldier who seemed expressionless just a moment ago had become hideous in his eyes at this moment. The cold sweat that Chung Chong had just wiped off came out again. No! Can't take part in this rubbish screening, or else it will be fatal. After spending so much time in the interstellar world, he had already become accustomed to the arcane ability that came with his profession. This ability had allowed him to escape from death several times in the chaotic, desolate planet. And now, it was working once again. Chung Chong took advantage of the fact that the others were not paying attention and secretly took a few steps back. His figure was quickly drowned out by the people crowding forward, and he eventually hid in a crowded shack. Chung Chong hunkered down in the shack, occasionally stealing a glance at the people outside, until the first group of people were taken away, and only then did he climb out of the shack. scavenging away with a sad face. Unlike Gene Silence's good fortune, he hadn't heard of any mechanics on the barren planet he was on. Chapter 84 Raid. The officers of the Empire could almost be said to be unconcerned about the escape of the experimental subjects. They knew the strength of those experimental subjects, because the initial successful cases had only made modifications to adapt to life in the fourth dimension. But the overall strength had not been increased to a perverse degree. Judging from the lab's data, the strength of those experimental subjects was only at the B and B+ level. Even though before receiving the modification, these individuals were nothing more than ordinary people below the D level. This level of improvement didn't make them omnipotent. After excluding a few dangerous individuals, the rest were only at the level of ordinary soldiers. Just because these officers didn't care, it didn't mean that ordinary people could be so relaxed. The experiment that attacked Gene Silence earlier, although it didn't cause any harm to him, killed more than a dozen ordinary people one after another, and still managed to make the police department clueless and unable to do anything. These experimental subjects want to take the lives of ordinary people without realizing it. It's easier than the black and white pervert hooking souls. On the spaceship, Gene Sil and Yuan Hung have already embarked on their journey to the main star of the Federation. Although Gene Sil's identity had already been exposed in the Federation system, given that she had been brought here by a small number of people from the Federation, the others did not say anything even though they were a bit wary. Right now, Gene Silence and Yuan Hung were sitting in the first-class cabin, listening to Lu Lao talk about human body modification. In fact, there was a precedent for this transformation experiment decades ago. But that researcher was a complete lunatic. Lu recalled the senior he knew when he was young, and still found it incomprehensible. He experimented on his own body. What? Gene Silence couldn't help but be surprised, and asked out loud. Elder Lu shook his head and lost his smile. You also find it unbelievable, right? But that's what happened. And the most bizarre thing is, that researcher suddenly disappeared one day. Are you saying that his experiment was successful? Gene Silence had an odd expression. I didn't say that. Lu Lao hurriedly denied it. But this matter is indeed quite bizarre. The interstellar police investigated the surveillance of that day, and there were no missing documents in it. But they only saw that researcher go into the lab, and didn't see him come out. It said that he looked excited before he went into the lab that day. He must be a science nut. Gene Silence's tone was flat, making it impossible to tell whether the words were a compliment or a put-down. Indeed, it's just that his results have been exploited by people with an axe to grind. Bringing things to the current situation, several people chatted for most of the day in the first-class cabin. According to Lu Lao's words, the researcher's scientific research data and personal files were originally categorized under the failed experiment category. The researcher's scientific data and personal files were classified as failed experiments. The reason why he had looked at the data back then was also out of curiosity. After all, for a scientist, a senior who usually worked in a research organization suddenly disappeared out of thin air. This matter how to think how strange. As one of the professions with the strongest curiosity, it was of course impossible for Lu Lao to be completely uninterested in this matter when he was young. It was only that at first, he had merely treated this matter as a strange urban story. At that time, the researchers who worked in the same research organization as Lu Lao did not know exactly what the researcher was experimenting with, but only knew that he was very interested in four-dimensional space. Lu Lao also initially thought that this person was a fanatic lover of superstring theory. In fact, at that time, the Empire was still in the middle of a war, and compared to practical inventions, this kind of theoretical things were not valued in that era. Lu Lao reckoned that the researcher had experimented on himself. And apart from being crazy, it was also partly because the Empire would not provide him with facilities. When he initially saw the experimental data, Lu Lao was very unimpressed in his heart. After all, until now, mankind's knowledge of four-dimensional space could only support their invention of such dispensable items as the space nexus. So that mankind could completely live in four-dimensional space and whatnot was really too whimsical. Facts proved that the more whimsical a scientist was, the more likely he was to be a ghost genius in the scientific world. That researcher might not have been unpopular in the research organization before, but his talent was something that Lu Lao admired greatly. Theoretically, his experiment is completely feasible. Lu Lao frowned. But it's only theoretically. That researcher himself used modeling to analyze the success rate. Gene Silence's brows twitched. What was it? Less than 1 in 100,000. And based on the data from the modeling experiments, most of them wouldn't even be able to collect their corpses, and would simply be annihilated in four-dimensional space. And for the successful individuals, there is also a high chance of deformity. Lu Lao sighed. Originally, according to that researcher's intention, the truly successful individuals should still be in human form in three-dimensional space. And judging from his theory, those who escaped from the Imperial Laboratory are still failures. All three people were somewhat silent. It was really hard to say what happened to that researcher in the end. Did he actually annihilate because he failed? Or did he choose to live in the four-dimensional world after succeeding? Or did he turn into a deformed monster who couldn't accept reality? So he chose to escape and never appeared in front of anyone's eyes again, without seeing him in person. No one can say what the outcome will be. However, there was a group of people in the Empire who were convinced that the researcher had succeeded, and even worshipped him as the founder of this new discipline. This group of fanatical scientists lost their last moral bottom line and started those dark experiments in vain of human lives. At this time, Yuan Heng said with a sullen face, "I know what they're playing at." He looked at the decrypted information on his optical brain and only felt that he had underestimated the Empire's meanness and shamelessness. Adjutant Meng, Major General, I asked Academician Xia of the Academy of Sciences, and she told me that there were more raw faces at this exchange than in the past. Instead, most of the respected scientists who had come in previous years didn't show up. Yuan Heng gave Qin Silence a glance at the message on the optical brain. Qin Silence immediately understood. Those sent to exchange were scientists that the Empire did not value. In the past, the Empire used to be competitive and would always send its top scientists to participate in exchanges. But this time, it went against the norm and sent scientists who had little to show for themselves in the scientific community. This showed that those people were sent over for other purposes. For example, used as bait to lure those escaped experimental subjects. This is impossible. After Qin Silence stated her conclusion, Lu Lao immediately retorted her statement in a panic. Only whether he was rebutting or subconsciously avoiding it. Only he himself knew. No way. They are all the future of the scientific community. How could they be sent over to die? Lu Lao lost his mind and paralyzed in his seat, muttering. Yet reality was so cruel. Not long after Yuan Heng and Qin Silence discovered the Empire's intentions, the Federation's main planet was thrown into chaos. The Science Academy was attacked by unknown creatures, and many scientists died in the chaos. If Yuan Heng hadn't alerted Vice Admiral Meng to go to his aid in time, the death toll would have been many times higher. After the chaos had temporarily subsided, Lieutenant Meng contacted Yuan Heng again. Adjutant Meng, Major General, we found a strange creature. They look like a pile of misshapen pieces of meat. Only a few of them can be seen as part of a human limb. Those few special beings are very strong. Quite a few of our men were sneak attacked by them, and a lieutenant colonel was accidentally killed. Now the situation is temporarily stabilized, but the scientists are panicking. When will you come back? Yuan Heng looked at the message, associating it with Lu Lao's previous words, and knew that those few experimental bodies that could discern some human traits should be the ones that were relatively successful in their transformation. Their strength should be even stronger. Only whether this strength was an enhancement of their own physique or a more precise control of the four-dimensional rules was not yet possible to say. The medium civilization spaceships were much faster than the previous Edge Star spaceships. And the next afternoon, Qin Silence and Yuan Heng hurriedly arrived at the military region's headquarters. As for Lu Lao, because of his sensitive identity, he was temporarily placed in a safe and secluded residence, with soldiers in and out to protect him at all times. Major General, several officers rushed out. Qin Silence, I don't know why, but it feels like this group of people are like fanboys who have seen their idols. A few tall officers didn't notice Qin Silence's looks at first. However, after greeting Yuan Heng, the group finally got a good look at Qin Silence's face. Then, a group of people jumped out several meters as if they had springs under their feet. Qin Silence was already used to the attitude of others when they recognized her identity, and almost every person who recognized her was like a scared bird, itching to send her to the other dimension. Thinking about this, Qin Silence was somewhat dazed. The people of the Empire who didn't kill him couldn't really be hitting on the idea of transforming her into a fourth-dimensional creature one day. Right? That group of lunatics who would do anything for power might actually be able to come up with such an idea. Not to mention whether it would work or not. Just Qin Silence's force value. Once, she was successfully transformed. I'm afraid that it would be a disaster on a galactic level. Originally, the only thing that checked Qin's silence was the spatial span. And the Imperial researcher even wanted to take this only restriction away. He was afraid that he wouldn't die fast enough. Qin Silence himself was completely unable to understand this kind of fanaticism. The so-called mediocre people do not have the long-term vision. In order to the future of mankind must break through the bottom line and other comments. She has always been scoffed at. You obviously live in a three-dimensional world. So what makes you not abide by the rules here? Because of a four-dimensional world that is not yet seen? Qin Silence was thinking about her mind. Looking puzzled. But she didn't know that those officers had already fought several eyebrow-raising lawsuits. Is the attack still going on? Yuan Heng broke the silence at this point. Adjutant Ming had known before that the Major General was in a peace with that famous first-class felon of the Empire. So he was mentally prepared and reacted the fastest. The attacks against the Academy of Sciences are over for now. But those monsters seem to be hard to kill. Every time they are injured it doesn't take long for them to strike again. And they come and go without a trace. So it's hard to predict the target of their next attack. Adjutant Ming tapped on his optical brain and glanced at the locations of the targeting coordinates. His brows furrowed. These coordinates appear and disappear. The distance span of the location of each appearance is extremely large. And they immediately hide when they kill someone. And even though we deployed a lot of manpower, there's no way we can completely put an end to the hits. Where are the strongest ones currently? Qin Silence asked. She asked this with a murderous air, looking as if she was about to go into a fight the next second. Yuan Heng understood what she meant. Only within the main star. I can still arrive immediately. Chapter 85. On shamelessness is where I lose. At the military region headquarters, Yuan Heng took Qin Sil's hand and stared intently at the coordinates on the optical brain. As soon as those particular coordinates appeared, he and Qin Sil disappeared in a whoosh. Will this work? Several officers looked at each other. Adjutant Ming frowned. There's no way for the others to travel with the Major General. There's a chance that they'll be crushed to pieces by the spatial crush. Moreover, if that Miss Qin can't do anything about it, the other people's physiques will be even less able to help them. As they spoke on this side, Qin Silence and Yuan Heng had suddenly appeared beside their target. They saw a human arm floating in midair. The hand at the end of that arm gently clenched into a fist. And not far away, a person who was running away turned into a mist of blood. The surrounding area was already in chaos, with people screaming and shoving each other, trampling on other people's bodies as they fled into the distance. Suddenly, the hand clenched again. Qin Silence felt a force clamping down on her body, and it was getting tighter and tighter. Unfortunately, this force could not stop Qin Silence from moving forward. Qin Silence's body left a residual shadow in midair, and he was already close to the arm, grabbing the wrist as fast as lightning. With a click, the hand was ripped off. Qin Sil heard a scream, but the direction was not beside her, but on Yuan Heng's side. Watch out! Yuan Heng had already drawn an energy weapon and swept the broken arm that had attacked him in defense. The arm and Yuan Heng went back and forth for a few moves. But not only did they fail to gain an advantage, they were even more seriously injured. The strange arm was injured twice in a row and had to hide again. The physique should be S-class. Yuan Heng had already figured out the strength of that four-dimensional creature during the exchange of blows just now. Why are they obsessed with attacking the Federation? Qin Silence said doubtfully. Perhaps they are not obsessed with attacking the Federation, but want to bring about the destruction of the entire human race. Yuan Heng said. These creatures obviously haven't lost their human intelligence yet. It's just hatred that made them start attacking humans. And there are plenty of them on the Federation side, not to mention the Empire side. In reality, the Federation and the Empire at least had the ability to fight back. But it was hard to say whether the other low and medium civilizations could cope with such an unexpected situation. That's not what I'm most worried about. Yuan Heng whispered to Qin Silence. Do you think that the Empire's purpose is really a sneak attack? You mean? A flash of realization flashed in Qin Silence's eyes. They're trying to throw dirty water on the Federation. That's right. As long as the first large-scale incident occurs in the Federation. Yuan Heng did not continue. But Qin Sil understood what he meant already. The Federation Science Exchange meeting didn't just have people from the Empire present. There were also many scientists from other medium and high civilizations. On top of that, every star system would have bodyguards for their country's scientific treasures. And these people were all witnesses to the event. The interstellar worlds network was extremely developed. And just after Yuan Heng's idea was said, there were already overwhelming reports on the Star Network. Many media outlets were questioning that the attack was because the Federation had done something unseemly, causing certain man-made terrifying creatures to escape from the lab. It was only at this point that the people in the military region truly understood the purpose of the Empire's exchange this time. I'm going to kill those hypocrites. The female officer who was previously talking with Adjutant Ming in the glass passageway bristled and drew her weapon. Get them under control. I don't believe that they're all hardcore. There will always be someone who will give the truth. Adjutant Ming stopped her. You're thinking too simply. The current situation. How do we capture the Imperial scientists? It's like gagging someone. Then what? Just listen to them farting around. The Empire is really good at catching thieves by shouting at them and hitting them upside down. I think it's probably because they couldn't control the experimental subjects that ran out of their labs that they came up with this kind of classless trick. As long as we insist on denying those slanders, others will have no reason to go to war. But if we detain the Imperial scientists, the Empire can have a chance to take advantage of the situation, Adjutant Ming said. Anyway, we don't have a lab that does human experiments. And this kind of non-existence, they won't be able to find evidence even if they look for it. Then, the female officer frowned. Not too happy. So, I still have to send their people back to the Empire in one piece. That's right. It's best to send none of them back voluntarily. The people of the Empire, I'm afraid, can't wait for us to kill a few of them so that we can find an excuse to go to war. Adjutant Ming glanced at the message sent over by Yuan Heng on his optical brain. In short, although we don't fear the Empire, we definitely can't let them have a reasonable excuse to go to war. He leaned on a military mini-light brain and said, either let them go to war with the name of injustice on their backs, or let their plans this time fall completely flat. We can't take it. On the other side, the sky above the Empire's main star had been completely blocked by the army. No one could leave the main star or contact the outside, and could only use the main star's internal LAN. The residents were on tenterhooks, and could only watch as more and more people died around them. When exactly will the blockade be lifted? If this continues, everyone on the main planet will be killed. An officer of the Empire looked at the densely packed list of deaths with some impatience. At this time, a handsome-faced male youth walked in. There is an old saying in the Federation that a little impatience leads to a big plan. Leonard, you're just too sullen. Crown Prince. The officer called Leonard immediately crossed his fists over his chest and performed a military salute. But, he glanced at the list of deaths and said with deliberation, although the ordinary people of the main planet are of little use, the loss of too many people in the population will also attract suspicion for us. No. The reason why so many people have died in the Empire is because the Federation has dropped all the human-modified monsters into the Empire. Do you understand? The Crown Prince gave him a sorrowful look and said decisively, as long as the first news people hear comes from the Federation, we are the victims. Yes, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Leonard was startled and hurriedly lowered his head. However, now that the relevant news has come out, you see, the Crown Prince said. That's right. It's time. Leonard watched as the Crown Prince took out something that looked like a remote control and pressed the button. The Federation silenced all the scientists we sent there. The purpose was to prevent their human modification experiments from being completely exposed. Listening to the prince's words, Leonard's heart went cold. Those were the lives of hundreds of scientists. And they were also the rising stars of the Empire's scientific community. He disheveled and turned his gaze away. Yes, those who were born in the Empire were the Imperial family's hawk dogs from birth. Hawk dogs could only bow and die. They did not have any power to say no. I will treat their families well. The Crown Prince smiled faintly and left with a flourish. At the same time, the spaceships of the Federation escorting the Imperial scientists back to the Empire were already in chaos. Just now, those scientists who were sitting nicely in their seats suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The female officer, who was responsible for leading the escort of these people, was now covered in blood and had a bewildered look on her face. It was all too sudden, leaving her unprepared. With a stupefied expression, she opened her light brain and reported the situation in the ship to Lieutenant Ming. Shit! At the military region headquarters, Adjutant Ming slammed the wall. Despicable and shameless. Several other officers also received the news one after another. The Empire's shamelessness left them stunned. The Crown Prince of the Empire is really a ruthless character. Yuan Hung said sarcastically after receiving the news. This gives the Empire a good reason to go to war. Qin Silence mused for a moment. However, this kind of poisonous plan was originally unavoidable. The Federation held an exchange meeting, so they couldn't just not allow these people to come over. Soon after, the Federation killed people to exterminate them. The news went viral. After many years, the Empire finally found a reason to go to war. In their hands, they must have other cards. Qin Silence pondered. It was reasonable to say that the Empire had been forced to call a truce before by the pressure of the original balance. This also meant that the Empire didn't have any SSS-ranked generals to the extent that no one could contend with Yuan Hung and the troops under his command. Now that they were in such a hurry to start the war on their own initiative, they were bound to have some certainty. Otherwise, the war would be a defeat, and taking the initiative to start such a war would naturally be meaningless. Now, on the surface, the Empire is a righteous division, and it seems reasonable to crush the Federation. However, being reasonable does not necessarily mean victory. Therefore, the Empire should have a place that is equal to or stronger than the original balance. The fact that Qin Silence would appear beside Yuan Hung should have been unexpected by the people of the Empire. With the Federation's technicians sweeping up, the Empire shouldn't be able to trace her whereabouts in the short term. Since a big battle was imminent, Qin Silence might as well take the other side by surprise. Qin Silence probably understood why this copy was called Interstellar Wanderer. It was because soon, the vast majority of the people in the interstellar world would have to flee from one place to another and be displaced because of the war. Disperse ordinary people to the fringe galaxies of the Federation as much as possible. All military personnel. All alert. Yuan Hung had already issued an emergency order. At this point, people couldn't care less about any unknown creatures attacking, being stuffed into the battleship en masse. They realized that the situation was more serious than they knew. Mummy. A young boy cowered in fear in his mother's arms. Don't be afraid. The Federals will protect us. The woman coaxed the child in a low voice, while her own face was white with fear. The last time she experienced this kind of mass migration, she was also a child. Two soldiers stood guard near the hatch, talking in low voices. Are these Imperials off their meds this time? Didn't they get enough of a beating last time? I don't think so. There's guaranteed to be some kind of backstabbing. But do people stronger than SSS rank really exist? Nonsense. Isn't there one in the Empire? Too bad it's a first-class felon. Someone like that shouldn't be working for the Empire. It's a pity to think about it. You can't drive a mech either. And this talent is a bit too on the wrong side. Hearing this voice of pity, another soldier laughed. You're still pitying for them. They can blow up a huge battleship with one punch. How can they use a mecha? False. They always like to exaggerate the truth over there. This can't be fake. That day's energy fluctuation. Our side also detected it. The soldier from before sucked in a breath of cool air and stopped talking. On the other side, Qin Silence and Yuan Hung, however, were in hot pursuit of the transformed creatures so that they wouldn't get in the way of the ordinary people's evacuation. The coordinates displayed on the optical brain were getting fewer and fewer, which meant that many of the reformed creatures had lost their ability to fight. After dodging another sneak attack, Qin Silence counterattacked and sat down with Yuan Hung to rest on the empty streets for the time being. The vast majority of ordinary people had been sent out, and this place would soon turn into a battlefield as well. I suspect that the Empire's bottom card is a modified creature, not a normal human. Qin Silence gasped heavily and said, if the Empire dared to release even her information, why wouldn't they dare to release an SSS-ranked general? What's more, if they really had such a general, when they captured Qin Silence in the first place, they shouldn't have killed several battleships worth of people at once. In comparison, Qin Silence was more willing to believe that the expert, who hadn't yet shown his face, was an unseen existence. They're deeper in the study of four-dimensional space than we are, and I'm guessing that it's likely that they have some sort of means of controlling that thing. Yuan Hung guessed. His guess was not wrong. The Empire did have a corresponding means of controlling modified creatures. However, the success rate of making this kind of instrument for controlling reformed creatures was extremely low, and unless it was located at a very high level of strength, the Empire would not waste resources on controlling reformed creatures. In the palace, the Crown Prince sat idly on a magnificent chair with his hand on his chin, pressing a button embedded in his arm. In front of him was a holographic projection of the original Hung. Good boy. Go kill him. A cold yes came from the void, and then the Crown Prince closed his eyes. It's a pity that Qin Silence didn't know where to go. This woman is really magical. The next day, she left the desolate star. Also blamed me for being too careless. If I had known, I should have intercepted her halfway. But now this, to deal with the original balance should also be enough. X-level spirit should cause no small trouble to the original balance. The prince revealed a cool smile. You should be honored to serve my great cause. The prince took out a potion from a nearby cooler and stuck it in his arm vein. He said coldly, "If you don't obey, we will both die together." A piece of flesh on his arm squirmed for a moment, and eventually went completely silent. In order to control the modified creature, he had actually taken a part of the other party's body and transplanted it into his arm. Chapter 86: Betraying Each Other. On the other side, Qin Silence and Yuan Heng naturally encountered a strong enemy very quickly. At first, they hadn't realized that the enemy was different. The reason for this was that the man looked no different from a normal person, except that he wore a strangely shaped instrument on his arm. It wasn't until he easily killed an A-class warrior that Qin Silence suddenly realized something was wrong with him. This person's movements on the battlefield were secretive, and even with her X-rank physique, it was impossible for him to be that fast. The only explanation was that he possessed the ability to cross space. At a time like this, the sudden appearance of such a person, where he came from, was naturally easy to associate. Thinking of Lu Lao's words, Qin Silence was secretly alarmed. This kind of fully successful experimental body must be the result of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood that had been accumulated. Yuan Heng also guessed where this man came from, so he provoked him with words, hoping that he would come over and circle him instead of wantonly killing other soldiers. The men of the Empire are truly spineless, being forced to be experiments, and now you want to be the imperial families have dogs. Your kneecaps? You've already worn out long ago. Right. In the next second, a strong wind swept past Yuan Heng's side, and it came with great force. It seemed that his words had hit a sore spot in someone's heart. Yuan Heng narrowly dodged it, and was so close to being separated from his body and head. For four-dimensional creatures, three-dimensional distances are not distances, and no matter where Yuan Heng was, even a mecha could not protect him. When Qin Silence rushed over, the man disappeared with a whoosh. In the air, she heard a grim voice filled with hatred. "It's all you. If you hadn't fled the desolate star, I wouldn't have been captured and transformed into this." Qin Silence revealed a sarcastic smile. That's the logic of a coward, shifting the blame to another victim instead of seeking revenge on the person who did the evil. She shouted to the sky, "If I were you, I would kill all those dogs from the royal family. Only, I'm afraid cowards like you don't have the guts." Knowing that it was a provocation, the other party was still enraged. He suddenly appeared in front of Qin Silence. Yet his arm, in a bizarre manner, sneaked towards Qin Silence's heart from behind. Qin Silence didn't take the bait and grabbed his wrist from behind with one hand, while the other hand choked his neck. However, before she could tighten her hands, the man disappeared into thin air once more. This was the advantage of descending strikes. Even if the other party only had one projection that could descend into three-dimensional space, Qin Silence could do nothing about it with the other party bent on escaping. Instead, the other party was very much at her mercy when she wanted to sneak attack her. "You're nothing more than that. Even if I'm really a lackey, what can you do to me?" Qin Silence heard these words and knew that the provocation was useless. Her eyes rolled and she glanced at Yuan Heng, her plan coming to life. "It's not like I can't kill you, but it's not like I can't kill the imperial family. Yuan Heng, take me to the main star of the empire." This person certainly didn't know what Yuan Heng had gone through before, much less that he had already used an interstellar transit once some time ago, and that it would be impossible for him to cross the stars again in the short term to get to the main star of the empire. Moreover, Qin Silence couldn't figure out who he was instructed by, and only said that it was the imperial family, not specifying that it was the crown prince. But the man had a ghost in his heart and naturally felt that she was talking about the crown prince. So as soon as Yuan Heng disappeared with Qin Sil, the man violently ripped the crown prince away from the empire's main star. In his opinion, the crown prince was not as safe anywhere as under his nose. However, this move played right into Qin Sil's hands. Yuan Heng had merely brought her to a very close place just now, only to have the imperial crown prince run over to the Federation's main planet in another turn of the eye. Although the man could take the crown prince with him and instantly move, There was no way to hide him in four-dimensional space. As long as Qin's Silence came into contact with the Crown Prince, then wherever he was taken, Qin's Silence would be taken along with him. The man's behavior, on the contrary, just added a burden to himself. It was only when he found Qin's Silence and Yuan Hung suddenly appearing beside the Crown Prince that the man realized that he had been duped. However, by this time, Qin Sil's hand had already snapped onto the Crown Prince's neck. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, the host and guest had been inverted. Let me guess. Qin Silence's eyes roamed around in the void. Your life is in his hands, right? Qin Silence's hand was clasped on the Crown Prince's neck with a deadly grip. And no matter how much the Crown Prince struggled, he couldn't break free from her grip. It's you? Through the protective suit's goggles, the Crown Prince saw the upper half of Qin Silence's face. He was now exposed in space and had no communication device. Qin Silence could only make out his mouth, afraid that he would die and involve himself. The man hiding in the shadows suppressed his anger and said, "You give him a protective suit first." Qin Silence ignored it and choked the Crown Prince's neck, bringing him to the ground. Joke. Once her hand left this damn Crown Prince, the man could snatch him back and send him to safety. Really think she's a fool? She clamped down on the prince while watching him. Soon the machine on the prince's arm caught his attention. The shape of the machine was similar to the one on the man's hand. And there was also a patch of skin on the Crown Prince's arm that wasn't quite the same color as the rest. Although Qin Silence couldn't guess for a moment how exactly this Imperial Crown Prince was controlling the other side, it didn't stop her from forcing the other side to submit by holding them hostage. On the other hand, the Empire had shut down the research program on four-dimensional creatures. The seventh prince panicked as you ran to the lab and questioned the person in charge. Why did you shut down this program? The person in charge was in a difficult position. On one side is the order of the Crown Prince. On the other side is the seventh prince's coercion. He a minion in the middle. Left and right difficult. Rescuing his collar that had been pulled up. The person in charge carefully said, "This is an order from the Crown Prince." After all, the charge has now been placed on the Federation's head. The seventh prince narrowed his eyes. Are you saying that from the beginning to the end, your plan was nothing more than to make the Federation take the blame? He drew his weapon and pressed it against the head of the person in charge, his forehead veins rippling. You guys are playing me? Thanks to him, he thought that he would transcend the limitations of humanity in the future and become a ruler of a higher dimension. Although he and the Crown Prince were both royalty and were originally in a competitive relationship, being able to occupy a side of territory in a four-dimensional world was naturally too much better than being an emperor in a three-dimensional world. After all, it was a whole dimension higher, and completely incomparable. At first, the Crown Prince proposed that the two of them work together to implement this plan. If it succeeded, the seventh prince would be able to reign alone. If it failed, the two would still fight fairly for the throne like before. However, now, the Great War has begun. The Crown Prince is one step ahead of him, publicly declared war. What fair competition? Which still has his seventh prince what matter? The seventh prince initially had high hopes for this account. Even the family property left to him by his mother was all invested in this project. Now the person in charge is telling him that the Crown Prince's purpose is only to go to war with the Federation. The person in charge was so frightened by his appearance that he was trembling and almost incontinent. Your Highness, don't be impulsive. Right now we close the Institute. Also in order not to be discovered by the Federation. Wait until the Great War stops. This Institute of ours will also restart again. The person in charge did not dare to tell the truth. In reality, he and the Crown Prince had long known that the four-dimensional space had been turned into some fragmented ruins. They had known this fact since the first successful experiment. It was only that both of them had concealed the truth. The seventh prince's mother was the only daughter of the richest family in the empire. And in terms of being rich, it was no one who could compare to him. If they had told the truth, where would the Institute still have a constant flow of funds? The Crown Prince was only a Crown Prince in the end, not yet an emperor. And there were certainly some people in the empire's politicians who did not support his succession. Among them was the Minister of Finance, who managed public projects. Without the seventh prince's support, this institute originally couldn't run. The person in charge and the Crown Prince knew about the situation in the four-dimensional world. So of course, it was impossible to follow the original plan. So the Crown Prince came up with another plan. which was to use these transformed four-dimensional creatures as tools to create opportunities for them to go to war. All of it was the Crown Prince's plan, and the seventh prince had been treated as an ingrate, kept in the dark. Now that the person in charge explained anything, the seventh prince wouldn't listen. He wasn't a fool. What he had already figured out. How could he listen to someone else's looking for a remedy afterwards? The seventh prince choked the neck of the person in charge and tightened it a little. Although he was not as talented as the crown prince, he wasn't so bad that he couldn't deal with an unarmed researcher. Tell me, where did you hide the most successful experimental body? The seventh prince asked as he sorrowfully attached himself to the ear of the person in charge. I don't understand what you mean. The most successful experimental body is in the crown prince, LOL. The seventh prince's hand tightened violently. Don't challenge my patience. You would have called him out in a near-death situation anyway, wouldn't you? He leaned close to the person in charge's face. I just don't know. Is my hand faster? Or it arrived faster? If you kill me, you will also be wanted by the Empire. Right? If not, we will just die together. The person in charge had already been paralyzed with fear. Or else his neck was being choked by someone else. It was unlikely that he would have been lying on the ground this moment. It's true that I didn't leave any experimental body, but I also have other backhand. If I tell you, can you spare me? Look at your performance. The seventh prince looked at him with a smirk. You are not a smart person. You wouldn't be unaware that the crown prince, that person has always used up the flags in his hand and thrown them away. Right? The ones that are still alive around him are just the ones that have not yet finished using their residual value. The person in charge thought that he had been sent over to shut down the institute. And then when he thought about today's encounter, he couldn't help but sweat coldly. The crown prince had known all of this and sent him over to die. Even if the seventh prince killed him, a civilian, he would only be criticized a few times at most. But he was dead and gone. No one cared and no one asked. After figuring this out, a flash of viciousness also flashed in the eyes of the person in charge. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Everyone is just being courteous. Your Highness, please follow me. Don't worry. As long as the crown prince dies in the war, naturally there will be no chance to retaliate against you. There are times when fate is like this. Cleverness is not as clever as it should be. And until the end, no one can guess who the real yellow bird really is. But the Empire's crown prince didn't have time to think about that at this moment. He was being pinched by Qin Silence and running around on the battlefield. Ever since he was born, he hadn't suffered this kind of humiliation. Qin Silence used him as a shield, all the way to make that experiment under his control throw her weight around. Moreover, she reacted strangely fast, and sneaking up on her didn't do anything at all. Instead, the crown prince of the Empire was being carried around like a sandbag, causing the morale of the warriors on the Empire's side to plummet. Just as Qin Silence wanted to bring the crown prince again to dodge a new round of attacks, a destructive aura approached her along her palm. Chapter 87 Titan. A dead man. How's he going to grab a position with me? In the control room, the seventh prince revealed a cruel smile. However, his smile didn't last long before it completely froze on his face. The coordinates displayed on the screen dimmed one by one. Those coordinates represented one asteroid after another that stored important resources. These coordinates went dark rapidly, but there was no pattern to them. Moreover, both the monitored resource points of the Federation and the territory of the Empire were being indiscriminately attacked by this mysterious force. The seventh prince was at a loss. How could this happen? He did want the crown prince to die, and he also hoped that the more people died in the Federation the better. But that didn't mean that he wanted the Empire to be destroyed along with him. If the Empire was also destroyed, what was the use of him being a bare-knuckle commander? Unfortunately, no one could give him an explanation. As soon as the seventh prince finished speaking, he was swallowed up by a terrifying destructive force. After that, there was permanent darkness. The interstellar civilization, dominated by the Federation and the Empire, was destroyed by the greed of a few. The prince thought he was the yellow bird, but he might not even be a cicada. He had no idea what his controlled transformers were up to behind his back. Because of the information gap between them, the prince could never know what the reformers were doing in the fourth dimension. He stole the antimatter weapon that the Empire was secretly researching. What little the head of the Institute had put on the machines he and the prince wore was nothing compared to what he'd stolen. The moment he realized he was going to die, He made up his mind to bury the world with him. Before he died, he looked at the fast disappearing couple and laughed mockingly. Damn. They ran away quite fast. That woman seems to be dead. Thinking of this, he was completely annihilated in a void. Yuan Hong held Qin Silence's body and flew to other planets instantaneously. The annihilation brought about by the antimatter was still continuing, with no tendency to stop. Although his ability was severely overdrawn, he still had to keep escaping with Qin Silence. The protective suit was so badly torn that it no longer had any protection. Yuan Heng's hand wrapped around Qin Silence's waist felt a wet heat. It was blood. His head was muddled, only vaguely having such a thought. When the edge of annihilation was about to reach the planet where they landed, Yuan Heng once again took Qin Silence and instantly moved out. It was as if he had already forgotten why he was running away, and there was only an obsession in his heart that he could not let Qin Silence stay there. This conviction supported him, allowing him to continue escaping from the center of the explosion. However, his mind was no longer very clear, and everything he did was like a mechanical move, like muscle memory. How could she be dead? A flicker of doubt bubbled up in Haruhoing's almost stagnant brain. Qin Silence had never died in front of him like this before. During the other copies, even if she had disappeared, she had never died a tragic death in front of his eyes like this. Yuan Heng held Qin Silence in his arms, and once again instantly moved to a planet he himself didn't even know where it was. His knees finally weakened a bit, and he fell to the ground with a plop. But Qin Silence's body was still held steadily in his arms. The aftermath of the antimatter explosion finally stopped. Exhaustion swept through Yuan Heng's entire body, causing him to finally lie down on his back and fall asleep. Has reached a safe zone. Automatically using resurrection opportunity, the system's electronic voice sounded, and Qin Silence's back and thighs, which had already been exposed as bones, began to grow new flesh. It was only when the external injuries were all repaired that her chest began to skin. After an inhalation sound that sounded like she was suddenly getting oxygen after suffocating for a long time, Qin Silence woke up. She sat up and glanced at her surroundings. Underneath her hand was a patch of warm skin. Qin Silence lowered her head and realized that she had been lying on top of Yuan Heng's body earlier, and at the moment, her hand was pressing on his chest. Logically, the force of being pressed on the chest to support the body, how should it wake the person up? But Yuan Heng was still breathing long and soundly. Qin Silence touched the pulse on his neck to make sure that he was just too tired before slowly standing up and observing the surroundings. In this moment of time, she had already remembered what happened earlier. At that time, she was in the middle of choking the Imperial Crown Prince's neck, but she suddenly felt a terrifying energy fluctuation. Her reaction was quick, and with a whoosh, she flung the Crown Prince towards the Empire's battleship. It was only a pity that after dodging this calamity, the next one came faster and fiercer. To be honest, until now, Qin Silence didn't quite understand how it all happened. Of course, she could not have imagined that the Empire's people could scheme with each other to such an extent, and only thought that the person was not the Crown Prince at all, but some human flesh bomb posing as the Crown Prince to swindle her and Yuan Heng. Right now, the protective suits on both her and Yuan Heng had been scrapped, because she had blocked in front of Yuan Heng before escaping. Yuan Heng didn't seem to have suffered any fatal injuries. Qin Silence herself had used her resurrection opportunity, so naturally any injuries were not visible. She glanced at the light brain on her wrist. Although it could still be switched on, there wasn't any network here, not even that of a low-level civilization. In other words, there shouldn't be any planets around here that were on the same level as the Edge Star civilization. The light brain was a piece of scrap metal here. Spatial knew Qin Silence couldn't use it, so he planned to wait until Yuan Heng woke up. Since this place wasn't even a fringe star, the distance that Yuan Heng had taken her to escape must be beyond imagination. Thinking of this, Qin Silence frowned. He must have overdrawn his abilities. Surrounding them were strange plants that they hadn't seen before, most of them more than a person tall, looking like herbaceous plants, but much larger than most of the herbaceous plants Qin Silence had seen. This place seemed to be very open. Qin Silence stood still for half a day looking at the place, but he didn't see the end of it. Only occasionally he could hear the rustling sound of the wind as it blew through the plants. It felt like a very primitive place. Soon, she realized something was wrong. She heard the roar of machinery. The sound was deafening, and it was impossible to not hear it, probably because the sound of the machine was too loud. Yuan Heng, who was lying on the ground, frowned, and half asleep looked at Qin Silence standing not far away and muttered, "I'm really dreaming. Stop dreaming. Run." Qin Silence pulled up Yuan Heng and ran in the opposite direction of the sound source. It wasn't until he ran that Yuan Heng gradually came to his senses. He looked at Qin Silence with some disbelief. Qin Sil's tattered clothes and the blood stain soaking through her clothes indicated that she had indeed suffered a very serious injury earlier. "The streak reward? It's gone when I use it," she explained without a clue. And Yuan Heng understood everything. That was when he had the heart to focus on the back. Because of those one-person high plants, he and Qin Silence weren't able to see the situation behind them clearly. However, after running for 10 minutes or so, the two of them looked at the sky-high trees in front of them and vaguely guessed the situation here. The tree in front of them could not see the top at a glance, and its trunk was as thick as two people could hug. But compared to the other trees around, this tree could only be considered a small tree. The two of them nimbly climbed up a branch and peered down, finally realizing what the deafening sound from before had come from. It was actually a weed whacker. Despite the difference in appearance, this thing was indeed supposed to be a weed whacker. It's the weed that was weeded. It was almost 2 meters tall. Qin Silence looked at those two legs, then skyscrapers are even more magnificent. Suddenly realized that the forest where she and Yuan Heng, in fact, should be a bushes. At this time, the two heard a bird chirping, followed by a huge beak pecked in the direction of the two. Qin Silence cursed in his heart, dodged the attack, and pulled out his weapon at a surprisingly fast speed, and attacked the little bird. He attacked the little bird. The so-called little bird, of course, was for the giant pushing the weed whacker. To Qin Silence, this thing was about the size of an elephant. Cam! Did the creatures in this place grow up eating puffer? Despite its small size, Qin Silence's physique was there after all. And the little bird, instantly killed. At this time, the giant weeding the lawn suddenly stopped and gabbled something. Anyway, it wasn't the common interstellar language. Immediately after that, a relatively petite giant walked over. Qin Silence couldn't actually see the whole of these two people, but the later one was obviously whiter and had thinner legs. So let's just assume that she was a woman here. Let's just assume it's a woman here. It was probably the male giant who was thirsty while mowing the lawn. So he asked his wife to bring him water. Watching the water drops, which were measured in cubic meters, continuously dripping down, Qin Silence came up with this guess. "It's the Titans," Yuan Heng said in Qin Silence's ear. "How do you know?" "The Federation's literature has recorded that the Federation spends a lot of energy every year exploring the edges of the world. There was once an exploration ship that had inadvertently captured the site of this place." Speaking of this, Yuan Heng coughed awkwardly. "But later, that airship should have been picked up as a toy." Qin Silence. Sounds like something a giant could do. The two of them glanced at each other, not knowing if escaping here was a blessing or a curse. But with the size of the creatures here, this planet was bound to be huge. The civilization here wasn't very developed, and was even decades behind the world Qin Silence was originally from. Yuan Heng took Qin Sil's hand at this point, and hid behind the leaves with her. The earth soon shook, and a pair of legs much thinner than the two just now appeared within their sight. It was a little boy. After he ran over, he squatted on the ground and looked at the corpse of the bird on the ground. The boy's eyes, which were bigger than windows to Qin Silence, glanced curiously into the bushes, and didn't see anything before picking up the little bird's body and running away. Qin Silence and Yuan Heng breathed a slow sigh of relief. That little boy might have been quite cute looking. Except that anything, when magnified a few hundred times, I'm afraid, would give people the creeps. "I also don't know what's going on over at the Federation," Qin Silence said. "The Federation no longer exists." Yuan Heng's eyes darkened. The annihilation was so extensive that there might be people alive in the fringe stars. The implication was that the Empire was also overthrown. Qin Silence originally wanted to say something, but her stomach grumbled, and what she originally wanted to say was forgotten by the grumble. She climbed up a few more branches and peered into the distance. In this family's yard, there were a few berry bushes with black fruits growing inside, which looked like they should be something similar to American blackberries, except that they were much bigger. Qin Silence licked his lips and decided to go over and take a look. Chapter 88, Unknown Creature. Qin Silence glanced at Yuan Heng and asked, "How are you now?" Yuan Heng shook his head. "It's fine. Just a bit off." In reality, How could Yuan Hung be just a little off his feet? His ability was repeatedly overdrawn. And he didn't know how long he had escaped with Qin's silence before coming to this place. When he encountered that little bird just now, Yuan Hung was unable to react. Qin's silence more or less guessed that he should be overdrawn right now, regardless of what speculative method was used for the instantaneous movement. It was bound to be a loss of energy. An overdraft that exceeds the body's load might also deplete his health. She glanced at Yuan Hung with some concern and decided to pick those berries herself. Speaking of berries, those berries were actually bigger than the watermelons she usually ate. It was probably because the atmosphere of this planet was highly oxygenated that the creatures here became like this. Aquamarine also had such a period, and it was said that during the Carboniferous period, the wingspan of dragonflies could reach up to 1 meter. Qin's silence instructed Yuan Hung to hold on to her weapon, and slid down the tree trunk herself. To reach the berry bushes, she needed to cross 2 lawns and a stone path. Because the lawn had been almost mowed, Qin stood on it, and the remaining grass only came up to her knees. The man who mowed the lawn had already gone in another direction, and as far as the eye could see, there didn't seem to be anyone else in the yard. Qin silently arched her back as she walked quickly across the lawn. Her X-rated physique made her stride like flying, and even if someone was here, it would be hard to see her figure. When she stepped onto the small stone path, she heard a deafening noise not far away. A little boy was riding his bicycle. Qin's silence darted to the side, dodging it. Fortunately for the people here, she was a little smaller than a grasshopper, so the boy didn't even notice her. Immediately after, she heard a few shouts from above her head, and the boy who had picked up the bird before ran out, also pushing a huge bicycle, and followed the boy. Qin's silence let out a long breath of relief. Regardless of whether or not they were malicious, the creatures here naturally gave people a great sense of oppression just from their size alone. Although this kind of creature that is about the same size as a battleship, Qin's silence alone could probably blow up several. But just thinking about the disparity in size, she didn't want to get into trouble. Not to mention that right now, Yuan Hung was still a wounded man. Thinking this way, Qin's silence quickly ran to the edge of the berry bush. This kind of berry looked similar to a raspberry, with thick branches covered in spikes. It was just that the spikes were so large that for Qin Sil, there was no need to dodge them. But instead, they could be used as handrails to climb upwards. She climbed up with quite good stamina, picked a ripe berry, and crashed down to the ground with it in her arms. The scene was just in time for the little girl in the house to see it. The little girl was originally holding a child's binoculars, looking around, and when she saw the berry bush, Qin's silence was staring at a berry without looking away. "Mummy! Elf!" The little girl slurred in Titan. It was a pity that the woman sitting next to her didn't take the words to heart. It wasn't until the little girl said it 3 times and ran over to tug on her coat that she lowered her head and asked gently, "What is it, dear?" The little girl continued to yell elf, thinking she wanted a toy. The woman gave her a small soldier. "Elf." The little girl still insisted. "Mummy hasn't seen an elf." The woman finally put down the work in her hands, picked up the little girl, and went around the courtyard. By this time, Qin's silence had already returned to the bush, holding the huge berry. She and Yuan Hung finished eating that berry and replenished their sugar content before they started thinking about their next move. "We need to find a way to get out of here as soon as possible." Haruhiro frowned. At first, he hadn't thought about what to do next. It was because at that time, he thought Qin's silence was dead. But it was different now. Qin's silence was alive and well, so they had to find a way to get through. The antimatter explosion would release a large amount of energy, and although the annihilation had stopped, the energy fluctuations would not disappear immediately. This place might heat up soon, and by then, the melting glaciers would flood everything. Qin's silence listened to Yuan Hang's words with a somewhat grave expression. That night, the two of them made a very risky move, which was to climb onto the windowsill of that family and peek inside. There was a family of 4 in the house, sitting on the sofa and watching TV. Haruhiro fiddled with his photo brain on the windowsill, trying to decipher the language of the group. As the family chatted more and more in the living room, the translation on Yuan Hang's light brain gradually changed from a few vague words to a whole sentence. Qin's silence was finally able to find out what they were chatting about. "Man, I'm going on a trip to the city tomorrow. Is there anything you want?" "Woman, a lipstick would be great." "Little boy, can I have a remote control car?" "Daddy?" Little girl, I saw elves today. At the berry bushes. Gene Silence couldn't help but look at the little girl when he saw the last sentence translated on the light brain. The little girl, judging by her body proportions, should be a child who had just learned to speak not long ago. Probably less than 2 weeks old. She explained to Yuan Hung in a low voice. Maybe she saw me when I was picking berries. I see a large room here. Possibly a garage. We can hide in the car and check out the city the man was talking about tomorrow. Haruhiro said as he stared at a room protruding from the back of the side of the house. The more technologically advanced a place was, the more advanced the transport that could be found. This was obviously the countryside. And it was unlikely that there would be transport that could get the two off this planet. Gene Silence drew his weapon and eliminated another huge mosquito before he and Yuan Hung jumped down from the window. There were more mosquitoes in the lawn, and each one was noisy as if a helicopter was flying overhead. The size of the two should not seem much bigger than a mosquito to anyone here. And naturally they were even less noticeable in the night. But physically speaking, Gene Silence and Yuan Hung were no worse than the people here, and might even be a step above. The two of them darted across the lawn, picking their way through the gap in the garage and drilling in. The man's vehicle was a pickup truck that looked like a sedan in the front, but had an open bucket in the back. Gene Silence and Yuan Hung followed the grain of the tires and climbed up, tugging on a piece of canvas from the car to the roof. In the back, the bucket held a jumble of farm implements. Only they were all surprisingly large in size. The two men jumped in through the half-open window, ready to find a better hiding place, so that tomorrow they could hitchhike to the so-called city and have a look around. City tomorrow. Eventually, they found a small, apple-shaped, solar-powered ornament. To be honest, ever since they arrived here, Gene Silence had felt strange. Everything on Titan was too similar to Aquamarine. It was also similar to the earliest civilizations of the stars. Logically speaking, if the Titanians and the interstellar humans hadn't officially met at all, the civilizations of the two shouldn't have so many similarities. To say that it was a mere coincidence, it would be too much of a coincidence. Even the car ornaments are the same style enlarged and reduced from. Let the brain thoughts flying. Gene Silence climbed into the ornament above the gap, ready to use this place as two people's elegant room. The night went by and neither of them slept much. Everything here is too big for Gene Silence. And the noise at night is also very loud, as if there are wild animals roaring around all night long. Finally, the garage door clattered and rolled up, and a heavy footsteps came closer and closer. Gene Silence felt the entire car shake for a moment before the engine started right after. The car slowly drove out of the garage and walked down the country road. Gene Silence uses the cover of the small flower on the apple arrangement to sneak her head out and look out, afraid of being discovered. She and Yuan Hung could only make eyes at each other and did not dare to speak. At this time, the man's mobile phone rang. Gene Silence stole a glance and found that the style was very much like the earliest smartphones, because there were still a few buttons underneath the phone. The screen didn't seem too big for the man. She looked down at her own optical brain. Due to the large size of the people here and their loud voices, Gene still could hear the voice on the other end of the mobile phone clearly. Although the light brain could not be networked, the basic functions were still there. The screen quickly showed the translated dialogue. Man, hello. On the other end of the phone, hello. This is the Security Bureau. Have any suspicious creatures appeared near your residence recently? Man, no. After the phone hangs up, the man also curses. Bullshit. Every day netting some useless. What suspicious creatures? Don't know what this group of office sitters are up to again. Gene Silence and Yuan Hung glanced at each other and already had a plan for the next step. Moreover, the opportunity for the two came quickly. When the men's car drove up to the toll booth into the city, there was an extra man in uniform, looking like a police officer. At the toll booth, he questioned the passers-by, talking about suspicious creatures. The passers-by looked puzzled, and some were very impatient. However, every time they passed through a toll booth, they encountered one such person, who asked them whether they had seen any suspicious creatures recently. This kind of purposeful questioning made Gene Silence suspect that these people were looking for her and Yuan Hung. It was only when the man locked the car door and went to do his job at around noon that Gene and Yuan Hung slipped out and quickly made their way through the busy streets. Faced with the giant creatures here, Gene Silence guessed that even if any of the star dwellers did survive, escaping here would basically kill them quickly. After all, the people here were so fast that stepping on an interstellar resident would be like stepping on a tiny bug. She and Yuan Hung might have been able to swim with ease. But with anyone else, there was no telling. The two slipped into the dessert shop and surreptitiously broke off 2 small pieces of bread, hiding in a tissue box to steal a bite. At this time, a man in uniform entered the dessert shop. Gene Silence saw something familiar through the gap in the tissue box. What the man was holding was a small battleship. Chapter 89, Meeting Barbarian Again. Gene Silence opens her light brain, translating the dialogue between the man in uniform and the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, is this a new toy? The workmanship is exquisite. Man, yes. I'd like a strawberry cake. Shop assistant, is it for your girlfriend? Man, it's for my daughter. At this moment, the man puts the small battleship on the table. Gene Silence and Yuan Hung take the opportunity to climb out of the tissue box, get into the battleship and hide. Soon, the man left the dessert shop with the packed cupcakes and the battleship, which was no bigger than the palm of his hand. The man's heart was actually a little apprehensive. He knew what it was. It was in Dr. Q's miniature world. Recently, there seemed to be a problem with one of the miniature worlds, and many miniature creatures had escaped. Dr. Q's men had just captured the tiny creatures, and this little battleship hadn't been found. When the man found it, the thing was left behind in an alley. His daughter had always wanted a toy like this, but toys of this level of detail weren't something someone like him could afford. The man looked at the battleship in his hand, but in the end, he chose to take it home. His daughter would be happy to see it. Inside the battleship, Gene Silence and Yuan Hung passed through room after room. It doesn't look like a military battleship. Many of the rooms are not formally planned, and if there were originally military personnel inside. Gene Silence rolled her eyes. It's not like there's no one left. Although the interstellar countries were at war with each other, most of the soldiers were well trained. This small warship could at least carry hundreds of people. If they were soldiers, they wouldn't deploy all of them in an unfamiliar environment. However, since the 2 of them boarded the battleship, they didn't find a single person. There was no damage on the exterior of the battleship, which meant that the people in the battleship were still safe when they first landed. At this moment, Gene Silence suddenly drew her weapon and aimed it at a corner of the room. Come out! In the corner, a familiar figure stood up with its hands raised. Behind Yuan Heng's back, a man stretched out his hand and was just about to sneak in when he was thrown into an over-the-shoulder throw in front of Gene Silence. Gene Silence. What a coincidence! Isn't this Barbarian and Old Scar? Why are you 2 here? Gene Silence asked. Old Scar rubbed his shoulder and climbed to his feet, giving Yuan Hung an unfriendly look. I should be the one to ask you guys that. Right? This is our battleship. Where are the others? Yuan Hung turned his head to look around. I remember there should be quite a few of you. At this point, Barbarian said in a heavy tone. All died and didn't manage to escape. Old Scar and I were near this battleship at the time. What about you guys? Barbarian looked at Gene Silence with a complex expression. You guys should have been out there for a while. She was a little envious of Gene Silence's physique. Even in a place full of giants, she could still come and go as she pleased. The reason why Barbarian and Old Scar had been hiding in the battleship was because they had seen the scene outside on the screen in the main control room. Their small battleship was actually only about the size of an adult's shoe here. One could only imagine what the 2 would have to face once they ran out. Barbarian and Old Scar were originally still thinking about how to get out of here, but it turned out that just now, the battleship was discovered by a man. And so, the 4 people met. We've only been out there for a day as well, Gene Silence said at this time. After her words fell, everyone was a bit silent for a while. It was Barbara who was the first to speak. We escaped from the Edge Star. And to be honest, I was so focused on escaping that I didn't even know how I got here. Barbarian's tone was filled with doubt. What do you mean? Gene Silence looked at her thoughtfully. On my battleship, there is no record of locking onto this planet. It stands to reason that there should be a process of locking onto the coordinates of the landing planet, even if it's flying at extreme speeds. Barbarian asked Gene Silence again. What about you guys? The method we used to escape was a bit peculiar, and it's even more unlikely that we would have noticed something like coordinates. Gene Silence spread her hands. We don't have a spaceship. Old Scar's eyebrows were colored with surprise when he heard her words. He knew that Gene Sil didn't need to lie to them. With Gene Sil's ability, she didn't need to lie to anyone at all. But not having an airship and still being able to escape annihilation or something. It was really perverted. I don't know if you guys have noticed that there's surprisingly not a single omen of warming here, Barbarian said so meaningfully, after which he took out a few nutrient solutions from his locker and threw them over to a few other people. Take it. Meanwhile, the man with the battleship had arrived home. Daddy! The little girl flew into the man's arms and was picked up by him. Daddy? What's this? It's a new toy Daddy bought for you. The man's wife came out and gave the man a slightly reproachful look, complaining that he was spending money indiscriminately. But looking at her daughter's happy appearance, she ultimately just nuzzled her mouth and didn't say anything. Their dialogue was transmitted word for word into the ears of the 4 people hidden in the battleship. The 4 people sat in the main control room, looking at the movements outside while discussing their next plan. Because the battleship itself was limited in size, what they could see was only a partial view of the room. Luckily, the little girl who had just got the toy was running around the house with the battleship sparingly, which allowed them to map out the layout of the room. The little girl went to the kitchen door at this time, lying on the doorway to eavesdrop on the adults. That toy looks pretty expensive. How much did it cost? The woman in the kitchen inquired with some grumbling. The man stammered and didn't say how much it cost. Only that the thing wasn't expensive. Don't lie to me. The child is small and doesn't know. Do you think I don't know too? I've seen an old boss's child play with similar toys. People's day is worth a year of ours. And the toys they give their children aren't as good as the one you brought over today. The woman asked again. How much? Oops. Don't you care? It really didn't cost anything. The man was a little impatient. You this post? The woman's tone of shock and disbelief. After a short while, she drew a breath of cold air. You can't accept bribes? We're a small family. It's over if we're found out. What are you thinking? The man helplessly told the truth. That was picked up. Not a toy. It's a battleship of the Micronauts. Microman? It's a simulation experiment. Dr. Q used these small creatures to simulate human evolution. People are not the same as us. The same people, but not born with the same brain. Who would have thought to create so many miniature worlds? The flow of time is still different from ours. But I don't know why. But yesterday Dr. Q's lab exploded, and it was said that his favorite miniature world was destroyed. The dialogue in the kitchen entered Gene Silence's ears word for word, looking at the subtitles translated on the optical brain. Gene Silence's face grew increasingly grave. The interstellar world was actually just an artificially created one. The reason why this planet wasn't affected was because it wasn't even in the same universe as the interstellar world. How is this possible? Barbarian sat paralyzed in his seat, looking confused. They were, in fact, just test subjects created by a doctor. Gene Silence also understood why those police officers were questioning passers-by at 5 steps and 10 steps before. That was because Dr. Q was recovering the experiments that came out by mistake. The explosion of the antimatter had directly blown away the edge of the miniature world. So a portion of the interstellar people had escaped. Gene Silence estimated her strength and guessed that interstellar people like her and Yuan Hung running out might cause trouble for the security here. Not to mention that the interstellar warships had the strength to blow up an asteroid. Although he didn't know how that Dr. Q had created the micro-universe. The volume of that micro-universe was also definitely something this planet could accommodate. The only explanation was that this Dr. Q had mastered space technology. Although Barbarian's battleship looked like a toy here, if she maneuvered it to unleash an all-out strike, taking away a building full of giants wouldn't be a problem. The question was, what happened after killing these people? They didn't currently know how many Starmen had escaped, let alone where to go from here. So of course, they couldn't do anything rash. The little girl in this family didn't look like she was in school yet, though. So when she was out playing by herself, they might be able to find a chance to escape in the battleship to a remote location. How much farther can the energy stones support the battleship? The planets here are much larger and farther apart than the world we're on. And we don't dare to rashly search for satellite signals here. Barbarian analyzed the situation in a low voice. All in all, they currently knew neither what planets surrounded this galaxy, nor to what extent the civilization here had specifically developed. That Dr. Q was clearly a genius beyond his time, and he could not be taken as an individual to measure the level of technology here, or else there was a high risk of overestimating the technology here. However, Gene Silence felt that he had to find a way to see that Dr. Q with his own eyes. No, I've heard that man say that Dr. Q has an instrument that can detect us, and once we go, we'll be found out immediately. As soon as Old Scar heard Gene Silence's plan, he immediately frowned and retorted, "I don't think that kind of instrument will be as magical as you think." Gene Silence pondered for a moment and said, "If Dr. Q is really that magical, then it wouldn't be possible for the technology here to be so backward, compared to interstellar civilizations. I'm afraid that the people here only have the advantage of being big, and it wasn't like Dr. Q could be a god. The only possibility that the interstellar civilization had existed for tens of thousands of years was that the time flow rate of the two worlds was different. In that case, it was very likely that a few years in the interstellar world was only a day here. Dr. Q, even with all his insights, could not have mastered all the technology of the interstellar civilization more than anyone else. Dr. Q could just peek into tens of thousands of years of interstellar man civilization and then learn a little bit about it. After all, he couldn't plunge into the interstellar world himself, or else he wouldn't be able to observe the other microscopic worlds, not to mention the inappropriate body type. Even in the interstellar world, genetic testing required contact with the cells of interstellar people. Spaced-out testing was impossible. In other words, the so-called machine in Dr. Q's hand for detecting microscopic people was most likely just an ordinary infrared detector, except that it would recognize the shape of the human body. And so, Gene Silence's eyes looked at the pill bottle on the screen of the main control room and hit a crooked idea. Chapter 90 Dr. Q. An hour later, Old Scar put on the protective suit made of capsules and cotton with a smelly face. "I say, why are you so full of bad ideas?" He hopped in place a few times to make sure that the ugly suit, while a bit bulky, wasn't too much of a hindrance. They were already small for their size here, and with this layer of protection, even with infrared detection equipment, it would be difficult to capture their exact size. In the camera, the four of them were like a few rolling capsules, not attracting any attention at all. In the darkness of the night, several people slipped out of the window. "Why don't we use the battleship?" Old Scar asked. "Battleships are too big, and flying in the sky is eye-catching," Gene Silence explained, and led the three of them to follow the two policemen on night patrol. The night was so dark. The patrol officers were holding a torch in their hands, but they were only shining it on the road in front of them, and they couldn't even notice that they were followed by a string of capsules, probably because of the boredom of the night patrol. The two patrolmen soon chatted. "Who the hell is Dr. Q? Why do we all have to do what he says?" "Who knows? We just do what we're told to do. Whatever the point of this bullshit experiment is. They say it's for the future of mankind. But if the technology really develops to the level he says, we'll all be dead already." Speaking of this, the two police officers hemmed and hawed and laughed twice. "That old man will probably be in the ground before us. Damn. I just don't get it. Even if a few of those microscopic creatures came out, it doesn't matter. Right? So small things may have been stepped on by someone who did not pay attention to the death. Only he would be so nervous, saying what a big bad thing." "That's right. Those small things can become what climate." Barbarian heard their words, some unconvinced. "I've seen them capture the interstellar people. One is taller than a skyscraper. 5 can't catch one of those losers. Blabbering here. Damn. You have to go look at that old thing's donkey face after changing the guard. Who knows which two he's talking about?" These two's last words caught Gene Silence's attention. She and Yuan Hung exchanged glances, very much suspecting that the two Dr. Q was talking about were the two of them. All the others had escaped in airships and battleships, but only she and Yuan Hung had escaped wearing only protective suits. Since Dr. Q's miniature world has boundaries, will he be alerted when a miniature creature breaks out of his miniature world? After all, by the sound of these rangers, they should have captured quite a few starmen. In this case, two most likely refers to two people. Otherwise, two battleships, two ships, or whatever would be too uncertain in terms of numbers. Given that the patrolman had said that he would go back to see the old man's donkey face after the change of watch, Gene Silence and the others decided to wait here for a while. After a long time, 2 uniformed men finally came over to change the guard with the previous 2 patrolmen. The previous policeman yawned and walked slowly towards the car park. In the dim light of the car park, Gene Silence leapt up, flew into the car, and lowered a long rope, which the others followed. Climbing into the car, the 2 drowsy policemen knew nothing about this. One of them started the car. The other was already sitting on the passenger side and snoring. Gene Silence and the others hid in the back seat, not attracting anyone's attention at all. The car twisted its way to a silver-gray building. Compared to this, the rest of this planet is simply a primitive society, Barbarian said after the two policemen got out of the car. They also climbed out along the car window. The building in front of them was very much characteristic of early interstellar civilizations, so it was evident that Dr. Q had indeed learnt a lot from the microcosm. Although the microcosm was created by Dr. Q, the creatures inside were left to develop naturally once they were dropped off. The civilization created by uncountable microcosms over tens of thousands of years was of course much faster than if Dr. Q had delved into it alone. On a technological level, it was the astral beings who were the giants, and Dr. Q was the dwarf stepping on the shoulders of the giants. Whether or not experimenting on miniature human beings was humanitarian or not, there was naturally no need to talk about it. In Gene Silence's eyes, this Dr. Q was definitely not a good person. After following the two patrolmen into the building, Gene Silence found that there were many pinhole cameras on the wall close to the ground. Of course, the pinhole cameras for the Titans were not pinholes for Gene Silence. Several people gave each other a wink, and then hugged their knees and rolled over on the ground. In the monitoring room, a researcher glanced at the monitoring screen. What is that? It looks like it's some kind of round bead. It's probably someone's stuff that fell off. Another slightly older researcher said unconcernedly. What if it's a microscopic human? Forget it. This infrared response is too weak. It could be whoever muffled the capsule dropped it on the floor. The older researcher headed to his chair and began to compare the data. If you ask me, the doctor's research has no practical significance at all, and he's obsessed with it himself. Don't say that to his face. I'm not stupid. While these two were muttering, Gene Silence and the others had already managed to muddle through under several cameras. They eavesdropped on the conversations of the staff here along the way, and gradually felt their way to Dr. Q's lab. Have those two micromanagers been found? When Gene Silence climbed to a high place, he saw an old man with a wild haircut angrily questioning a man who looked like he had a low military rank. I'm sorry, Doctor. At the moment we haven't found those two micromanagers you mentioned. Like I said, those two micromanagers are important. They might even exterminate an army. The skinny little old man stood in the lab blowing his mustache. Although the people on the opposite side were respectful on the surface, they couldn't help but bring out some disbelief in their looks. If it wasn't for the fact that this old man was able to drum up some fresh contraptions to bring the army to the next level of strength when he moved, he wouldn't be holding up such a scruffy old lunatic. Two bean-sized villains that could wipe out an army of theirs? This old man was too capable of boasting. The little creatures he created are still invincible. The officer lowered his eyes, hiding the contempt in his eyes. With his perception, of course, it was impossible to know that what Dr. Q said was true. The old man looked at him like this and waved his hand with some annoyance. You go out first. I still have to do the experiment. The officer rubbed the tip of his nose and walked away. Only when the lab was quiet did Dr. Q start mumbling into the computer. Being too smart doesn't work either. I didn't think before that the universe would actually self-destruct due to civil unrest. At that moment, the AI robot in the lab said, It's the greed of human nature that makes it so. You're right, Alpha. But I haven't found a way to control the emotions of the micromaniacs yet. Controlling genes to give them both physical advantages and disadvantages is easy. But controlling their emotions is difficult. Generally speaking, the emotions of fools are the best to control. But civilization can't be driven by a bunch of fools. The robot's eyes flashed. Humans are such complex creatures. Alpha. The miniature world that was destroyed the other day was one of the ones I was most pleased with. The technology that created you came from there. Gene Silence's eyes roamed around, and eventually saw the bodies of many Starmen in a glass case. It looked like Dr. Q had let those police capture the interstellar people just so he could continue experimenting with them. At this time, Dr. Q sighed. Before this, I would never have imagined that human civilization could develop to such a degree. Such magnificent technology was destroyed just like this. Saying this, he paused for a moment. I should try to give the best genes to the new micromanagers. But that would require samples. Alpha. Those two micromanagers are the best samples. Just grab them and... Yeah! At some point, Gene Silence had already stood by Dr. Q's ear. In her hand was the metal rope that Barbarian had given her. An interstellar special alloy that was very strong. Only this metal rope was as thin as a spider's thread for Dr. Q. Before that, Gene Silence and Yuan Hung had already wrapped the metal rope around Dr. Q's neck. The two of them only needed to tighten the rope. and Dr. Q would immediately be dead. Originally, Dr. Q should not have been able to hear the volume of Chin Sil's voice. However, she was standing right next to his ear at the moment, and at such a close distance, even though her voice was weak, it was not completely inaudible. Hearing Chin Silence's voice using the translator, Dr. Q could not hide his excitement. "It's you guys. I've been looking for you for days." He raised his hand to grab Chin Silence in his hand. Yet the sudden pain in his neck made him stop. "Don't move. Or watch out for your head." "All right. I won't move around. You guys take it easy." Dr. Q's hand dropped, signaling that he was gentle and harmless. That's when Barbarian suddenly pulled the trigger. The energy weapon swept over Dr. Q's hand, and what looked like an alarm snapped to the floor. "That's the second time that's happened. Any more tricks and you're going to die a horrible death. What are you going to do?" Dr. Q wasn't alarmed at being discovered. He stood his ground with good grace. "There's no way you can survive in the current world. It's too big for you. But we can return to the miniature world," Chin Silence said. "I know you control a lot of micro-worlds. But honestly, you don't deserve to control so many lives. You're enjoying controlling other creatures. Because in the microcosm, you can easily destroy a world even though you don't have the means to descend personally." Haruhiro stood on Dr. Q's other shoulder, the other end of the rope clutched tightly in his hand. "You're assuming yourself to be a god. The so-called for the sake of all mankind, for the sake of science, was nothing more than an excuse for this old thing in front of him. What he was clearly most obsessed with was the feeling of becoming the supreme god of a civilization. In order to satisfy his own selfish desires, this old man had created so many beings and made them his toys. Perhaps being poked and prodded. Dr. Q roared in annoyance. "What do you know? I'm doing this for the sake of the human race. I can lead them to avoid all mistakes. Let the civilization of mankind continue to hundreds of thousands, millions, even for eternity. Don't talk nonsense. Old thing. You won't even live to see that time," Chin Silence sarcastically said. With that, she spoke through Dr. Q's deepest hidden secret. "You need my genes to extend your lifespan. Right?" Chin Silence was the only person with an X-rank physique ever in the history of interstellar civilization. And no one knew exactly how long a lifespan she could have. Because of this, her genes were what Dr. Q coveted the most. Human genetic mutations were uncontrollable. And only after a long period of evolution could favorable mutations be screened out. With a physique of Chin Silence's caliber, one could imagine how low the chances of generating a corresponding mutation were. Even if Dr. Q took a chance with his own genes and spent his entire life in the lab, he might not be able to wait for such a mutation. But the miniature world was different. The time flow in the miniature world was fast, and the population was large. So as long as one of them mutated, Dr. Q would be able to get the part of the gene he wanted most. What he wanted from Chin Silence was a super strong physique and an endless lifespan. He wanted to become a god in the true sense of the word, in control of everything, and immortal, worthy of being my most favored gene. How clever. Dr. Q finally removed the mask of hypocrisy. "Did you know that in all living things, there is a section of the gene that controls lifespan? And every time this gene mutates, it will make the corresponding species' lifespan longer. But in billions of years of history, the animal with the longest lifespan I've ever seen can only live for a few hundred years. You think you should have a longer lifespan? Exactly. Those mediocre people can live for 80 years. My contribution far exceeds theirs thousands and thousands of times. I should be immortal and live forever." A mania grew on Dr. Q's face. "You must not have many friends." "How pathetic," Barbarian said at this point. "I'd rather die with my friends than live alone. It's people like you that are truly pathetic. What do you know? You're just like those fools who only know how to eat and wait for death. Hey, old man, have you forgotten whose hands your life is in?" Chin Silence tightened the rope. Blood flowed from Dr. Q's crumpled neck. "Although I don't understand science as well as you do, I know that lighthouse jellyfish and leeches can barely be considered creatures of immortality. Yet no one would envy them. Because compared to such genetically singular creatures, although humans have given up immortality, they have love, affection, friendship, a sense of achievement, and all other emotions." Chin Silence glanced at the corpses of those interstellar people in the glass case. "It's a pity that you gave up all of these precious things, and instead put the cart before the horse and chose what humans gave up long ago in their evolution. I am more valuable alive." Dr. Q was still arguing. "I don't care about that. Right now, I want you to give up control of these microcosmic worlds, and at the same time release my friend back to the microcosmic worlds to live. Gene Silence said. Your friend? What about you? A dark light flashed in Dr. Q's eyes. I will be here to watch over you for as long as you live. Gene Silence said meaningfully. How about that? As long as you can catch me, you'll be able to obtain the genes you want most. The others shouldn't matter to you. Right? You're really willing to leave yourself here alone? Dr. Q was full of suspicion. Of course. Unlike you, I'm a man of my word. Gene Silence hooked her lips in a smile. Just a moment ago, she had already seen the past conditions. As long as this disgusting old man let Yuan Heng and the others go, she could let go. You'd better do as I say or you'll die immediately. The point of me staying here is to see my friends leave safely. Fine. I'll let them leave. But you must stay here or I'll destroy that miniature world. Dr. Q decidedly accepted Gene Silence's offer. Chapter 91 Transformation. Good. Gene Silence made a negotiating stance. She glanced towards Yuan Heng, and the other party immediately understood that she already knew the conditions of the pass. It was just that Old Scar and Barbarian didn't know about the two's secret. And Barbarian immediately inquired of Gene Sil. Aren't you coming with us? This old thing is tricky. I don't know how he'll scheme against you. Gene Silence shook her head. Someone has to watch him. Otherwise who knows if he'll do anything. Are you guys still leaving? Dr. Q had already opened a door. Barbarian gave him a sour look and walked in. Immediately after him, Old Scar walked in as well. When it was Yuan Heng's turn, Dr. Q seemed to see something. Pressing on the control buttons of the hand gesture to withdraw. Hiss. Gene Silence's weapon immediately flew over with a buzzing sound. Like a nail. Pitting Dr. Q's hand to the button. This is already the third time. Do you want to die? Gene Silence threatened Dr. Q, while signaling with her eyes for Yuan Heng to hurry up and leave. Yuan Heng glanced at Gene Silence with some fondness, and silently left through the subdimensional door. Unbeknownst to Gene Silence, Yuan Heng now knew the way to reach the real world. From then on, every time he looked at her, he gained a little more courage. He knew what kind of difficulties he was about to face. But when he thought of the future, he felt infinite tenderness welling up in his heart. They would be together for a long time. The door. It closed slowly. Dr. Q said. Now you can rest assured. Right? My conditions are more than that. I want you to give up your control over the other miniature worlds. Gene Silence was unmoved. Ouch. Dr. Q sighed very pretentiously. I can't do that. Feeling the pain on his neck start to rise again, he hurriedly explained. Even if you kill me, there's nothing I can do. And it would be counterproductive for you to kill me. Gene Silence immediately understood what he meant. For Dr. Q, originally, he had no handle on Gene Silence's people to hold in his hand. But now that Gene Silence wanted him to put the people back into the microcosm, he instead had a card. Are you saying that the prerequisite for maintaining these microcosmic worlds is that you must be alive? That's right. The thing that controls the operation of the miniature worlds is in my heart, Dr. Q said somewhat smugly. You shouldn't understand how it works. But no concern. All you need to know is that once my heart stops beating, these miniature worlds will self-destruct. He wanted to see Gene Silence's furious expression. But he was afraid of suffering, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Although Gene Silence couldn't kill him now, it wasn't like he couldn't teach him other lessons. In other words, as long as your heart keeps beating, those miniature worlds will keep running until the world dies. Right? Instead of Gene Silence asking a question, it was more like she was talking to herself. Her words made Dr. Q feel a hint of danger. Then, you don't need to be awake all the time. Gene Silence's icy voice rang in his ears. Afterwards, Dr. Q only felt a blackness before his eyes, and his entire body lost consciousness. 3 days later, Gene Silence sat in a tissue box in a dessert shop, holding a small piece of cake and eavesdropping on the conversations of the shop's customers. This dessert shop wasn't far from Dr. Q's research institute, and occasionally there would be researchers who were lazy and came here for afternoon tea. Did you hear that Dr. Q? Somehow, fell in the lab. The assistant didn't find him in time, and now he's a vegetable. A young female intern said as she sliced off a small quick cake with her fork. The male researcher sitting opposite her let out a laugh. If I were that assistant, I wouldn't have been able to find out either. Dr. Q is a very eccentric person. Even his students can't just enter his lab. If the assistant dares to just go in, I'm afraid he'll be fired immediately. But the doctor is, after all, the leader of the scientific community. So what? How many vegetative people can be cured? Gene Silence nibbled an expressionless bite of cake inside the tissue box. Life and death had their own destiny, and she didn't know how many days Dr. Q would live. But for now, this was the best way to prevent him from manipulating the miniature world. As for him dying of old age and illness, for the miniature world, it would be several thousand or tens of thousands of years later. The countdown in front of Gene Silence's eyes also gradually returned to zero. Splat! A small piece of cake fell onto the paper towel, and Gene Silence had already disappeared into thin air. When the female in turn drew out the paper towel, she frowned at the sight of the cake crumbs on it, and drew out another sheet of paper. I wonder who dropped the cake crumbs into the tissue box. In the system space, Gene Silence opened his eyes. Congratulations to player Gene Silence for clearing the level again. This time the clearance is a normal clearance. Please collect the reward. Gene Silence's attributes haven't changed much. Only his lifespan, experience value, and skills have changed. Player ID, Gene Silence. Lifespan, 45. Level, 3, 150/400. Life, 200/200. Stamina, 200/200. Spirit value, 200/200. Luck, 20% lower probability of drawing a normal profession. Skills, walk silently. Eagle eyes. Portable toolkit. Passive skills, Goddess of Fortune's favor, plus 30% probability of obtaining rare items. Battle frenzy, for every 20% of life value lost. Combat strength is doubled each time a copy fails. 40% of the initial value of the attribute is deducted. And if it fails 5 times in a row, the real character dies completely. As long as she succeeded one more time, she would be able to return to the real world. Unfortunately, Gene Silence had long since lost the joy she felt when she initially cleared the level. 007. I have a question I want to ask you. 007 would try his best to answer the host's question. NPC. Is it possible to detach from the copy and survival expert system and arrive in the real world like a player? Silence fell around Gene Silence. After a few seconds, 007's voice rang out. In principle, NPCs couldn't detach themselves from copies and systems. Gene Silence always felt that 007 had an afterthought. However, NPCs could be transformed into players through a special pathway, and the specific pathway was restricted by the mastermind. So 007 couldn't inform the host. There actually is such a pathway. Gene Silence's eyes lit up. Then, as if she thought of something, she frowned again. This kind of conversion must cost a lot. Right? 007 could only tell the host that it was a price that was unimaginable to normal people. Meanwhile, Haruhiro had stood in a newly opened room in the infinite space. The NPC began to transform. Before that, Wizard 91307 was obliged to reconfirm to the host. Have you been clear about the price you need to pay for the transformation? Wizard 91307 repeats the transformation rules again. 1. The host will lose all the advantages of the NPC and return to the original values before birth. 2. Because the transformation violates some of the rules of the mastermind, the weight of the host's reward for passing the level will drop by 99%. The weight of the punishment for failure will be increased by 99 times. And by the same token, the limit of the replica level will be increased by 99 times, i.e., when the host fails, the chances of death are extremely high. 3. In view of the excessive punishment, the first failure will not be counted in the battle record. I am clear about the transformation cost and agree to the transformation. Conversion started. 1% completed. 99% completed. Congratulations to the host for transforming into a player. Will you start the first copy? Yes. Yes. On the other side, Gene Silence also chose yes. Seeing this scene, the glasses man sitting in the main control room instantly bounced up from his seat. How could it be such a coincidence? He looked at the identical copy numbers behind their IDs and couldn't help but widen his eyes. This isn't good. In a copy, there's only one winner. We can't let Xiao Hung touch Gene Silence. Otherwise, his voice was getting lower and lower. Originally, when Xiao Hung was an NPC, he could still change some data about Xiao Hung. But now that Xiao Hung had become a player, there was naturally no way for him to make small moves on the data anymore. Thinking of this, the glasses man sighed. The two main characters that had him worried had now started reading the copy data. The name of this time's copy was Anti-Utopia World. Anti-Utopia World, a place where ugliness and misfortune gather. Where goodness will bring misfortune and wickedness is the key to survival. Ordinary pass condition. Live in the copy for 365 days. This time, the system only gave the ordinary pass method. When Jean Silence wanted to go and draw her occupation, she found that one of the many occupation cards in the card pool had gone dark. Someone had entered the copy before her. Immediately after that, one occupation card after another went dark. Jean Silence didn't have time to look at the other occupations and hurriedly chose to extract them. Although the probability wouldn't change, Jean still always felt that the further back in time one drew a profession, the lower the chance of drawing a good profession. This time, the number of players in this copy was also quite large. This time, however, there were no supernatural phenomena in this copy. Looking at the card pool with the blue and green colors spread out, Jean Silence thought like this. Soon, the pointer eventually stopped on a green card. Jean Silence squinted his eyes. Draw occupation gladiator. She knew what this occupation meant. A beast fighter was a slave who fought wild beasts in the Colosseum. Even if they won a match in the Colosseum, they had to fight again and again until they were bitten to death by a wild beast one day. And this inhumanity would not stop. Jean Silence couldn't help but start to be glad that he had already reached the 3rd level. Otherwise, if he drew this kind of ordinary occupation, I'm afraid that the opening would be a dead end. Sighed NPC generation in the. Too late to read the occupation introduction. Jean Silence was thrown into the copy. You have entered the copy. Good luck. Accustomed to the feeling of vertigo when he was dropped into the copy, Jean Silence immediately opened his eyes. The surroundings were very dim and smelled faintly of sweat. Jean Silence glanced at his body and realized that the clothes on his body were very worn out and ripped open in many places. At this moment, footsteps sounded outside. And immediately after, Jean Silence's eyes brightened up a lot. It turned out that she was locked in an iron cage with a piece of cloth covering the top of the cage. The person outside threw her a roasted leg of lamb and said with a smile, "Not bad. Little slave. Actually managed to survive until now." Jean Silence held the leg of lamb and didn't say anything. The man said, "Hurry up and eat. The boss is going to make a fortune with you tonight. Whether you survive or not, it's all up to you." Another man walked over and pushed the man from before to the side. Damn. What's the point of wasting words with a dead man? Go, go, go. Go outside and have some fun. You fucking wait until I'm done with my medication. The two hooked shoulders and walked further and further away. Jean Silence nibbled a mouthful of lamb leg and silently observed the surroundings. Chapter 92 The Beast Fighter. As far as Jean Silence's eyes could see, there was an open space, on which many round wooden frames were nailed, with iron cages placed on them. Inside each cage, there was one or several people just like her. Needless to think, these people were all slaves. When these slaves looked at people, there was a beast-like vigilance in their eyes. And while the whole person looked extremely aggressive, there was also a strong sense of despair. The reason was not difficult to guess. They will fight until the last moment before they die. And this kind of fight is not for the family world, nor for personal grudges, but just for the amusement of others. For the spectators, their status was no different from that of a cockfight or a dogfight. Jean Silence munched on the leg of lamb, while silently checking his occupation card. Gladiator, you are a slave of a local rich gentleman's family. As a battle-hardened gladiator, you have excellent fighting skills, but you are also heavily scarred. Buff, reflexes, plus 50% evasion, plus 50% attack speed. Strike to the heart, plus 30% strike probability. Debuff, bruises, probability of illness when seriously injured plus 50%. Trigger the probability of bleeding effect plus 50%. Branding, once the slave's mark is exposed, immediately triggered part of the hostility of the NPC. Overall, this profession does not add much to the basic attributes, but only increases the attack speed and the probability of a blitzkrieg. If it was any other copy, this level of buff might be considered rare. But the problem is, this profession itself means that the enemies that players have to face in the early stage are beasts. This bonus naturally wasn't enough. Especially the person who gave her the leg of lamb before also told her, "Today the boss here is going to use her to make a lot of money." How to listen? These words are like to send her to death. However, since her identity here is a fighter, It means that before escaping, she has no choice. Instead of wasting time lamenting about her black face this time, she might as well think about how to survive the early stages of this copy. Qin Silence's basic attributes, except for her life, endurance and spirit values, which were leveled up. The other attributes were no different from an ordinary person's. She had the same basic attributes as an ordinary person, except for her life, endurance and spirit values, which were leveled up. Player ID, Qin Silence. Life value, 200. Endurance, 200. Spirit, 190 out of 200, dirty and thirsty. Attack power, 50. Attack speed, 1.5, buffed by 50%. Running speed, 8. Satiety, 45 50ths. Thirst, 15 50. Cleanliness, 20 50ths. Weapons, none. Defense, none. Qin Silence looked at his attributes and fell into deep thought. It turns out that the anti-utopia world would still drop SAN. This attribute of spirit value was basically ignored in other copies. And it was the first time Qin Silence started to pay attention to this attribute. Choking down the last mouthful of meat dryly, Qin Silence's eyes roamed around and eventually saw a woman doing needlework nearby. The level of civilization here seemed very strange. Calling it backward, the woman doing needlework had glasses to wear. And calling it advanced, there was a coliseum similar to the one in ancient Rome. Qin Silence knocked hard on the iron cage, and the sound made attracted the woman's attention. "Is there water?" Qin Silence asked. The woman stared at her with contemptuous eyes for a while, but eventually folded back into the room and took a cup of water out. "Why are you the only one with a lot on your mind?" Placing the cup on the side of the iron cage with a clang, the woman waved her hand in disgust and returned to her position, continuing to mend her clothes. Qin Silence picked up the cup and took small sips, slowly drinking the water. The training she had received told her that drinking water in this manner could effectively alleviate her thirst. Probably pouring water for a slave made the woman feel resentful. After a while, the woman said somewhat gloatingly, "Tonight, the boss wants you to perform a tiger fight. This might be your last meal." Qin Silence. "Very good." The last copy was Sun Monkey. This copy is directly Wusong opening. "Wonderful." Ours. Qin Silence, who was originally full of food and drink, suddenly felt that the mutton she had just eaten didn't even smell good anymore. She seriously considered the tiger's attack power and life value. Anyways, the life value of a creature like a tiger should be 3 to 5 times stronger than an ordinary human. Not to mention its attack power. An ordinary person, who was hit in the vitals by it would probably immediately go to his death. Qin Silence's own life value is twice as much as that of an ordinary person. So he doesn't know how many times he can withstand it. Moreover, tigers are not only strong, but also flexible. Not the kind of heavy beasts. Qin Silence was not at all sure that she could have an injury-free fight. She wasn't really Wusong. However, perhaps the passive skill, combat fervor, could come in handy. It was a skill she had obtained from her last copy. And for every 20% of her life value lost, her combat power would be doubled. Tonight, trading wounds for life should be imperative. It was night, and the iron cage Qin Silence was in was pushed to the backstage of the Coliseum. Released earlier than her was a medium-sized tiger. Qin Silence secretly let out a sigh of relief. Luckily it wasn't a northeast tiger. If it really was the largest sized northeastern tiger, Qin Silence's chances of survival would be even lower this time. But even with the current one, she didn't dare to underestimate it. This tiger was a true predator, with many scars on its body and a hungry green light in its eyes. The person responsible for sending Qin Silence to the venue saw it and couldn't help but curse out. "Son of a bitch. No wonder I had to send someone in. This beast has been starving for days. I'm afraid it's going to bite me even." A voice from behind rang out. "Little bastard. If you don't go to send you in, you won't want to take your medicine today." Qin Silence's eyes flashed. This was already the second time she had heard take medicine. This term. She glanced back at the man who was about to escort her into the arena, making sure that he wasn't the same as the one who had delivered the leg of lamb earlier. It couldn't be a coincidence that they were both sick, could it? And as soon as the word medication was mentioned, the man complained. The man's whining stopped as soon as he heard the word medicine mentioned. It seems that taking medicine was something he could risk being bitten or even eaten by a tiger. Soon, she didn't have time to think about that. The door in front of her was opened, and Qin Silence was pushed into the Coliseum. The people who sent her in were holding weapons in their hands. and the tiger tried to pounce a few times. And after being poked and prodded by the weapons a few times, it stopped making any rash moves. But the eyes it looked at those people were filled with primal cruelty and bloodlust. The spectators sitting in the seats above the arena cheered. Gene Silence raised his head and saw many men and women in suits and gorgeous clothes sitting in the audience, talking and laughing, as if a piece of silk had been draped over the beast's body. The host stood on a high platform, holding a microphone and promoting vigorously. Ladies and gentlemen, today, we will bring you the most exciting show of the month. Female slaves fighting a tiger with their bare hands. In order to make the performance even more exciting, we have specially starved the tiger for 3 days. Now, this tiger must be very hungry. So, what are your bets? Who's the winner this time? Let's wait and see. The host waved his arm exaggeratedly. Begin. Gene Silence had already started greeting the host and his relatives in his heart. Fighting a tiger with his bare hands? Is this something a human can do? The person who had escorted her in slowly retreated. Gene Silence heard the clatter of chains on the door behind her. Someone should have locked the exit. Go on. Eat her. Eat her. Kitten. I bet 30,000 for you today. Pounce on her. Tear her apart. The audience shouted out, looking maniacal. It looked like most people were betting on the tiger to survive. Gene Silence did not make any rash moves. It was impossible for her to be faster than the tiger, as it was possible to dodge the attack by being still instead. The tiger roared and pounced. A force leapt into Gene Silence's body, prompting her to subconsciously dodge to the left, while rolling violently in a circle, woefully dodging the tiger's attack. The moment she climbed up, Gene Sil picked up a sharp stone from the ground and squeezed it tightly in her hand. Hush. The spectators, who thought Gene Silence would hang on to the color, had no energy to let out a boo. Go on. Useless beast. You're a meat eater? Kill her. That bitch made me lose thousands yesterday. Eat her. Surprisingly, the one who took the initiative this time was actually Gene Silence. While the tiger's momentum from its fierce charge still had time to recover, Gene Sil raised her hand and slashed at the tiger's back with all her might. The sharp stone broke through the tiger's skin, leaving a deep gash on the tiger's back. The pain caused it to claw back violently. Gene Silence whooshed and withdrew his hand, pulling back a few steps in the direction of the tiger's back. With that hit just now, the tiger's blood bar only dropped by a tenth. However, Gene Silence's action had already enraged the predator. A ferocious light appeared in its eyes. Its nose continuously spewed out air. Its throat overflowed with a low roar, and it paced back and forth not far away from Gene Silence, looking like it was about to use its full strength. Immediately after, Gene Silence saw the tiger's buttocks begin to sway from side to side, and secretly screamed in his heart that it was not good. In the next instant, the huge feline lunged over with unimaginable speed. Hiss. Gene Silence raised her hand and slammed it down against its nose. The tiger that had already pounced on her leg roared and took a step back. Gene Silence's leg had become drenched in blood. Finally seeing blood, the surrounding spectators cheered. Gene Silence's blood bar was dropping. Obviously the tiger's attack had triggered the bleeding effect. However, she didn't have time to treat the wound now. Just now, she had used that sharp stone to open half of the tiger's nose, and she had to attack again while it was in pain. Unconsciously, Gene Silence's life value had dropped by more than 40 points. The attack power on her body instantly doubled. The sharp stone slashed through the tiger's abdomen. Another claw swung over. Gene Silence dodged to the side, and instead of jumping away, she turned around and straddled the tiger's body. This bitch is really evil. I've told you before. If you don't bet with me piece by piece, you're just waiting to lose today. In the middle of the field, Gene Silence grabbed the tiger's back neck skin like a matador, letting the other party shake it off as much as she wanted without going down. She kept raising the sharp stone and smashed the back of the tiger's head and cervical vertebrae as hard as she could. The pain made the beast more and more frantic, and Gene Silence was finally thrown out by a huge force, her entire body flying several meters away. However, the tiger didn't fare well either. The back of its head was smashed into a bloody mess, causing it to restrict its movement and become less and less conscious. Gene Silence climbed up, ignoring the scrapes on his body, and walked towards the tiger step by step. The bloodlust in the beast's eyes slowly turned into pleading. Sorry. Only one of the two of us can survive. Bang! After a loud bang, the tiger closed its eyes. There were just not many cheering spectators in the arena. They all thought that Qin Silence would be the one to die. The current result had cost them another large sum of money. Go down. Stinking woman. Lowly slave. Get off. The fruits that were placed in front of the audience were used as throwing objects and smashed at Qin Silence's body. Qin Silence dodged these smashing projectiles, caught an apple, clicked a bite, and slowly walked towards the rear exit. It was only when she reached the door that the doorkeeper opened it as if in a dream. Qin Silence looked at the weapons of those around her, and finally drilled into the iron cage. Right now was not a good time to escape. She tore off a strip of cloth from her body and strangled the blood vessels near the wound. And only after a while did the bleeding gradually stop. By this time, a large portion of her blood had dropped. An obese middle-aged man ran over with gusto, looking at Qin Silence with two glowing eyes. What a money tree. Today, in one day, you made a few million. Muttering excitedly for a while, the middle-aged man waved his hand at one of the guards. Give her a separate room. Let her recuperate. We still need to rely on her to make money next month. The guard promised. When the middle-aged man left, the guards took Qin Sil to a room with an iron fence. Threw her two small medicine bottles, a roll of bandages and a set of old clothes, and had a woman fetch a basin of water over. Then locked Qin Sil in the room alone. When she opened the vials, she found a yellow powder that was supposed to stop bleeding, and a capsule with a yellow-green shell that seemed to be an anti-inflammatory. She wore her own clothes that were barely close to covering her body, and wiped her body with a small piece of rag dipped in water before changing into the old clothes said by the guards. After applying a hemostatic medicine on the wound, Qin Silence bandaged the wound and returned the straws in the room together, sitting on them and dozing off. She had lost too much blood now and needed to recuperate. Outside, the insects chirped for most of the night, but Qin Silence did not wake up and slept until dawn. Perhaps it was because she had made a great deal of money for the operators of the Colosseum yesterday. And even though Qin Silence was now injured and would not be able to go back into the ring in the short term for the sake of the gimmick, the owner of the place had instructed the guards to bring her the best food. Of course, it was only the best food for slaves. All in all, there were vegetables, meat, and steamed buns, and there would be a woman to bring her water. Qin Silence sat on a pile of straw, biting into a steamed bun made of cornmeal and wheat flour, pondering in her heart how to get out of here. Staying here all the time to perform Wu Sung Strikes the Tiger. It's definitely not possible. Especially if you have to be injured half to death every time. The danger is too great. Moreover, a lot of players were in the copy this time. So if someone else found another way to pass the level, even if she could really last here for a year, it would still be a waste of time. On the other hand, Yuan Hung was sitting in the management office of a residential building, listening to the people above, lecturing. You should understand that as officials, we must monitor the residents' every move to prevent them from going astray. This time, the higher-ups have given you such an important task, so you must perform well. The man who was admonishing him revealed an expectant expression, and Yuan Hung immediately slipped an envelope over. This is the letter I wrote to the leader. Please be sure to open it when you return. The man pinched the thickness of the envelope and nodded in satisfaction. I understand your sincerity. Don't worry. I will relay your excellent performance to the top. But don't mess up the errand in front of you, or I will be in a difficult position as well. Understand? Yes, leader. Putting the envelope into his pocket, the person called leader, the person known as leader, schlepped out of the residential building, got into a car, and left the place. Hara Hyung took off his stupid black glasses from the bridge of his nose. He had drawn a rare occupation, landlord. But apparently, in this copy, the landlord was a minor official subject to government control. The smallest official here, with only 2 people available under his hand, an aged cleaning lady and a young flat housekeeper. Hara Hyung's duty was to keep an eye on the people here and not allow them to do anything against the law. That sounds like a reasonable thing to do. However, the laws here were really very outrageous. Harahira opened 2 thick codes on the table. One of them was the regulations from previous years, and the other, slightly thinner, was the new regulations that came out this year, some of which were issued today and changed tomorrow. Changed tomorrow and repealed the day after. In short, very irregular. Just casually so a flip. Yuan Hung saw let a person very speechless regulations. Dogs are not allowed. Violators are fined 50,000 yuan. And if a vicious dog bites a government agent, it is sentenced to an additional 2 years in prison or 1 year of hard labor. Scroll back further, and there is another absurd ordinance. Those who have not taken their medication are not permitted to go out on the streets. And those whose blood medication levels are insufficient as tested by the patrolman shall take their medication immediately under the supervision of the patrolman. An offender shall be sentenced to 3 years imprisonment or 2 years hard labor. Those who violate this regulation more than 3 times shall be entered into slavery. Seeing this, Yuan Hung opened the drawer of his desk and took out a small pill bottle from it. Inside the pill bottle were some small red pills. Those who worked for the government could receive varying amounts of medicine for free every so often. This pill bottle contained 60 small pills, which was Haruhiro's quota for 1 month. In reality, though, the law says that 1 pill a day per person is sufficient. For the remaining 30 pills, Haruhiro could secretly sell them to others. Of course, explicitly this was illegal. However, for the general public, the medicines from the official pharmacies were too expensive. So this kind of cheaper medicines from private hands were very popular among them. Yuan Hung had no other choice for the time being. So he could only take the medicine. Not long after taking it, he felt his emotions become euphoric. This was a medicine that deceived himself. And by taking it, he could feel a false sense of happiness. The corners of Yuan Hang's mouth rose slightly, but his eyes were grave. Chapter 93, Escape Plan. This kind of pill can quickly replenish spiritual value in a short period of time. However, once the time limit expires, one's spiritual value will rapidly drop back to its original level. When he was first put into the copy, Yuan Hang's spirit value was 25/120. After taking this small pill, his spirit value would immediately return to its full level. But at the same time, his whole body would have a trance similar to that of a cold medicine. Yuan Hung sat on the seat of the management office, his eyes staring at the rows and rows of surveillance images, forcing himself to raise his spirit and not fall into a trance state. The residential building he was guarding had a total of 7 floors, with 4 households on each floor, except that on the ground floor, apart from the management room, there were 3 other households, 1 large and 2 small, which were allocated to him and the 2 staff members respectively. In other words, even if this place is full, there should only be 24 households, not counting the staff. Right now, there are only a dozen families living here, and there are still 8 houses unoccupied. Yuan Hung is the landlord here, but in fact he is only the second landlord. The house rent, he can only get 10% of the rent, the remaining 90%, to be handed over to the above. Yuan Hung knew that his face looked fierce, not easy to like, so he bought a pair of extremely heavy black glasses. This kind of glasses, the whole person will look very blunt and timid. Let people look down on it, but also let down the guard. Knock. Knock. Someone knocked on the door of the management room. Yuan Hung immediately put his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Please come in. The one who came in was the flat housekeeper. The flat butler was a short young man, with some minor flaws in his appearance. His 2 eyes always looked in 2 different directions at the same time. However, if you underestimate this person, you are bound to suffer a great loss. Manager. The butler called out to Haruhin like this. Is something wrong? Haruhira resumed his previous coy appearance. We should report it to the top. Manager. The butler closed the door and said, I saw it through the keyhole. The occupant of 203 secretly hid a bottle of wine. It's illegal. He should be arrested. Yuan Hung pushed his glasses. But he hasn't paid the rent yet. We should wait until he pays the rent. Oh, yes. The butler's peculiar eyes rolled wildly, so that one could not guess what he was looking at. If the police, he paused. If the police come, I'm afraid all that fellow's money will be searched. But the rent collected if it's not enough. It's our money that's deducted. Yuan Hung waited for him to finally exit after half a day of babbling before letting out a sigh of relief. This copy of the 3 concepts inside is simply clear and strange. Gambling and whoring are legal, but drinking and smoking are illegal. Abusing slaves and animals was legal, but treating them as well as pets was illegal. And on the news on TV today, a new ordinance has been enacted. It's illegal to make any accusations against those in power. All in all, civilians here were regulated everywhere, and the vast majority of the regulations were very unreasonable, even anti-human. At this moment, Yuan Hung didn't know that Qin Silence was in the same copy as him, and was in a much more miserable situation than him. The only advantage is probably that he doesn't have to take medicine. Once again, Gene Silence was in front of that narrow barred window in the room, and saw the people outside pour out a small red pill and eat it. These people didn't seem to take medicine every day, and only when they had to go out would they take a small pill. It had been 4 days since she had been locked up here, and during that time, she had eavesdropped on other people's conversations, and got the information that she had been a slave since birth and had never been outside. In that case, her asking questions occasionally shouldn't arouse suspicion. Thus, Gene Silence waited until the guards came to deliver food once again and opened her mouth to ask, "What are those red pills?" The guard seemed to be in a good mood today, and with a couple of hefty laughs, said somewhat gloatingly, "It's something you can't eat for the rest of your life. What's so delicious about medicine?" Gene Silence muttered in a voice that wasn't too high or too low, just enough to reach the guard's ears. Your mother became a slave because she didn't take her medicine. So you were born a slave. At the end, the guard added in a low, inaudible voice, "It's the fact that there's not much to fucking eat. It's too expensive. This medicine. Do you have to take it every day? It's useless if you know. You don't have to eat it." The guard remembered the price of this little red pill and frowned. Damn. If it wasn't for the cops arresting people on the street every day, who would want to eat this every day? It's quite pleasurable when you eat it. But after the medicine wears off, it's even worse than before. Reacting to the fact that he had been talking to Gene Silence for half a day, the guard impatiently waved his hand. "Why am I talking so much to a slave like you? It's not even clear if you'll live to see next month." Slanting his eyes, and glancing at Gene Sil's still bandaged leg, the guard checks the door lock and wobbles away. Gene Silence stayed where he was and pondered over what the guard had said. That is to say, these people usually didn't take their medication while working in the Coliseum. In fact, to save money. But this kind of behavior, in this copy, was illegal. Gene Silence stayed here for 4 days, usually doing nothing else but observing the people around her. Based on her observations, the vast majority of the people here didn't follow the law and take medicine once a day. It was only that the owner of the Coliseum himself was naturally willing to help cover it up in order to save money, and wanted to rope in others to help him out. Otherwise, if the money this group of people got was not enough to buy medicine, who would still be willing to stay here and work? Figuring this out, Gene Silence held up the bowl with the dishes, picked up the steamed bun and took a bite, his mind gradually taking shape with a bit of a plan. But to complete all this, first of all, there must be a few accomplices. At this time, one of the slaves locked in the iron cage looked at Gene Silence, who had food and drink every day and didn't have to do anything, and couldn't help but feel a little envious in his heart. Next to him, a slave in his 30s hugged his knees and shrank in the corner. His voice was a bit gloomy. "Don't look. That woman can fight a tiger. If you want to live that kind of life, you have to survive under the tiger's hand first." The little slave staring at Gene Silence was only 15 or 16 years old, skinny looking, and the boss of the Coliseum would only let him fight wolf dogs. Hearing that Gene Silence had killed a tiger with his bare hands a few days ago, the little slave's mouth dropped open. "TSK. It's useless even if you're powerful. Which time you get mortally wounded, you'll have to die under the tiger's mouth," the middle-aged slave from earlier said. "Remember, we people are not destined to have a good end. If we can live for 1 day, we have to live desperately. If we die, we have nothing left." The young slave looked at him with a seemingly unintelligible look. "You're always complaining. That's because you've never been outside." The middle-aged slave glanced at Gene Silence with a cloudy face. "There's actually nothing good out there. People live only to suffer mentally and enjoy physically, or to suffer physically and relax mentally. Anyway, one is always inevitably suffering." Snap! A steamed bun was thrown into the iron cage. Gene Silence's voice rang out. "Eat it or not. How could anyone not eat something when it was thrown into the iron cage?" The young slave happily picks up the steamed bun and breaks it in half. One hand hands half of the bun to the middle-aged slave, while the other hand just can't help but pick up the other half of the bun and take a big bite. The first time he showed his goodwill, Gene Silence didn't say anything else. That's how it is to buy others. You can't make a request for the first time. You have to wait until it's hard for him to pay back your favor and then make a request, so that the chances of others rejecting it will be greatly reduced. Gene Silence squatted on a pile of straw and closed her eyes. She actually had another helper, the male eagle. However, whether the eagle would come in handy here was still something that could not be said. Other than that, she still had her portable toolkit available, only in order to avoid the ears and eyes of others. Gene Silence could only dare to use it secretly late at night, when everyone was basically asleep. There was a small hacksaw in the toolbox that could saw through iron fences. But this kind of hacksaw had a durability, and a hacksaw could only saw down one iron fence at most. If Gene Silence used up one, she would need to wait 3 days for this small hacksaw to reappear in the toolbox. Instead of being foolish enough to saw down the iron fence on the window completely, she sneaked up against the bottom of the iron fence and sawed through it. That way, because the top was still attached to the window frame, the bars were still intact from the outside. No one knew that there were 2 small hacksaws with half of their durability left hidden in the straw pile. In another half a month, Gene Silence would be able to saw all the way through the lower part of the iron fence, while collecting enough small hacksaws to saw through the upper part of the fence. Only the sound of sawing the iron bars was not small, so Gene Silence could only get a chance to do it during the noisiest part of the day. Strange as it may seem, every day in the middle of the night, there would be a strong noise over the Colosseum. Yet no one here dared to come out and complain about it. Instead, everyone honestly shrank inside, as if they were afraid of something. It was also this 10 minutes of noise that gave Gene Sil the opportunity to saw through those iron fences. Gene Silence's hand touched the small hacksaw she had hidden away, and the small hacksaw's teeth, which had been smoothed out by a small amount, gave her some comfort. At least escaping wasn't hopeless at all. She opened her eyes and checked the bandage on her leg. The tiger scratch was completely scabbed over, but the wound was so large that a scar was inevitable. I also wondered if it would hurt on a rainy day. At this time, footsteps sounded outside, and Gene Silence stared somewhat warily at the passing guards. Fortunately, the part where she sawed through the iron fence was indeed very hidden, and the guards didn't find anything out of place. I saw an acquaintance being captured by the cops today, one of the guards said. For what? Huh? Another guard asked. What else could it be for? He's supposed to have been arrested for the 2nd time, and I guess he's going to be sent to the mines for hard labor tomorrow. Damn. If I were to say, if we're made to take medicine every day, the price of medicine shouldn't be set so high. Keep your voice down. Don't want to die. New regulations just came out today. The two walked further and further away, and then after that, Gene Silence could not hear their voices. At this point, Gene Silence knows a new clue not to take medicine caught to participate in labor reform. Then how many times does it take to become a slave? While thinking about this, Gene Silence slowly used a small pair of pliers and removed a link of chain. Behind the pile of straw, there was a wooden stake that should have been used to bind the slaves, with a coil of chain wrapped around it. In order to avoid being discovered, Gene Silence only dared to remove the chain one ring at a time and collect the metal. When the small hacksaw had collected enough, she was going to find a chaotic night to collect all this metal, make a weapon, and take advantage of the chaos to leave this place. Chapter 94 Hints. The sky gradually darkened. Gene Silence hugged her knees and curled up in a pile of straw, preparing to sleep for a while. During the day, she had to observe the outside, and in the middle of the night, she had to take advantage of the noise to saw the iron fence. So the time between evening and midnight was her real rest time. But there were times when she couldn't sleep just because she wanted to. Just as Gene Sil was about to fall asleep, footsteps sounded outside. She frowned lightly and turned around on the straw pile, turning her face towards the wall. I got lucky today. I ran into a medicine seller in the old town. A month's worth right off the bat. One of the guards shared his joy with another colleague in an excited tone. Really? It's a big deal. I'm afraid he's not related to the top. As the other man spoke, he was overflowing with envy. Hey! Who knows? Anyway, we can't get this kind of good thing. And my only regret is that I don't have enough money to cover all those medicines. Privately sold medicine is always a good deal. Too bad it's not every day. The guards covered their pockets tightly. 200 a pill. Half cheaper than the official. Both of them couldn't help but sigh a little. What do you think? What are we doing this for? 300 pills. More than our 1 day's salary. If we can't afford it, either we hide in the slums, never come out in this life, or we have to go to jail. More often than not, we will become slaves. To put it bluntly, we are born to be slaves for the top. Only the name is better. What property do you slaves need? It's enough to work hard and die. And when you die of old age and illness, your ashes will be raised. And then you will continue to plague the next generation. Suddenly, a shrewish woman opened the window and cursed. If you want to die, go outside. Don't commit a crime under the root of my window. The two guards stopped their mouths resentfully and ran away in gray. Gene Silence, however, heard other information in the words of these two men. It wasn't as if there weren't places here where people in the slums didn't need to take medicine. But just by hearing the name, one could tell that the slums were bound to be no good places either. But Gene Silence, on second thought, reckoned that no matter how bad the slums were, it was still too much better than being a slave. Although everything was perverse here, it had its own set of order and laws after all. So even if she had the chance, she wouldn't be able to make too much of a mess here. After all, in case she attracted the attention of the officials. With her current abilities, she would inevitably be unable to fight against the army. Gene Silence's plan was to make escape her top priority. And as for whether or not there were any incidental benefits in the process, it was not on her mind for the time being. So during the escape process, if the conditions were inconvenient, she would not choose to break the law in front of others. Things like money. If you can get it, take it. If you can't, forget it. In that case, the slum seemed to be a suitable place to land. At least that kind of place wouldn't have police patrolling around. In fact, it wasn't hard to understand that the slums were unattended. People who were poor to this extent already had little oil to squeeze out of them. So it would be better to leave them to fend for themselves. With these thoughts running through his mind, Gene Silence's eyelids became more and more heavy, and he eventually fell asleep completely. Boom! Boom! Da-da-da-da. Not knowing what time it was in the middle of the night, Gene Silence heard those deafening noises coming from the sky above again. This seemed to be happening every day. At least she had been here for 5 days. And so far this hadn't been interrupted. The noise from above sounded like a war using hot weapons. But strangely enough, why would the sound of shelling bullets come from the sky? Gene Silence hadn't figured it out so far. What's more, in the course of listening to the people here chatting, she hadn't heard any of them mention that there was a war going on here. If there's a war in a place, whether it's an external war or civil unrest, the civilians shouldn't be ignorant of it. Gene Silence glanced out into the darkened sky in wonderment. But unfortunately, the night was already dark, and nothing of note stood out to her. The new small hacksaw would have to wait for another 2 days for the CD to cool down. Gene Silence didn't choose to use the hidden small hacksaw that only had half of its durability left. Instead, she took out her portable toolkit and made daggers with the collected chains. The portable toolbox would take an hour to make a dagger, but the noise on it would only last for about a quarter of an hour. Gene Silence only had time to make a prototype of a small knife not much longer than a finger, without even opening the blade. Before the noise stopped, she hurriedly stowed the toolbox and the knife into her system backpack. This time, her system backpack had 6 compartments. But one compartment could only hold one item, and was not stackable. Even large items like toolboxes, one would have to occupy 2 compartments, because the small hacksaw would be automatically retrieved by the toolkit when it was stowed in the backpack. Gene Silence could only hide them outside. After doing all this, Gene Silence returned to the straw pile and continued to rest his eyes. After another hour or so, the sky began to turn fish-belly white, and only then did the backyard of the Coliseum gradually come alive. This was when most people got up. Gene Silence's little knife would need at least 3 more nights to be completed, so it was impossible to act rashly in the short term. She was biding her time, based on her past experience, where there were many copies of players. Chaos also came quickly. Few of them were created by the players themselves. Gene Silence was currently not a free agent. Creating opportunities was unlikely, but waiting for an opportunity was no problem. In the morning, after distributing the steamed buns to the 2 slaves, Gene Silence began to wander around the room, continuing to rely on eavesdropping to gather information. One of the guards was pushing a wheelbarrow with an iron cage on top. Inside the cage was a sizable gray wolf, baring its teeth and growling uncontrollably at the guard. The guard wasn't angry. Instead he smiled and said, "Scream and bark. You beast won't live through the night." Gene Silence glanced in the middle-aged slave's direction, and sure enough, he found the young slave looking at him with a worried face. Apart from Gene Silence, who was an alien, that middle-aged slave was also one of the more powerful slaves in the Coliseum. The people inside the Colosseum occasionally lack money to spend and bet on him or Gene Silence when they bet on treasure. And almost every time, they would win some money. However, the two of them already won often. So naturally, the odds were very low, and they didn't make much money. Apart from the one time when they fought the tiger, Gene Silence always had a scare in the Colosseum. She chose to buy these two slaves, and her main purpose was also to pull in that middle-aged slave. As for that little slave, it was because he was simple, and it was easier to be accepted to send things through him. In the evening, the middle-aged slave was locked up in another iron cage alone, ready to be sent into the forecourt of the Colosseum. When they passed by the room where Gene Silence was, the two of them exchanged glances. The middle-aged man withdrew his gaze as if nothing had happened. Just now, she saw Gene Silence's grip on the fence loosen a little, revealing the sawed-off area below. At that time, Gene Silence exerted force with one hand, causing the sawed-off area to deviate a little from its position. The middle-aged man's pupil shrank, so he hurriedly turned his eyes away in order to avoid being noticed his abnormality. He didn't know how Gene Sil did it, but Gene Sil's hint was very obvious. She could escape with them. Staying here, it was only a matter of time before they were split up by the beasts. Being able to escape, he was naturally unwilling to give up the opportunity. Sometimes, the middle-aged slave didn't even understand why he had survived until now. But suicide was too cowardly for him. The moment Gene Silence hinted at him, he thought that instead of living like a dog or pig here, it would be better to break out like a human being. To die would be to die standing up. He glanced in the direction of the little slave. He just didn't know if that little brat would piss his trousers in fear. The cheering in the arena pulled back the middle-aged slave's thoughts, and he moved his arms and legs, ready to start a new round of desperation. On the other hand, Yuan Hung Ho lay in his bedroom, pondering what he should do next. The difficulty of clearing this copy was not so high as to be difficult to complete in his opinion, which meant that in order to be the only winner, one would inevitably have to compete with others. Although this place was trippy and strange, in the end, there was still a legal constraint, and killing people in the street was definitely not an option. The best way to get rid of other people is to let them be sentenced to death, or to send them to places where it is easy to die, such as slavery, to the mines. Those places, the death rate is very high. When to the people, very few can survive more than a year. Yuan Hung did not intend to actively harm others, but he also had to guard against others harming him. Compared to others, he had an advantage. That is, he used to be an NPC, so he had spent 5 lives in survival copies intact. Although the process couldn't be considered beautiful, at least the survival experience was solid. Even though his basic attributes became only a little bit better than an ordinary person's after entering the duplicate for the first time as a player. The fighting skills and survival experience were something that the mastermind couldn't plunder. In fact, during the day-to-day, he ran into 2 suspected players. These 2 people clearly had medicine on them, but they deliberately took it to the black market to sell it all, and swaggered past the patrols before they were eventually arrested. Yuan Hung always felt that these 2 people should be trying to blend into the mine, instead of following the police. He stood guard near the entrance of the mine. It didn't take long before those 2 people were sent into the mine. The looks of these 2 people were very wrong. Not only were they not distressed, but they vaguely showed a hint of excitement. When Yuan Hung left, he heard one of them say something about getting it again. Judging by their behavior, they should have got something from the patrolman. After thinking about it, Haruhiro guessed that what they got was a gun. Of those 2, one of them was a thief. Unlike NPCs, players had system backpacks. For NPCs, it was 1,000 times harder to hide a weapon. But for players, this matter was as easy as pie. I'm afraid that these 2 people were trying to start an uprising by mixing into the mine. When the time comes, as long as you kill a few guards, the mine will be in chaos. And this matter may really be a big deal. But the success rate is... Yuan Hung lowered his eyes. The success rate should be 0. After all, it's not like the military here is just for show. Rather, for some reason, the soldiers here were very disciplined. And no matter how unreasonable the system was, they obeyed like robots. It seemed that the authorities controlled them, and had other means. Chapter 95 Sober Night. Yuan Heng's fingers tapped on the bedpan, checking up on the contents of his system backpack. This was the first time he had entered a copy as a player. And naturally, it was also the first time he had used the system backpack. Right now, What was hidden in his backpack was all contraband. For example, the wine that the 203 residents had stolen was now in his hands. In addition, he had also taken a packet of cigarettes and a small box of nicotine patches from the resident. Of course, Hara Hiragane was not as intent on sending people to prison as the flat's butler was. But it wouldn't be wrong to say that he was acting out of pure goodwill. He was just trying to find out why these things were strictly forbidden. The people here have never had a good feeling about the officials, and they don't want to believe that anyone will help them. After being here for so long, Yuan Heng only felt that this was a world without friends. Not only is there no friendship between officials, but also between officials and civilians. And civilians. There seems to be no close relationship developed. Even some couples would backstab each other for the sake of interests. The people here seem to be profit above all else. But where emotions are indifferent. That's why when Yuan Heng took the initiative to find those residents who were hiding contraband, those people's first reaction was to be wary and resist. Often, before Yuan Heng can say anything, the other party puts up a picture of the dead will not admit it. Yuan Heng could only use coercion and lure, pretending that he was trying to accept a bribe to get these things. However, after the squint-eyed butler called the police, the residents gradually understood Yuan Heng's intention, although it was the hardest fact for them to believe. The truth was the truth. This new landlord was actually helping them. The flat's housekeeper had reported the case several times, all to no avail, and gradually began to feel that something wasn't right. By this time, however, the residents were already on the defensive. After thinking about it, Yuan Heng thought that drinking would smell and be easily detected, and smoking was similar. So he took out a nicotine patch from his system backpack and stuck it on his arm. Once the sleeve was pulled down, no one would be able to notice that he had something on his arm. What's more, it was nighttime now, and no one would even break into his bedroom. For some reason, the nicotine patch on his arm made his head, which had been feeling groggy from the pills, feel a lot lighter. He glanced at his spirit value and found that it hadn't dropped. It wasn't until the moon was in the middle of the sky that Yuan Heng's eyes gradually began to fight. And it wasn't long before he fell into a deep sleep. Boom! Boom! In the middle of the night, a loud noise in the sky violently woke Yuan Heng up from his sleep. He sat up in bed in disbelief and listened sideways, with a grave expression for a long time, before he finally walked towards the windowsill and pulled the curtains open a crack. On the road, the streetlights had all turned into searchlights that could be turned from side to side. Yuan Heng took advantage of the light sweeping over and hid behind the curtains to avoid the light before continuing to look out. The patrols that had been wandering around the streets during the day had now turned into soldiers with loaded guns. They seemed to be saying something every now and then, but there was so much noise in the sky that Haruhiro could only see the muzzles and couldn't hear them at all. Oddly enough, though, the soldiers all seemed to be carrying small silver flasks, and one of them was blatantly smoking a cigarette. Every 2 or 3 streetlights throughout the neighborhood, there were 2 soldiers guarding the lights. And by the looks of the action, it wasn't uncommon for these soldiers to be drinking and smoking. Haruhiro restored the curtains to their original position, his face thoughtful. Smoking and drinking were not banned in the army, but civilians were to be banned from smoking and drinking. Moreover, in the past, he had slept until dawn, but this night he was suddenly woken up. Yuan Heng sneaked out of the room and went to the management office. And in the surveillance, all the floors were quiet, and no one came out of the room door to the building. He opened another screen. This is the housekeeper secretly installed in the residence foyer. Their camera can see the living room scene. On the screen, it was still quiet, and not a single person had left the bedroom and come into any other room. In other words, in the entire flat, he was the only one awake. The others were actually sleeping so deeply in that deafening noise, and not a single one woke up in alarm. Yuan Heng pulled up his sleeve and glanced at the nicotine patch on his arm, his heart vaguely guessing. It turns out that things like cigarettes and alcohol can affect the efficacy of that little red pill. Just what exactly was that sound in the sky? Yuan Heng called up the surveillance outside the residential building, but found that the picture was a gray snowflake. The external surveillance had been artificially interfered with, and the picture was not visible at all. Not daring to make another small move to scare the snakes, Yuan Heng restored everything to its original position and returned to his room. At this time, the loud noises outside gradually became sparse and eventually disappeared completely. Yuan Heng raised his hand and glanced at his watch. Almost exactly a quarter of an hour had passed. He moved over to the window again. The soldiers were heading in the direction of the end of the street, moving in a neat and tidy manner. The street lamps had also resumed their original positions, and the dim light shone on the pavement, making people wonder if everything before was just an illusion. Yuan Hung raised his head to look at the sky, vaguely feeling that there was a huge black shadow skimming from above. And when he tried to look again, he couldn't see anything. Being tossed around like this, Yuan Hung was considered completely unable to sleep. He thought for half a day and suddenly gave a sarcastic laugh. Yes, such a suffocating world. But here did not happen with suicide, passivity, revenge society, and so on. Obviously it was the result of drug control. The officials here use these expensive little pills to force all the civilians to be in a kind of false happiness, stopping them from having a mental breakdown. At the same time, the law is enacted so that people are still forced to buy drugs when they are so expensive. For the vast majority of civilians, they should be spending all their money on drugs, except for food. In other words, the money they earned every day would be back in the hands of the officials in the twinkling of an eye. But they still have to work under high pressure every day in order to take their medicine. It could almost be called working for nothing for those in power, even if they do have extra money. Here there is one decree today and another tomorrow. And when the strips come, the family properties are all confiscated. And the officials then search through layers and layers. And in the end the money goes into all these people's pockets, while the ordinary people are sent to prison or to the mines. What's more, here, people don't own property, and all the land is only for rent and not for sale. This leaves all ordinary people without a stable place to live, and they have to work hard every day to make money in case something goes wrong. However, whether or not the money earned could be retained was another matter. Yuan Hung lowered his eyes, a hint of mockery appearing at the corner of his mouth. No wonder when he first entered the copy, his spirit value was ridiculously low, living in this kind of fire pit. I'm afraid that every single day he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Qin Silence, who was more than a little bit luckier than Yuan Hung in terms of spirit value, was currently holding a small knife that had been opened halfway to its blade, her eyes staring out tightly. She didn't know that in terms of spiritual value alone, the slaves were happy instead. Just like what that middle-aged slave had said earlier. Living here, one of them would have to suffer mentally and physically. Compared to the ordinary people living in the civilized world, they were happier than the ordinary people living in the civilized world. Compared to ordinary people living in the civilized world, even though they faced danger to their lives every day, at least they didn't have to face the hypocritical and harsh world outside. So they were less depressed mentally. Besides, those who have today but no tomorrow are indeed more open-minded than others. Qin Silence knew that the slaves in the courtyard were not sleeping. As for the ones in the house, she had no idea. However, what she found strange was that the average person who was woken up in the middle of the night should have complained a few times. But those hot-tempered guards in the Colosseum did not have anyone cursing in the middle of the night at this time. On the contrary, the slaves would occasionally whisper and complain a few words. The next day, the guards changed the position of the iron cages holding the slaves and placed them in rows. Immediately after that, a man held a water hose, and a jet of water sprayed out of the mouth of the hose, hitting the slaves' bodies. Qin Silence heard the guard complain in a low voice. Motherfucking lambs. These cops come once in half a month. Once every half month. Where the heck do they need to come so often? A hot-tempered guard took advantage of the loud water and cursed. Another thin-browed and thin-eyed guard with a slightly sinister look said with a smile, "It's still not for the sake of getting benefits. Here we are. Soldiers are not soldiers. Bandits are not bandits. And those who hold guns are all the same." The previous guard snorted coldly. "Isn't it just looking for a bone and an egg? Looking for trouble over nothing?" Saying that, he cranked up the amount of water, as if he was venting his anger. The water column sprayed out, hitting people's bodies with raw pain. Looking at the slave shrinking in the cage in a state of disarray, his expression only got a little better. Except for the strippers. Who cares about whether or not the strippers are dry or not on their bodies? TSK. Still have to prepare clean clothes for them. The feminine-looking guard sighed. "Once these people come, we'll have to take medication. And we'll lose the $300 again. Who is nobler than anyone else? Aren't they also precarious? Don't talk nonsense. If someone hears you, you'll be dead." The two guards walked towards the other side, and continued to roughly rinse the slaves' bodies. Due to the increasing distance, Gene Silence gradually couldn't hear what they were talking about. However, they are also in a precarious situation. These words caught Gene Silence's attention. The two men were talking about the police and the ones with guns. So they, naturally, either referred to the police or the military. In this copy, these two professions sounded like they should be a level above the civilians. So how could they be in a precarious position? Rather, it looked like a part of the Colosseum's guards knew something inside. At this time, a woman brought over a basin of water and a set of undyed linen clothes, and without a word glanced at Gene Silence before leaving. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was looking in her direction, Gene Silence hid by the corner of the wall in the dead center of other people's vision, cleaned up her body, and changed into her clothes. She didn't wipe her face though. The police in this copy were not positive characters, and since they were here to eat, take, and demand, Gene still naturally had to be on guard. After all, right now her escape plan had only just begun to move a few days ago, and it would be a big deal if she got into a conflict with the cops. After the slaves had been cleaned and changed their clothes, the location of the cages changed. A few women were in the backyard clearing the open space of standing water, and all the cages were moved to a position near the wall. The iron cage where the middle-aged slave and the young slave were located happened to be placed not far from the doorway of Gene Silence's room. Gene Silence glanced out from the window and saw the little slave looking at the middle-aged slave with a worried face. Yesterday's Colosseum performance had left him injured, and with the guards using cold water so much today, the middle-aged slave's wounds had been soaked white, and the man had a fever. Chapter 96, A Night of Chaos. Hey, what's wrong with him? Gene Silence took advantage of the guard's absence to pick at the window and asked the young slave. He's sick. The little slave hasn't been outside, much less seen a doctor, and can't say anything other than that the middle-aged slave is sick. Reach out. Gene Silence handed out the rest of his own medicine from earlier, because there was still a distance to go. Gene Silence's arm squeezed forward, and the bottom of the iron grating partially separated from the windowsill. The little slave's eyes widened in horror as he hurriedly took the medicine in his hand. But he didn't yell out. That powder is applied externally, Gene Silence reminded him. The little slave couldn't help but glance in the direction of the iron fence again, before quickly averting his gaze. How many days do you perform this? Gene Silence watched the little slave apply the medicine to the middle-aged slave and asked. 4 days. The little slave counted on his hands. And him? 7 days. In order to whet the audience's appetite, the more powerful the character, the greater the interval between performances. Of course, the ones that perform every 3 or 2 days often don't even live to see 3 days. That's why the slaves here always have new faces. But once a slave becomes an old face, it proves that he has some skills. And naturally, he won't die so easily. Gene Silence didn't say another word, shrinking back to crouch in the pile of straw. Since the cops are coming today, it's definitely too late to leave. After all, the iron fence is only sawed so 2 or 3. She is not the last copy of that kind of perverted physique. Certainly is not able to bend the iron fence with her bare hands. However, listening to the words of the 2 guards, these police come here once every half a month. So the next time might be a good opportunity. The reason why she thought it was a good opportunity was because on the day the police came, the guards were so busy during the day that they didn't have time to wander around at night. Of course, Gene Silence didn't know that people who had taken drugs couldn't come out at night. This was probably the right thing to do. It wasn't long before there was a noise coming from the front. Gene Silence looked out along the window slit, only to see a group of uniformed, baton-wielding police officers walking into the backyard in a very flashy manner. Those who didn't know thought they were bandits coming to collect protection money. Gene Silence quietly shrank back into the corner, since the row of small houses like cells where she was located were all empty. Only her one was occupied. Plus she herself intentionally hid herself. Those policemen passed by the doorway of the room. No one noticed that there was a person hiding in the room. But the middle-aged slave that Gene Silence had put in the doorway wasn't so lucky. It was self-evident what the purpose of this group of policemen coming over to inspect was. That's why a few bones had to be picked out of the eggs, or else they wouldn't be able to stop. One of the policemen slammed his baton on the iron cage. Is this one dead? The owner of the Colosseum hurriedly explained. How could that be? All of our dead slaves here are disposed of immediately, and we would never leave a body in the backyard. I see that this one is also dying. Don't have some kind of infectious disease. Right? The policeman from before had his eyes open. The wounds on the middle-aged slave's body were so obvious that it would be impossible for anyone with eyes to not see them. The owner of the Colosseum knew what he meant and came forward, lowering his voice and saying, "The circumstances of his injuries can't be told in a moment. Why don't a few of you go to the house and talk about it?" Only then did the group of people make a wink at each other and head towards the room of the Colosseum's boss. Gene Silence didn't know exactly when this group of people left, but after that, no one did return to the backyard. But Gene Silence was very clear. It looked like they had already got what they wanted. Time passed day by day like this. On this day, Gene Silence had finally saved up enough small hacksaws and already had a decent knife in his hand. The middle-aged slave had gone through another performance. And luckily this time, he only suffered some minor superficial injuries. On this day, after the police came once more, Gene Silence waited for his chance. Once again, a deafening noise appeared in the sky. This time, Gene Silence finally took out the small hacksaw from the pile of straw and sawed off the bars of the window one by one. The iron bars were wrapped together with the old clothes she had changed into a small parcel and stuffed into the system backpack. They won't find out. When Gene Silence climbed out of the room, she heard the middle-aged slave say this. "What do you mean? They took the medicine and won't wake up at night." The middle-aged slave wasn't overly skeptical. In the Colosseum, there were many slaves who had never seen the outside world and did not know the effects of the medicine. Gene Silence half-heartedly felt her way towards the room of one of the guards. She knew which guard had the key to the cage. Thanks to her skills and her bare feet, Gene still walked without a sound. She twisted the door handle and found that the door was not locked. It was also. There were only locked up, unarmed slaves in the backyard, and the guards didn't have to bother defending against them at all. Unfortunately, there was an exception here. Gene Silence, clutching the knife in his hand, Gene Silence gently pushed open the door. The room was quiet. The guards were lying on the bed snoring like thunder. They didn't even notice that a big living person had entered the room. At this point, Gene Silence basically believed the middle-aged slave's words. She found the guard's jacket on the coat rack and fished out the cage key from her pocket. Without much hesitation, Gene Silence got the key and released the middle-aged slave and the little slave. Originally, her plan was to use a small hacksaw to cut the lock if she couldn't get the key. Now it seemed like there was no need to go through any other effort. Gene Silence tossed the set of keys to the middle-aged slave. "It's up to you if you want to save the others." The middle-aged slave turns the keys to the other slaves still in the iron cage, pulls the young slave, and runs outside after Gene Silence. "Go this way. There will be soldiers passing by on that side of the road." The middle-aged slave seemed to be familiar with everything outside. The three of them made 7 turns and headed in the direction of the slums. The young slave had never been outside before, and was so excited and scared for a moment that he couldn't even walk properly. Gene Silence's side was heading towards the slums, and on the other side, there was another wave of people, also on their way to the slums. 2 of them hid all the way to the east, and it was not easy for them to find a secluded place. "Why did you throw my gun?" one of them grumbled in an ungraceful manner. "That's what you don't understand. I'm doing this all for us to run out smoothly." The person who spoke had a pair of dangling eyes, and his features were sharp overall. Not the kind of person to be messed with at first glance. "What do you know? It's so hard to get a gun here. I managed to get 2. If I get caught once more, I'll have to go as a slave." The man from before was unmoved. "Or you can just give me that gun of yours. Why should you use a trick and sacrifice my weapon?" The man with the dangling eyes was also a bit unhappy. "You really don't know what's good for you. This capturing a thief is the first thing to catch the king. Those big-headed soldiers know that this riot. The cause of this riot is the shooting. So many miners saw you shoot. If you don't throw your gun to someone else, those soldiers will definitely run towards us." As he said this, his eyes rolled deceitfully. "Right now, they're arresting whoever has a gun. The reason the 2 of us ran out so easily is because those soldiers are concentrating on catching the ones with guns." The other man pondered for a moment in disbelief, still resentful in his heart. The man with the dangling eyes looked at him like this and could only pacify him. "Big deal. I'll think of a way to get you a gun afterwards." The 2 men muttered a few more sentences, and were considered to have let this matter go for the time being. Obviously, these 2 people were players. One of them, the one who had his handgun thrown at him, was a thief by profession. which meant that he had unknowingly stolen the guns that the two policemen were carrying. But his skill obviously had a distance limitation, so he had to meet up with the police every time. It's fine when you have medicine, but when you don't, you can only be caught doing hard labor in the mines. Rather, the people here were different from other copies. All of them were treacherous. If the same method was used too many times, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be discovered. That's why the thieves were cautious when stealing things. Apart from the hanging eye who worked with him, the others simply didn't know that he had this ability. As for this hanging eye, the occupation drawn was a fighter, and the force value was quite a bit higher compared to other occupations. The two of them were sneaking back and forth in the alley. When they first entered the copy, they had stepped on the spot with the aim of being able to escape from here to the slums. For no other reason. Here, it was very difficult for people with an ordinary status to gather enough money for medicine every day. What's more, that kind of small red pill wasn't a good thing in the first place either. Furthermore, to say that players didn't have a perfect pass in their copy in mind, that was absolutely impossible. However, whenever there was an opportunity, players would definitely try their best to gather intelligence and trigger special plots. Slums has a neither need to take drugs, and do not need to be a slave of the clean land. In this copy, is definitely a special existence. Thieves and thugs of course want to go over and take a look. Hush. In the alleyway leading to the slums, the middle-aged slave raised his index finger, signaling Sheen's silence and the little slave to keep quiet. The three stood close to the wall, completely hidden in the shadows. The rubbish bins and a few abandoned poles beside them obscured the trio's figures. A sound of footsteps came from far away. The sound of leather boots hitting the verdant pavement made the young slave wince. You two go over there and take a look. We'll go this way and rendezvous later. The four soldiers were turning their backs to the alley where Sheen's silence was, talking as if no one else was there. The light from the torch wavered in the alley, and then the four soldiers separated two by two and went in other directions. The little slave relaxed his body and wanted to stick his head out to take a look, but he was pulled back by Sheen's silence with a hand over his mouth. Soon, the sound of footsteps sounded again, and the four soldiers went and returned. I told you a long time ago, it's impossible to hide anyone in here. You're just being a horse's arse. Why didn't you dare to go in and look just now? Sheen's silence felt something poke the bin twice. If that kid didn't have a gun, we wouldn't be so cautious. This old man's life? If I'm going to die, I have to die up there. How degrading it is to die here. The soldiers were originally still laughing and joking, but after hearing these words, the atmosphere became a bit stagnant. Speaking as if dying up there makes sense. Such a plausible sentence came from the wind, and the footsteps of the soldiers grew farther and farther away. In the darkness, Sheen's silence and the middle-aged slave glanced at each other. It looked like there was a second wave of people making trouble tonight. And this guy, he actually has a gun. Chapter 97, The Slums. Sheen's silence's eyes were glazed over. The laws here were already strict to a perverted degree, and the probability of an ordinary resident being able to get their hands on a gun was almost negligible. People who can hide a gun should be players just like her. In this copy, Sheen's silence, in addition to her original level, the life value is not much of a bonus. And I don't know why. As soon as she exited the Colosseum, her spirit value began to rapidly decline. In less than an hour's time, her original spirit value of almost 200 had dropped to just over 100. And in a little while, I'm afraid it's going to drop to 100. There was an additional debuff on her body. Rarely confused, the more awake a person is, the more painful it is. Spirit value -1/minute. Sheen's silence never thought that, after not having to be a slave for so long, the outside world would actually have this kind of debuff. Right now she is running for her life. She can't check her status more. She can only follow the middle-aged slave, meaning to walk towards the alley. Just call me Yang-san, the middle-aged slave said. As he spoke, his footsteps weren't slow at all, and it didn't take long for the three of them to reach the boundary of the slums. And under Yang-san's guidance, they found a very hidden bunker. Is this your place? Sheen's silence was the last one to come down. Her feet just landed on the ground inside the bunker. She couldn't help but ask. It's the place of a friend of mine. But she's gone now. Yang-san seemed to not want to say more, twisting his head to go inside. The bunker was actually not big. There were only 2 rooms. In one of the rooms, there was a bunk bed, which looked similar to the one in the school dormitory. Other than that, there was only an old wardrobe, a table, an old TV set with a big back and 2 chairs. Gene Silence had reason to believe that people in the slums would not prepare more things that could not be used. Since there were 2 chairs here, it meant that 2 people should have lived here. Why did Yongsen go out to the civilized world? Why did Yongsen go out to the civilized world? Thinking that this might be a sad story, Gene Silence didn't look deeply into it, and instead began to check her own status. Ever since entering the slums, her debuff had disappeared, but the spirit value that had fallen off earlier had not yet been made up. Gene Silence felt that when she looked at things, there would be a slight blurring of heavy shadows, which should be the negative effect of having a lower spirit value. In other words, she was circled within the boundaries of the slums. In the current copy, the civilized world was a big poison circle, and all those who entered it would carry the hard to get confused debuff. No wonder the guards in the Colosseum occasionally took pills even when they weren't out. I'm sure that when one's spiritual value drops to a certain level, one's body will also feel very bad. Gene Silence even suspected that taking that little red pill for a long time would lead to a drug addiction. She discussed with Yongsan and decided not to go out tonight for now. Since the people who ran out from the mine had guns in their hands, they naturally couldn't start a head-on conflict with those people. Moreover, along the way, the soldiers they encountered were also coming in the direction of the slums. In case they bumped into them while they were out and were caught back, they would have lost all their efforts. Most importantly, Gene Silence didn't want to be discovered by other players. Although her clothes were shabby now, her body was clean, and she hadn't been lacking in food or drink lately. So she simply didn't match up with being yellow and skinny, and it was obvious at a glance that she wasn't from the slums. It would be better to let Yongsen go out and poke around, and after knowing where the group of people had landed, she would then choose an area outside the area around where those people had landed to move around. On the other side, Yuan Hung stood in front of the window with a nicotine patch attached to his arm, peering out the window along the gap in the curtains. Much like he had thought some time ago, those soldiers had captured a lot of escaped miners. There were just too many escapees, naturally, and they were killed during the chase. On top of that, there were also some who muddled through and actually escaped. These days, Yuan Hung would put the nicotine patch on his arm before going to sleep, and wait until the noise in the sky stopped before taking it off. The nicotine patch allowed him to stay awake and keep an eye on the movements outside. No. Tonight, he had watched a great deal of action. Yuan Hung guessed that the reason why the mastermind of this mining unrest took the initiative to blend into the mines was to train a group of henchmen to go to the slums with him. After all, in a place like the slums, everyone is at risk, and it's hard to survive there without a group of men. Yuan Hung himself actually wanted to find a chance to visit the slums, but that all presupposed that he had the ability to defend himself. Although fighting and shooting were his specialties, his physical fitness was nowhere near what it used to be, so he couldn't act recklessly. There were quite a few corpses strewn across the road outside, and Yuan Hang's hand covered the curtains, preparing to pull them completely tight. Just then, his gaze suddenly froze. Among the corpses on the road, there were a few people who were not wearing shoes. In a place like a mine, even if the laborers had no human rights, in order to make them work more, the mine's managers would give them shoes. And it was unlikely that the people who escaped today would not even wear shoes. After all, the vast majority of people couldn't run fast on the road with bare feet. And even if they ran fast, the soles of their feet would quickly wear out, making it impossible to run for a long time. But anyone who wanted to escape would not even think of that. Yuan Hung narrowed his eyes and realized that those few people without shoes were not wearing the uniforms of the mines either. These people were slaves. He came to the correct conclusion. Outside the window, the soldiers had captured enough people and began to clean up the bodies. For the sake of tomorrow's civilized world, they had to take advantage of the night to clean up any suspicious traces. Haruhiro closed the curtains completely, intending to find out tomorrow where the slaves had escaped. He removed the nicotine patch from his arm and burrowed under the covers, letting the drowsiness from the drug sweep over him. Within minutes, he felt a wave of drowsiness and drifted into a dark, sweet sleep. Early the next morning, the Colosseum was in a state of pandemonium. Due to the need to deal with the cops the day before, everyone in the Colosseum had taken medicine. As a result, everyone slept through the night, and no one heard any suspicious sounds. The owner of the Colosseum was furious. It's all rubbish. Where's that female slave? Damn it! The bet was already open, And now that bitch has run away. How am I supposed to explain to those spectators? The Colosseum was different from other places. The spectators here were all gamblers with violent tendencies. Offending them would inevitably lead to a big mess. If it's light enough to smash the arena. If it's heavy enough. It's a straight-up job smashing. Yesterday. Overnight. The slaves in the Colosseum ran away. A large portion of them died at the hands of the soldiers in the city. But to be honest, they died rather unjustly. If it wasn't for the fact that yesterday happened to coincide with the miners' unrest, there wouldn't have been so many soldiers in the city during the latter part of the night. These soldiers were sent out to work in the middle of the night. It was the time when they were full of complaints. And it just so happened that there was no order from above that they must be captured alive, adding to the fact that people on medication were bound to be unable to go out at night. So when this group of soldiers saw people who were acting suspiciously, they immediately opened fire. In the end, far fewer people were captured alive than were killed. But those who were captured alive weren't much better, because their next fate was either to labor in the mines until they died, or to be converted into slave registrations and put on the market for sale. Either way, I believe, it was not the life they wanted. Yuan Hung sat in the management office, listening to the steward talk about the new gossip of the day, putting on a mute look. This is not right. They shouldn't go against the official regulations. A flicker of contempt flashed through the butler's not-so-sound eyes. Useless thing. Haven't caught a single criminal in so many days. In a few days when the above blames it on you. Let's see you eat your words. Yuan Hung ignored the butler's eyes, a cool smile on his face hidden behind the newspaper. Farewell, butler. Open the door. Search. Outside the door, the police's voice rang out. Haruhiro stood up in a panic. Oh! What's going on here? Whose room is 102? The policeman's eyes were dead set on the butler's face, a packet of cigarettes in his hand. Come with us. No. That's not mine, the butler shouted, followed by a baton to the ground, and was quickly dragged away by the police. Before Haruhung took office, this housekeeper had not failed to report the tenants and had saved a lot of money. Now, all this money has become public funds. And Haruhira, who helped the government get so much money, Yuan Hung, who helped the officials get so much public funds, could stay quiet for another month or two. He had long wanted to send away the sinister and noisy butler, whose presence was a hindrance to his operations. A packet of cigarettes this time should keep him at the mine for a few years. He had already caused so many people to go to the mines anyway. It was only right that he should experience it himself. Yuan Hung picked up the phone and humbly accepted the praise from above before leaving the management office. Praise? Before leaving the management office and heading in the direction of the Colosseum, while a new steward had yet to be sent from above. He was prepared to act freely for a period of time to find out as much as he could. This first thing to check out was the Colosseum. Meanwhile, Qin Silence was probing the exit of the bunker and looking out. Yang San told her that the group of people had stationed themselves in the center of the slum, and it looked like there were 20 to 30 of them. Their bunker was a long way from the center of the slums, so they didn't have to worry about encountering those people for the time being. So Qin Silence drilled out of the bunker like a mole. Her face was now coated with a bit of charcoal dust. Her clothes were also soiled a bit, and her feet were wearing a pair of cloth shoes that didn't quite fit. Aside from those healthy little muscles on her body, she didn't look too different from the people here. Not too far out of the bunker, Qin Silence saw the slum natives with guarded faces. A woman with messy hair was cursing and spitting on the ground, as if she was saying something like "damn the world," "go to hell," or something like that. Or something like that. At first, she didn't even notice Qin Silence, who walked without a sound. However, when she turned around and saw Qin Silence, the woman immediately pulled out a pair of scissors and waved them around fiercely. "Dare to come near me and you're dead," warning Qin Silence. The woman herself instead quickened her pace and quickly distanced herself from Qin Silence. Qin Silence. What grudge, ah. However, as the time spent loitering grew longer and longer, Qin still found that the woman at the very beginning was still considered to have a good attitude. The people who live in the slums, when they see strangers appearing in the neighborhood, either rush over with big sticks and bricks, or a group of people get together and stare at Qin Silence with a very scary look in their eyes. This place didn't feel like a human society, but rather like the animal world. Once again kicked away a guy who was running after her. Qin Silence held the two not-so-fat pigeons that she had just caught not long ago, and walked into an unoccupied alleyway, sighing with relief. At that moment, a voice came from the other end of the wall she was backed against. "You're the real leader. Why don't you go back?" On the other side of the wall, Gene Silence heard a woman's voice. "They've been drugged. We failed. Accept the reality, child." This time, it was an old man's voice. "Dad, there are always strong-willed people in this world. As long as you go back, they will definitely follow you again. Just like now. Even if we hide in the slums, there are still many people who secretly help us. That's different, child. That help won't cost them their lives. But once I leave the slums, all those who get close to me will be removed." The old man's voice was very feeble, as if he had resigned himself to his fate. "You didn't used to be like this, father." The young woman seemed a little disappointed. "I can't drag others to their deaths anymore." When Gene Silence heard this, his afterglow sensed someone heading towards the alleyway place. So he hurriedly left the wall, carrying the pigeon as if nothing had happened in the opposite direction, and brushed past that person. When the two of them brushed past, the man also gave a somewhat probing glance in Gene Sill's direction. However, after realizing that Gene Sill did not have a decent weapon in her hand and that she was a woman, the man's gaze was withdrawn. Gene Sill had encountered several men who wanted to rob her this time out, but this one seemed to not care about her at all. It seemed like the purpose of this man's presence here was most likely to protect the old man from before. Judging from the content of the dialogue just now, Gene Silence felt that it was very likely that she had triggered a special plot. That old man, most likely, was the key to a perfect clearance. Imagine, what better way to change this anti-utopian world than to change a reliable person in power? It's just that for this kind of coup, it's obviously impossible to rely on just one person. Many other preparations were surely needed before taking action. What's more, listening to that old man's words earlier, I'm afraid that convincing him to come out will not be an easy task. Gene Silence rolled her eyes and decided to blend into that courtyard first. If he wanted to enter that courtyard, he was afraid that he would first have to become a member of the organization protecting that old man. Chapter 98, War Chess. Gene Silence was hiding two pigeons in her arms, moving quickly in the direction of the bunker. A pair of dark eyes, but from time to turn around once or twice, obviously in the heart of the thought of what idea. But to be honest, in the slums, it really wasn't easy to get on this line. Although Gene Silence had some skills in deceiving people, this time the situation was different. This group of people definitely had the intention of overthrowing the current regime. It's not easy to join them. According to the old saying, the identity of this group of people now, in the eyes of the government, is the rebel party. Generally speaking, this kind of organization has done a good job of keeping their identity secret. So at least there are very few defectors in the organization. Gene Silence guessed that, to join these people, they might have to submit a letter of surrender, just like the heroes of Liang Shanpa. As for what this certificate of allegiance was, Gene Silence of course did not know. She opened the door of the bunker, first threw two pigeons down, and only then hand and foot down the ladder to the interior of the bunker. Yang Sen had found some wild vegetables and tortillas from somewhere, while the little slave was clumsily attempting to cook with a worn-out skillet. Gene Silence revealed his discovery to Yang San. Surprisingly, Yang San did not seem surprised. "You're talking about old Yen, right?" Yang San gave Gene Sil a tortilla. "I'd advise you not to strike up a conversation with those people. You know that old man?" Gene Silence nibbled on a bite of the tortilla, and asked with slight surprise, "You think he's dangerous?" Yang San first shook his head. "I can't say I know him. But it's impossible for someone like me, who has lived outside, to not know the previous leader." When he said this, Yang San's tone was filled with nostalgia for the past. At that time, everyone's days were really good. Gene Silence listened patiently from the side. According to Yang San, Yin Lao was a very good leader when he was in office. When he was in office, this was still a rich place. To be honest, even now, this place was still rich, only that the wealth was concentrated in the hands of a few warlords. In Yang San's narration, Elder Yin was a rather unselfish person and lived a very simple life. A person who focused on the spiritual world. If that's the case, why don't you like me to have some liaison with Yin Lao? Do you think that those people would be relieved to leave Elder Yin alone in a place they cannot see? Yang San's face was obscure. Gene Silence understood his meaning. Those warlords had arranged eyes around Yin Lao. Perhaps amongst those who are protecting Yin Lao. Maybe some of those people who were under the banner of protecting Yin Lao were the eyes of the warlords. It's not hard to understand. Even though Yin Lao seems to be a lost cause now, it's easy to imagine how popular he used to be. Unless everyone here was a self-mutilator, no one would fail to adore a leader like Yin Lao. To think that such a person could possibly start an uprising with a single call of his arm. I'm afraid those warlords wouldn't be able to sleep soundly at night. The fact that Yin has survived until now is not because the warlords know how to stop at the right moment, but because he himself is a leader. It's because he has his own cards, which allow him to stay alive when he's not competing for power. But for the warlords who control this place, how can they allow others to snore while they sleep? It was necessary to have Yin Lao's every move under their scrutiny for this group to feel at ease. Do you know what's going on with the noise in the sky every night? Yang San suddenly said at this time. Listening to your tone, the noise must be related to the warlords. Qin Silence recalled those noises. Then this sound sounds like a group of people mingling in a hail of gunfire. That being called a war game. Yang San lowered his eyes, staring at the ground illuminated by the dim light. His expression obscure. Those warlords, using the real soldiers as pawns, letting them fight according to their own strategy when playing chess. For camps fighting each other. And in the end, only one camp is left with people still alive. And only then will this chess game end. The resources exploited from the civilians that day will be distributed according to the rankings of the war games. Even though Qin Silence knew that this copy must be extremely shady. After hearing Yang San's explanation, he still couldn't let it go. This was completely unnecessary killing. They won't hide this from the people in the slums, because people whose economic power has degenerated to this point barely have any chance of leaving the slums. Yang San sneered. They're waiting for the poor to destroy themselves. If in a normal world, there were people who were poor because they were to blame, then the people here who were poor were all thanks to the current people in power. In fact, even if there were no players entering this copy, the social form in this copy world wouldn't last long. Because humans themselves were a species that was good at rebelling. Any regime that made them live uncomfortably would eventually be eliminated. It was only a matter of time. I don't think that Little Red Pill should be able to control those soldiers. Qin Silence didn't believe that a strong-willed group like soldiers would be controlled by sleeping pills and hallucinogens. What's more, that Little Red Pill would make people calm and not aggressive, which would obviously reduce the strength of the army. As long as those few warlords didn't have their heads pushed through the door, they wouldn't come up with such a detrimental trick. It was just this question that Yang San could not answer. I'm also not sure why they would follow the orders of those warlords. Yang San frowned. It would have been no fault if the soldiers had died on the battlefield. However, the war games in the Sky Fortress were their own people killing each other. I believe that apart from those few warlords, no one would agree with this practice in their hearts. Even so, there was no mutiny in the army. So there must be something strange. Qin Silence's questions went unanswered. Yet there were a few people talking about similar topics in the air fortress above the sky. In my opinion, we need to change our strategy of allocating resources. A man with a short goatee sat on a huge mahogany chair and said with a flourish. At his feet knelt a beautiful woman, holding a fruit plate in her hand, not daring to move a muscle. This man was one of the warlords in power and loved to use people as furniture. To him, beautiful people were like ornaments to be displayed at his home for him to admire at any time. In the face of these perverted quirks of his, the other three turned a blind eye as if it was normal. Oldest too. Your troops are the weakest. Now that you've brought up changing your strategy, it's not because you can't afford to lose, is it? These genocidal fellows. They actually called each other brothers. If I say I have no selfishness at all, I'm afraid you won't believe me either. The man with the goatee turned his words around. However, I'm proposing this for everyone's good. Don't sell yourself short. Say what you have to say. The oldest man among the four opened his mouth. Soldiers with families are getting fewer and fewer. The drug-controlled soldiers, although they are also obedient, they won't willingly sell their lives for us. If we keep on killing like this, those who can sell their lives will all die. The man with the goatee certainly had his own selfishness. The troops in his hands were indeed a bit weaker than the other threes. However, compared to those three idiots, he would never take the elites in a race. In fact, no matter how the resources were distributed, what was divided into his hands would not be too small. It was only that the other few were insatiable, taking the lives of the elite soldiers in their hands in exchange for resources. Goatee had been building up his strength in these recent years, in order to become a true dictator one day in the future, instead of having to share the world equally with the 3 idiots. Now, the strength of the troops in his hands had already steadily pressed the other 3. Only that it was well hidden, and these 3 idiots didn't know it. Unwilling to consume any more soldiers in his troop, the man with the goatee obediently put forward the request to change the rules of resource distribution. Right now, the soldiers' private grievances were getting heavier and heavier. By him making this request, not only could he stabilize the army's heart, but he could also earn a wave of goodwill amongst the soldiers. This kind of goodwill might seem useless, however, in a situation where the 4 people were not very different in every other aspect. This meager goodwill might be able to determine success or failure. In fact, the 4 people all understood one thing in their hearts, and that was that the old thing surnamed Yin had already retreated to the slums for 20 years. And I'm afraid that he would not be able to become anything. However, when this big pie was divided into 4 pieces, it was not as comfortable as one person eating it all by himself. Once upon a time, they took Yin Lao into consideration, fearing that he would make a comeback. Now, it's time to slowly break up the alliance. Among the 4, the oldest 3 and the oldest 4 glanced at each other cryptically. The 2 had already formed an alliance. In your opinion, how should this resource be distributed? Oldest 2 gently stroked his small lock of goatee. Well, I think that instead of letting the soldiers fight to the death, it would be better to let those who have little use for the game come and participate in the game. Slaves or slumlords will do. These people haven't seen much of the world anyway, and a small bounty will make them pounce on their own accord. His devious eyes rolled. But we'll be on our own as to who we can find. The remaining 3 looked at me, and I looked at you, all feeling that this method was feasible. After all, no one cared about the death or life of slaves, and the people in the slums couldn't get out of the slums in their entire lives. Using them as a tool to compete for resources was indeed a good choice. Watching the others nod their heads in agreement, a dark light flashed in the eyes of the oldest 2. Early the next morning, Jean Silence was pushed awake by the little slave. She slept on the second layer of the bed, and the little slave and Yang San slept below. And she didn't know what had happened to make the little slave climb to the top and purposely wake her up. What is it? Jean Silence inquired sleepily as she embraced the thin quilt. A cop came to the slums and put up posters to recruit people to participate in the ring. And the person who survives to the end gets a bottle of medicine and a month's worth of food. The young slave didn't know the difference between a soldier and a policeman, and thought that anyone with a gun was a cop. I'll go out and take a look later. Jean Silence frowned, having a not-so-good feeling. Chapter 99 Omen. It's the ones with guns dying clean, looking for us to die again. Jean Silence went out this time, but did not run into any unfriendly people. Instead, as soon as he arrived at the place, he heard the people in the slums discussing a lot. Of course, the reason for this was because everyone's mind was on the posters. No matter how good and generous the rewards were portrayed on the posters, it was impossible for the slum dwellers not to understand that they were going to trade their lives for something. Compared to the slaves, the slum dwellers were lucky in that they barely had a choice. Although most of the people here were on the verge of starvation every day, not everyone had to sell their lives. Slaves are different. They are classified as objects, things that can be disposed of at will, just as Jean Silence fought the tiger in the Colosseum. Slaves had no choice. They had to do whatever their masters told them to do. One could only imagine how miserable the fate of slaves would be after the new regulations appeared. Jean Silence knew that the regulations published in the civilized world would be much more subtle. And most of the people living under the effect of drugs would not care too much about the slaves' deaths, unless they themselves fell into slavery one day. Throughout the history of mankind, the reason why the rabble has been ruled by the few is that they are short-sighted, and as long as the fire doesn't reach them for a while, they don't care about themselves. What drives people to overthrow regimes over and over again is often just a layer of glamour on the outside of the kings and lords of the world would rather have the seeds. But in essence, it is still for the sake of profit. Otherwise, the once beloved Yin Lao would not have been forced to hide in the slums. After all, there were only a handful of people who wanted to fight back. One life for 30 days of food. How dare they think of that? Damn. The pension must be more than that when those guys with guns die. Come on. They all sold their lives. What's the difference between high and low? The most should be scolded is those warlords. Jean Silence stood in the crowd and finished reading the content of the poster. So he put his hands in his pockets and slipped back to the bunker. The content of the poster was straightforward. Since the people in the slums knew the truth, those who were responsible for writing the paperwork for the warlords didn't hide anything, but laid it all out in front of the eyes of the slum dwellers. Those warlords needed 80 paupers, or slaves every day, divided into 4 groups of 20 people each, to kill each other as a team. The brutality would not be declared over until there was only one camp left on the field. In other words, even on the luckiest of occasions, 20 people on the field would survive. But this ideal state of affairs was almost non-existent in reality. Wiping out the other 3 camps without spending a single soldier was something that even specially trained people might not be able to accomplish. Not to mention the paupers and slaves with varying strengths. After the end of such a game of killing each other, all that was needed was a few sacks of grain. But what those warlords got was the output of a country for a day. It was sad and ironic to compare the two. Will you go to the game? While plucking the feathers of one of the pigeons left over from yesterday, the little slave raised his head and looked at Qin Silence with those black and white eyes. Do you want me to go? Qin Silence asked rhetorically. The little slave shook his head. Yang San told me that if I go, I might die. But instead, I'll have to kill a lot of people just like me. He had been a slave since he was a child, and no one had taught him how to address his elders. So when he addressed Qin Silence and Yang San, he called them by their first names. What if there's no food? What to do? Qin Silence teased him with a smile. Ugh! The little slave sighed. Then there's nothing to do but starve for a meal. People won't die if they starve for a meal. But if they are beaten to death by someone else, they will never come back to life. He said this in a sparse tone. In the Colosseum, he had already seen too many dead people, to the point where he was able to be completely indifferent as long as the deaths weren't of people close to him. At that moment the door to the bunker was opened, and Yang San came down carrying a bag of things. You're hurt! The little slave immediately ran over. Yang San's body had blood stains and a bloody smell. It's someone else's. Yang San carefully avoided the blood on his body, and put the bag with rice on the table. Only after the things were placed, Yang San wiped the blood from his face and said, On my way back, I passed by the border. He was talking about the border between the slums and the civilized world. The border? It was conceivable that the people who lived at this blurry border were also poor people, except that they could barely afford to take medicine. If one day they can't afford the medicine, they will naturally hide in the slums. So ever since Yan Lao stepped down, the slums have been expanding year by year, like a frog in warm water, eating away at the civilized world bit by bit. What happened? Qin Silence looked at Yang San covered in blood and moved his eyebrows curiously. Yang San's eyes were laced with some kind of ineffable excitement. I don't know who spread the news in the city, causing a portion of the people to know the truth, have a mental breakdown, and run near the slums to commit suicide. Unlike those of them who had lived in the abyss for so long, those outside of the slums at least thought they were different from the slaves. They were vaguely complacent about their superior class, despising the slaves and the poor of the slums, not realizing that they were no more than decent slaves. The sudden knowledge of the true nature of the world was bound to be too much for many to take in. Although most of the property in this world was owned by warlords, there was still the middle class in the end. They were at least well clothed and well off. Such people would often think that they were living in the best country in the world, living the best life. Then suddenly, one day, a man comes out and tells them, You are nothing but pigs kept in captivity by the warlords. All of these people suffered a sudden huge blow to their psyche, and it was inevitable that some of them would have a mental breakdown. On Yang San's way back after finding food today, a man fell from the sky and turned into a puddle of flesh in front of him. Blood soaked through his clothes. Just a little bit closer, he would have been hit by the corpse and gone to Hades with that person. That person. Perhaps he was dying and wanted to pull a cushion before he smashed in front of Yang San. Yang San could live only because the other person didn't aim. But the man was dead, so he had nothing to complain about. What's more, dying in a place like the slums, one might not even have clothes left in the end. Before Yang San could go far, there were already people running to search for things next to the corpse. To be born in a place like this, it really was true that in the end, not even the crumbs of bones would be left. Of course, it wasn't the corpses that made Yang San excited, but the news he had inquired about on his way back. Recently, it shouldn't be too peaceful out there, but the army didn't send anyone to suppress it. I always feel that there's something fishy about this. Right now, there were constantly people who knew the truth. And I'm afraid that it wouldn't be long before a civil disobedience organization would be born. In the middle of this, there were bound to be players fueling it. Gene Silence guessed that tonight was not destined to be too peaceful. So that night, while the night was thick, Gene Silence silently made his way to the border between the slums and the city, hiding by the window of a small abandoned building, ready to wait for a rabbit. The temperature of the night caused goosebumps to stir up on Gene Silence's arms, and she hugged a half-arm-length dagger she had made out of an iron fence as she leaned against the wall and looked out along the window. It took a long time before a few sneaky figures appeared in her field of vision. Under the moonlight, Gene Silence could vaguely make out the faces of these people. She couldn't be sure of the identities of all of these people, as none of their faces were anything Gene Sil had ever seen in other copies. Therefore, Gene Sil did not know if there were any players among these people. "Do you think we'll really see that old man surnamed Yen?" one of the tall, thin men said in a lowered voice, as if he was a thief. The windowpanes of the small abandoned building had long since shattered to almost nothing, and the tall thin man's voice followed the wind and reached Gene Silence's ears. "Anyway, whether we see it or not, we have to go back before dawn, in case the police find out. We'll all be arrested for digging." The one who spoke this time was a small old man. "The main reason is that we can't involve little brother Yuan. He risked his life to hide it for us on the warlord's side. If it's exposed, we'll go to jail, and he'll probably die." Another 40-something, smart and capable woman said, "Hurry up and go. I don't know if Yin Lao's people are good at talking." A few people were holding weapons in their hands. Quite a bit of a cup and a snake. Every step could be described as cautious. Gene Silence waited for them to walk a little farther away before she descended the stairs, and followed not far behind. This group of people knew where Yin Lao lived, and without circling around much, they arrived at the courtyard that Gene Silence had seen before. What people? Before they could even get close, someone in the courtyard ran out very alertly. Only what he spotted were the three people walking in front of him. And Gene Sil, who was following behind, walked without a sound, and was so well hidden that he wasn't spotted. "We are people from outside. We want to see old Yin," not knowing exactly what the middle-aged woman among the three said. A few minutes later, a young woman walked out from the courtyard and led the three into the courtyard. Gene Silence watched the attitude of the men guarding the courtyard towards the young woman and guessed that she might be Yin Lao's daughter, because there were several men walking back and forth in the courtyard, and Gene Sil had no grudges against them. It was impossible to assassinate a few of them and then sneak into eavesdrop, so she could only wait quietly outside. After the three men went in, they didn't come out for a long time. Just when Gene Silence couldn't help but get a little lost in thought, a rustling sound came from under the wall. She tiptoed around to the other direction, and saw a man burrowing out from under a wall full of vine plants. It turned out that there was also a hidden dog hole that allowed access to the yard. The man hunched over and looked around. Gene Silence hurriedly hid his figure, and didn't dare move a muscle. After a while, after making sure that no one had spotted him, the man headed straight for the slum border. Gene Silence followed behind her, intending to see what he was selling. When the man reached the border, he very skillfully pulled out 2 bricks from the wall of the abandoned building and stuffed a note into them, after which he reset the bricks, reversed the direction, and walked back. After he left, Gene Silence walked to the place where he hid the note and took it out, worried that this person would have an accomplice come over to meet him. Gene Silence hurried back to the bunker after getting the note. Chapter 100 approaching. Under the dim light of the bunker, Gene Silence unfolded the note. The contents of the note were very directional, clearly informing the warlord of Yin Lao's recent movements. The note recorded the conversation between Yin Lao and the 3 men. The purpose of the 3 men was actually not complicated, but to tell Yin Lao that they already had a small organization outside, and that they hoped that Yin Lao could come back and take charge of the situation. After all, as a former leader, Yin Lao's appeal was naturally much stronger than that of their unknown counterparts. With Yin Lao at the helm, he would have a better chance of overthrowing the warlords. The note also mentioned a few names. Looks like 3 men and 1 woman. One of the names was very familiar to Gene Silence. It was Yuan Hung, although the words written on the note were homophones. For Gene Silence, the first thing that came to her mind was Yuan Hung. It seemed that the person who intended to inform had overheard the conversation, and even knew the names of the main members of the organization. Gene Silence looked at Yuan Hang's name on the top and revealed a hint of a smile. Speaking of which, the time she met Yuan Hung in this copy seemed to be later than ever. But that person who tipped off. Qin Silence yawned, feeling that she had found a way to get close to Yin Lao. She turned off the lamp, climbed onto the top bunk, and got into the quilt to catch up on her sleep. To be an undercover agent, of course, it was necessary for others not to know one's identity. Yin Lao might not have any power outside, but inside the slums, there were still many people who supported him. As she lay under the covers, she thought back to the men who had been with the guards, and realized that Yin was definitely not as gentle and harmless as he appeared to be. At least those few guards are all big and strong. Walking posture looks like a practitioner. Definitely not ordinary people. Qin Silence had reason to believe that those who worked undercover in Yin Lao's organization would never want to expose their identities. A place like the slums is, to put it bluntly, a place outside the law. Even if the outside world was no more outrageous, there were still laws in the end. At least ordinary people were not allowed to kill each other. But many people died in the slums every day in accidents. And once a person working as an undercover agent was exposed, the people under Yin Lao's hand were already considered lucky if they could give him a full body, since the warlords were not willing to blatantly deal with Yin Lao in the slums. It meant that Yin Lao must have something to rely on. Anyway, Qin Silence didn't believe that those warlords knew what it meant to stop at the right moment. As sleepiness gradually set in, Qin Sil's mind became more and more confused, and she eventually fell into dreamland. In her dream, she went back to the time before she died. Icy cold seawater poured into her nose and mouth, and Qin Sil's body gradually sank downwards. The sunlight shone on the surface of the sea, turning the sea into a huge aquamarine. Qin Silence slowly sank, and the feeling of seawater choking into his airways became fainter and fainter due to suffocation. Is he going to die? In her sleep, Qin Silence couldn't tell reality from fantasy at all. Suddenly, a hand dragged her waist and brought her to the surface. It was a man with sharp features. His clothes clung to his body, outlining a mermaid-like perfect silhouette. Qin Silence felt as if she had seen this man before, but couldn't recall his name for the life of her. I won't let you die. Qin Silence. The man sank to the bottom of the sea after saying these words. Qin Silence took a sharp breath and woke up. The moment she awoke, she remembered the man in her dream. It was Yuan Hung. Qin Silence felt something pressing on her neck, raised her hand and touched it, realizing that it was the quilt wrapped too tightly, which was why she had nightmares when she slept. The scene in her dream made her heart skip a beat, so much so that when the little slave climbed up to prepare food, Qin Silence fell asleep in a daze. By the time she woke up, the sun outside had almost risen right above her head. She took out yesterday's note from her system backpack and glanced at the handwriting on it. The person who delivered the message yesterday, 80% did not have any other accomplices. Even if there was an accomplice, the situation was urgent at the time, and it was unlikely that both of them would have appeared outside Elder Yan's door at the same time to eavesdrop. So this note was most likely written by himself. And judging from the handwriting, there were quite a few personal traits in this person's writing. In other words, this note might be able to be used as evidence to point out the undercover agent. I'll go look for food. Qin Silence instructed the little slave and left the bunker. Along the way, she avoided other people as much as possible and arrived at Yin Lao's residence. Yin Lao's residence didn't seem to be quite the same during the day and at night. During the day, there weren't many people guarding the place, with only a few men moving around the area near the courtyard. Qin Silence had come across two of them on her way here. She raised her hand and knocked on the courtyard door. And after a while, a young woman's voice came from inside. Who is it? I found something important and want to meet old Yen. The sound of several people's footsteps rang out in the courtyard. But when the gate eventually opened, Qin Silence saw only one person, Yen Ke, Yin Lao's daughter. This name was only known to Qin Silence after he entered the courtyard and made some small talk regarding the fact that Qin Silence did not know her name. While Yen Ke was surprised in her heart, she was also a little suspicious that she was playing dumb. However, she still told Qin Silence her name. My name is Qin Silence. What I am about to say is not quite convenient to say outside, Qin Silence said with a serious face. While Yen Ke was hesitating, an old voice came from the house. Ku, let her come in and talk. With that, Qin Silence entered Yin Lao's room as she wished and was able to speak with him face to face. Yin Lao looked like a kindly old man, and when he spoke, his movements and expressions were very natural. with nothing of a superior stance. He shot a glance at Qin Silence and asked kindly, "What is it that you're looking for me for? You can speak now, little girl." Qin Silence pondered slightly, her eyes unconsciously glancing towards the doorway and the window's position. "Don't worry. I have all my own people here. What I can listen to, they can listen to." Yin Lao smilingly waved his hand, gesturing for Qin Silence not to be nervous. "They are all good children, laboring every day, protecting me as an old man." In fact, Qin Silence was deliberately selling the story. Just now, he looked round and didn't find the man from yesterday. "I can tell that you have great trust in your men." Qin Silence's words changed. "If I were you, I would be a little more defensive." Yan Ke, who was standing in the doorway, frowned. "Qin Silence, you didn't come here to sow discord, did you?" Under her surprised gaze, Qin Silence slowly nodded. "If making you lose your trust in a certain brother is considered stirring up trouble, then I am indeed going to do that today." Speaking of this, Qin Silence turned her head and said to Yin Lao, "In your organization, there are undercover agents of others. Little girl, you can't just say such things if you don't have any evidence. I advise you to hurry up and leave this place. For the first time you make a mistake, I can ignore it." Elder Yen had already slashed his face at this point, but Qin Silence wasn't intimidated. Not so much that she was scared at the sight of someone else's stern face. She stood across from Yin Lao in a good mood and asked, "Elder Yen, what did you do last night? You shouldn't have revealed it to outsiders." "Right?" Yenka had already ed his weapon by this time, asking in an unkind tone, "Who exactly are you?" Yin Lao raised his hand, signaling his daughter to be at ease. "If you mean what happened after midnight yesterday, I indeed did not disclose it to outsiders." "Then, did you make an agreement with a woman named Han Rua to meet 3 days later?" Qin Silence's eyes were fixed on Yin Lao, not sparing him any expression. As Qin Silence uttered these words, Yin Lao's brows tightened while his daughter, Yan Ke, looked stormy. They realized that there might actually be a spy in the organization. Qin Silence sighed in a feigned manner. It's a coincidence to say the least. Yesterday, I heard that quite a few decent people had died over the border, so I thought I'd go over there to take a look and maybe pick up some good stuff. As a result, not long after I got there, I saw a man sneakily picking apart 2 wall bricks of an abandoned small building and stuffing something inside. Qin Silence took out the note from her pocket. "This is the thing." She spreads the note out and reads, "Old man Yin lays with the rebel party outside today, and seems to have a mind for rebellion." Before she could finish reading, the note was snatched by Yan Ke. Yan Ke quickly finished reading the note, then handed it over to Old Man Yin. "Can you see whose handwriting it is?" Yin Lao asked. "It's Tong Xiuhe." Yan Ke gritted his teeth and said, "Losing my trust in him so much, I didn't expect." At this time, Qin Silence suddenly said, "Both of you, I've delivered the news. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." She quickly stepped out of the room with 1 foot, looking like she was in a hurry to leave. "Stop her!" Yin Ke shouted to the outside. Several burly men suddenly appeared in the courtyard, blocking Qin Sil's path. Qin Silence lowered her head, hiding the smile of triumph at the corner of her mouth. But when she turned back her head, she looked aggrieved. "You guys can't be envious of me. I'm giving you something. How can I still give you something to be envious of? You can't leave. Now that you know so many things, it is impossible for me to let you go." Yin Ke was also a little overjoyed in his heart. So he added, "You stay here. You don't have to do anything. We will provide you with shelter and food." Qin Silence shook his head. "That won't do. I still have companions. If I don't go back, they will worry." "Big deal. I'll have my brethren send them messages." Yin Ke asked with less trust. "They don't know what's on the note, do they?" "Of course they don't know." Qin Silence muttered in a low voice. "If I knew that you people were so unreasonable, I should have shown them the note as well." When she spoke like this, Yin Ke instead lowered his heart. She waved her hand, and several men forced Qin Silence back into the room with their actions. "Elder Yin, you guys aren't planning to lock me up here for the rest of my life, are you? I'm not involved in your affairs at all." Qin Silence turned to Elder Yin for help with a look that regarded a life-saving straw. Yin Lao sighed. "I'm sorry, little friend. I'll entrust you to stay here for a few days. When my side of things is over, you can go home. Let's go." I'll take you to see where to live. Yenku somewhat nervously clutched Qin Silence's wrist. Qin Silence got the better of him. Why do I feel as if I'm on your thieving ship? On the other side, Yuan Heng sat behind the management office's desk, discussing with a few people across from him about what would happen 3 days later. On that day, make sure that all the occupants of the building have taken their medication. I will personally make a trip to meet with Yin Lao. Chapter 101, each with their own thoughts. 3 days later, Qin Silence was lying in the room arranged by Yin Ke, with her legs crossed, looking as if she was in a relaxed state of mind. In reality, her eyes had to glance at the clock on the wall from time to time, since Tong Xiuhe had sent out the note earlier, and Qin Sil had read the contents. She naturally knew the time of the meeting. Therefore, she didn't sleep until late at night today, only leaving a small, dimly lit lamp to wait quietly. In fact, Yenka's guard against her was not heavy, but just fearing the worst, fearing the unexpected. So she had to stay here. During the day she stayed here, she was not treated badly, but was given food and drink. And apart from not being allowed to leave the courtyard, there were no other restrictions. But that Tong Xiaohua has remained in the courtyard so far, and has not been exposed. It looks like Yin Lao is planning to take advantage of the situation, since coming to this copy. Except for the first day, when he had to fight for his life. Qin Silence had good luck all the other times. At least she was able to eat and drink without worrying, and no one was looking for trouble. However, according to the current trend, if you want to pass the level by eating and waiting for death for a year, it should be impossible. Yin Lao is clearly the intention to go out again. The people have also had a spontaneous organization. Originally, this kind of regime that relies on power and oppression cannot last long. And now there are people who push the wave. I'm afraid that this year, the whole year, will not be calm. Qin Silence did not think that Yuan Heng would be involved in this kind of thing. She had already made up her mind that the 2 homophones on the note referred to Yuan Heng. Just then, the wall clock in the room clicked. It was time for the meeting. Qin Silence listened sideways and only heard a footstep. It was reasonably difficult for a person to recognize the visitor by the sound of footsteps. But at a certain moment, Qin Silence felt as if she was out of control and pushed the window open at once. Not far outside the window, Yuan Heng was walking towards Yin Lao's room along with a few guards from the courtyard. And when he heard the sound, he couldn't help but look over in Qin Silence's direction. Qin Silence looked at Yuan Heng with a face of surprise, only to find him looking at himself in shock, not reacting for a long time. It wasn't until one of the guards called his name twice that Yuan Heng woke up like a dream. He smiled at Qin Silence and winked before following the few brawny men towards Yin Lao's room. Qin Silence didn't know how much wind and waves had turned up inside of Yuan Heng after seeing her. This was his first time entering a copy. But he didn't expect that among the players he was competing with, there would actually be Qin Silence. However, he didn't realize that amongst the players he was competing with, there was actually Qin Sil. Looking at her expression of surprise just now, Yuan Heng concluded that Qin Sil must not know that his identity had been transformed from an NPC to a player. If she knew, I'm afraid that when she saw him, she would be just as shocked, conflicted as he was, regardless of which game guide. When a player makes his first copy, he will be notified of the system's hard and fast rules, one of which is that there can only be one winner per copy, before transforming into a player. Yuan Heng actually knew about this rule, and it was naturally impossible for Qin Silence to be unaware of it as well. In his heart, Yuan Heng made up his mind that he must not let Qin Silence know that he had become a player. Only then would Qin Sil be able to pass the level with all her heart. Otherwise, she would definitely hesitate and might even give up on clearing the level. It wasn't like Qin Silence hadn't done something similar before in the Resident Evil copy. Although she was participating in this game in order to survive, she herself was not considered greedy and afraid of death. However, Yuan Heng did not want her to do so, because regardless of whether Qin Silence passed or failed this time, the impact on the hundreds or thousands of copies behind him would be minimal. Yuan Heng wanted to be reborn, which was already exceptionally difficult and more brutal than 9 deaths. He didn't want Qin Silence to waste 5 years of his life for nothing just to add some stakes to such a slim hope. In the survival expert system, every failure meant that the subsequent copies could be a constant vicious cycle. Yuan Heng had already become a player and knew the system rules, as well as what kind of rewards would come with different ways of clearing the level. He had counted the number of times Qin Silence had cleared the level, and also knew the way she had cleared the level each time. Generally speaking, ordinary passes were of low difficulty, and the way they were passed was also very sparse. Because of this, Yuan Hung naturally had some judgment as to which copies were special passes and which were perfect passes. What's more, when the two of them were getting along, Jean still occasionally brought up these things. So after calculating, Yuan Hung realized that this was the last level before she was reborn. In other words, Jean Silence's return to the real world was just one step short of the final hurdle. Although Yuan Hung had always been strong, he was completely unsure if he could return to the real world alive this time. Because of this, he was even more determined to never let Jean Silence sacrifice himself for his sake. And so when Yin Lao met Yuan Hung for the first time, he noticed that the young man across from him was not in his right mind. And surprisingly, he did not seem to have come over to see him on purpose. After a few minutes, Yuan Hung had made up his mind, and only then did the conversation between the two gradually turn to the main topic. During the 20 days or so that Jean Silence had pondered over escaping from the Colosseum, Yuan Hung had not been idle either, since he was able to make use of the nicotine patch to affect the effects of the medicine and thus stay awake at night. He was of course able to make use of the same method to keep a portion of the trustworthy people awake as well. After a period of time, he did manage to gather a portion of people, most of whom were residents of that residential building. One of them, even, was a new housekeeper sent from above. Through this new housekeeper, they got in touch with people from other residential buildings. In fact, Haruhiro was basically not afraid of anyone defecting, because the vast majority of the people here were afraid that they had had enough of the warlord's rule, and that they themselves had tried to use nicotine patches to stay awake, which itself violated the laws enacted by those warlords. Mutiny under these circumstances is basically damaging, not to mention the official status of the original balance. Easier than them to get close to the upper echelons of the officials. Do not come to the end of the time whistleblowing failed, but instead by the original balance retaliation. These people just need to use their brains to think about it. They know what to do and what not to do. Moreover, when the original balance of the selection of people has been a multifaceted consideration of the comprehensive quality of these people, the kind of will not firm. The first time he was passed away. Therefore, the original balance selected people. Almost everyone is very credible. Of course, only a few people cannot become a climate. However, in this world, there is something that spreads faster than a virus. But in the process of spreading, it will continue to mutate and intensify. That is rumor. However, the news spread by Yuan Hung. It was not appropriate to call it a rumor. What he said was the truth. The warlords who now control this country are originally the harsh ghosts that suck people's blood and eat their flesh. And anyone born here, which one of them wasn't stripped of their skin and made full use of it. And those little red pills were really something akin to sleeping pills and placebos. It has very similar ingredients to the medication used to treat depression. This means that almost everyone living in this country is depressed if they don't take medication. They only suffer from intense work and unreasonable pay calmly when they are under the effect of medication. What's even more tragic is that most of that pay goes to buy drugs, putting people's hard-earned money back in the hands of those in power. This kind of life, not to mention experiencing it personally, even just hearing about it makes people feel like dropping their sand. How desperate and how righteously indignant those who learnt the truth felt in their hearts could be imagined. But this is not the most terrible truth. The most frightening truth is the noise that comes from the sky. To verify that there is no noise in the middle of the night is actually very simple. The residents don't even need to risk using nicotine patches. They just need to put a recording device in the room. Whether or not there is a sudden noise in the room in the middle of the night will be revealed once the recording is played back the next day. Once the seeds of doubt have been planted in a person's mind. Even if they didn't see it for themselves, they can't help but believe in what others say that explains the truth of these suspicions. The only unfortunate thing is that the process of realizing the real world is a painful one. And not everyone can afford it. People gradually verify the truth of rumors. After people gradually verified the truth of the rumors, the inner world of some people also collapsed. They chose to leave this horrible world. But those who are still alive will continue to face the pain. The original balance of manpower had recently begun to develop a downline. And more people chose to rebel against this unreasonable world. I admire you for what you have done. After listening to Yuan Heng's narration, Elder Yin said with a slight sigh of admiration, it really is the world of the young people now. A bad old man like me can no longer keep up with the times. Yuan Hung hurriedly said. Elder Yin, you are highly respected, so don't be presumptuous. Everyone hopes that you will go and preside over the situation and set things right. This matter must be considered in the long run. Yin Lao's face solemnized. As you know, those few people are holding the entire nation's army in their hands. Our action must be a 1-2 punch, or else they will go crazy and counterattack. Yin Lao personally still preferred to tilt in the dark, gradually eating away at his opponent's forces, waiting until the time was ripe, then tearing the mask and giving the enemy a fatal blow. After all, now the enemy and our strength disparity. Yin Lao's manpower in the slums is still powerful, but to get outside and the army to do the right thing can be very insufficient. Yuan Hung came this time. Of course, not to let Yin Lao immediately lead everyone to fight against the enemy. He had come this time, firstly, to see what kind of person Yin Lao was, and secondly, to gain Yin Lao's support, so that the desperate people could see a greater hope and thus join in. Since today's purpose had been achieved, while it was still dark, Yuan Hung must also hurry back. After walking out of the courtyard, Yuan Hung heard the sound of birds flapping their wings. He looked up into the sky, and a well-built eagle swooped towards him. Yuan Hung did not dodge, as the eagle mischievously brushed past him, and once again flew high into the sky. In fact, Qin Silence had summoned the male eagle early on, and had it wait outside the courtyard, wanting to see where Yuan Hung lived. Knowing Qin Silence's intention, Yuan Hung quickened his pace, and returned to the residential building. The eagle circled around the top of the residential building, and flew in the direction where Qin Silence was. It had already memorized where Yuan Hung lived, and could contact Yuan Hung at any time in the future instead of Qin Silence. On the other hand, Qin Silence felt that there was something wrong with Yuan Hung after sharing her vision with the eagle. She didn't immediately guess that Yuan Hung had become a player, but Yuan Hung in this copy seemed to be thinner than before. Chapter 102 Warlord Infighting. Could it be his occupational characteristics in this copy? Qin Silence frowned and pondered for half a day. The occupation of a relatively thin and weak body looks like it should be some kind of clerical job. Now that Yin Lao had just met with Yuan Hung, the guards in the courtyard were still in high spirits. So Qin Silence didn't take the risk of letting the eagle enter the courtyard, but instead asked it to find a big tree and hide first. Qin Silence had not yet gained Yin Lao's trust, so it was not a good idea to do anything that would easily arouse suspicion. She covered the quilt tightly, facing the wall, and was about to cut off the connection with the eagle and go to sleep. At this moment, a familiar figure ran out of Yin Lao's courtyard. It was Tong Xiaohua. Not long after Tong Xiaohua ran out, another agile young man ran out, in the exact same direction as Tong Xiaohua. It seemed that Yin Lao had sent someone to keep an eye on Tong Xiaohua. Qin Si thought to herself, this time she can finally sleep in peace. Yin Lao's people are keeping an eye on her, and she will have nothing to do in the second half of the night. However, the sky was not to her liking. Another figure scurried out from Yin Lao's courtyard, and its speed was so fast that people could not see its face at all. Qin Silence drove the eagle, followed up. In the other room, Yin Lao listened to his subordinate report on what happened before Yuan Hung entered the room. He and that Qin Silence seemed to know each other, but they didn't meet again when they left. Yin Lao pondered for a moment. If he was uneasy about this place, and sent someone to scout the way first, it is possible. But before Qin Silence came to the slums, she was a slave in the Colosseum. Before Qin Silence escaped, she seemed to be very famous in that Colosseum, and the slaves who escaped to the slums recently all knew her. That subordinate had doubts. But Yuan Hung has a proper identity. How could she be involved with a slave? If they really had some plot, they wouldn't have let us find out that they knew each other. Elder Yin waved his hand. You also said that both of them had surprised expressions at the time, and the two of them probably wouldn't have expected to meet each other. Not to mention, Yin Lao sighed, we've already hidden in the slums. What else can we have for others to reckon with? Elder Yin. The subordinate wanted to speak, not knowing what to say to ease the atmosphere. All right. You guys have also been tired for most of the night. Go back to rest earlier. Saying this, Yin Lao himself stood up and slowly walked towards the bedroom. This old bone of mine. I have to go rest for a while as well. Yin Lao's back looked somewhat lonely, but loneliness might be the undercurrent of those in power. Yin Lao, this person, in fact, preferred to be alone. His private space. He would not let others in. This thought flashed through the subordinate's mind as he watched Yin Lao enter the bedroom, before heading towards the shift change, ready to go back to rest after handing over with the brothers, who were guarding the second half of the night. Well, did Elder Yin agree? The man who had come to hand over asked casually. Sort of agreed, but as you know, Elder Yin won't go out of this courtyard easily. So how can it be that the other party has to make a name for themselves first? If you ask me, Yin old man is still, how to say it, years or more, began to be discouraged. All right, don't grin blindly. Keep a good watch. I have to go to bed. It seems that he does not love to hear others say that Yin Lao is not. The previous subordinate interrupted the words of his colleague and walked away with an undying face. The person who stayed in place for the night watched sked. Following isn't blind obedience. How come you're still not allowed to say it? All of this was heard by Qin Silence. Yin Lao's forces were indeed not considered to be ironclad, and it was no wonder that he refused to come out of the slums. Once he was out of the slums, those warlords received the news, and I'm afraid they would have a reason to get rid of him in a dignified manner. However, what exactly was in the slums that could make those warlords so scornful? Qin Silence couldn't think of a reason. At this time, the eagle stopped and learnt a few bird calls under a tree. After a while, a small bird flew over and landed on the man's shoulder. The man tied a note to the bird's leg before the bird fluttered its wings and flew away. The bird didn't look very agile, and was fundamentally different from an eagle. It shouldn't be the product of some supernatural skill. Instead, it looked like a bird that had been specially cultivated to deliver letters. It was probably because the carrier pigeons were large in size and conspicuous in color that they chose this unimpressive little bird to deliver the letters. Although the eagle followed the small bird, Qin Silence did not know whether to intercept it or not. After all, the wall where Tong Xia hid the letter was a dead object, so it didn't matter even if the letter was stolen. But if she got the birdie killed, there was no guarantee that it would be detected. She had just seen the man's face through the eagle's eyes. This person's name was Shenrui, and he seemed to be highly valued by Elder Yin. Moreover, this Shenrui seemed to have an unusual relationship with Yen Ke. The people in the courtyard seemed to often tease him about being Yen Lao's future son-in-law. Shenrui was deeply trusted by Yen Lao. If she didn't get tangible evidence, it would be best to remain silent. Just like that, Qin Silence didn't let the eagle catch the little bird in the end, but let it follow it all the way to its destination. What was shocking was that the little bird ended up resting on a soldier's shoulder. The soldier looked like he should know the bird, and after taking the note, he didn't read it himself, but got into a military vehicle and headed in the direction of the military area. Qin Silence at this time has vaguely some regret, in case the note has information about the original balance. Just unexpectedly, the note was not sent to the hands of any high-ranking officials, but to the hands of a small officer. The soldier received an ampoule of medicine from the junior officer and left contentedly. Qin Silence looked at the junior officer through the eagle's eyes, only to see that the man's uniform cap was tightly worn, making it impossible to see his face. The man looked around suspiciously to make sure no one was around before unfolding the note under the streetlight and reading it. The eagle stood on the eaves above the officer's head and took it all in. There were only 4 words on the note: "The time has come." At least for now. These 4 words were unlikely to reveal the original balance. Qin Silence temporarily put his heart down. However, this officer's identity, Qin Silence had to be suspicious. Under these circumstances, those who liaised privately with Yen Lao's people were most likely players. After all, it was only players who were in dire need of trouble in the near future. Moreover, that ampoule was most likely the antidote to a certain drug used to control the soldiers. However, this kind of thing should be distributed uniformly. The officer who gave it to the soldier privately should be buying people's hearts. The time had already reached the latter part of the night, and the sky outside was starting to turn vaguely white. Qin Silence yawned and fell asleep not long after. Has the news been delivered? In the bedroom, Yen Lao asked. Across the screen, a young man's voice rang out. It has been delivered. We could only help them up to this point. After Yen Lao finished speaking, the young man's figure disappeared. The light source in the room also instantly went out, plunging the surroundings into darkness. It's still the night, that's reassuring. Yen Lao rubbed his pillow a few times, closing his eyes and falling asleep. In the courtyard, Tong Xiaohua sneaked back through the dog hole, carefully restoring the creeper to its original position before patting the dust on his body and returning to his room. The people who had followed him earlier did not return so quickly. It was only when it was dawn that this person returned to the courtyard with a tired face. In just one night, Yin Lao's courtyard was so unsettled. So one could imagine how dangerous his situation was. Only, everything that happened here was described as silent. Compared to here, the four great warlords were truly burnt out. It's all because of Ding Lao Heir's bad idea. Those slaves aren't useful at all. If we keep losing like this, the big head of supplies will flow to the boss. In a luxurious villa, two warlords got together to discuss a plan. According to the ranking of these four warlords, who were worshipping each other, these two were Ma Lao San and Bai Lao Si, the boss they were talking about. On the other hand, was surnamed Ming. These few people usually called themselves brothers and sisters. But privately, they were calculating each other for their interests. You say, is this Ding Lao Heir not stupid? Sending resources to the boss in a single strand. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the ones he chose are better to deal with one by one. And every time the first ones to be completely annihilated are them. Bai Lao Si squeezed his triangular eyes and said in confusion. Ma Lao San drank the wine from his glass in one go. If the two of us can make an alliance, why can't the two of them? Don't look at surname Ming who has the strongest troops. But that person doesn't have much of a brain. And Lao Heir has a belly full of tricks. So it's easy to fool him. Don't forget. When Lao Heir was so down and out, didn't he end up in the position he's in now? If he keeps using our resources to support the boss's soldiers, we brothers will have to do something unkind. Bai Lao Si gave a gloomy laugh. This thing we brothers share equally. It is also considered to be a fat water flowing outside the field. Tomorrow. The two of them drank while planning for tomorrow, and only returned home huffing and puffing until the big day. They didn't even notice that the guards outside the door had been changed. Thus, before Harahira could make a move, there was already some saber rattling within the warlord. The next day, Yuan Heng received a message from his informant. Something's not quite right today. Ding Jiping's people suddenly spent a lot of money and bought a lot of strong slaves from various coliseums. A dog that bites doesn't bark. Ding Jiping is trying to tear meat from others to eat. Yuan Heng pretended to buy some daily necessities from the shop, and after paying for them, he walked out of the shop brightly. The flat steward followed him and whispered, why did they suddenly implode? Rather than suddenly imploding, the group was never united. An alliance of each with their own agenda would ultimately end in nothing more than a split. Yuan Heng said rather inscrutably, there was a woman who told me a saying, if the letter does not come from the center, the quality will not be beneficial. What does that mean? She said that the saying came from a book called Zhuan, meaning that an alliance that is not sincere, even if one gives one son to the other party as a hostage, must end in division. Chapter 103, A Good Brother is for Betrayal. Several warlords didn't take their own sons as hostages, so it can be seen that this alliance that already distrusted each other. Once there was a difference in interests, then there was even less unity to speak of. This shows that there is no unity in this already distrustful alliance. Once the interests are diverged, before changing the distribution plan, the four warlords had their share of winners and losers. But the resources allocated to each of them, even if there were some differences according to 1 year's calculation, were not too far from each other, and each of them was allocated close to a quarter of the total resources. Except for the second Ding Jiping's relatively weak soldiers. The other three are basically all weak. Except for the second one. Ding Jiping's soldiers were relatively weak. The other three were basically not at a disadvantage. However, how could those three men know that Ding Jiping's weakness was only a symptom? Is only an appearance? This old man, who used the weakest soldiers in every match, only lost some of his resources in the end. To put it bluntly, it's not like he's actually spending all the resources he has on hand to raise his troops. If that's the case, why not keep the best soldiers around and let them play a bigger role? Only those three short-sighted fools would use all their elite soldiers on those cruel games. Although the number of people consumed each day was small, only 20, it could not withstand the accumulation of time. It has been 20 years since Yin Lao hid in the slums. The group of them, too, had become old men in their 50s, from the prime of their 30s. It was almost impossible to say that after 20 years of hiding in the shadows, Ding Jiping did not have a strong army under his hand. For Ding Jiping, a man of great deeds does not stick to the smallest details, whether it was being privately despised by the other three, or living a less luxurious life than those people. It was all trivial to him. What was so great about getting the most resources every time? To be able to keep those things was the only thing that was really great. If Ding Jiping could rule this place in the end, wouldn't those things be at his fingertips? After thinking about it, the corners of Ding Jiping's mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. For this day, he had given up too many things. Luckily, this day wouldn't be too far away. After a while, the door to his room was knocked on, and an adjutant came over to inquire. "Commander, are we still following the same rules tonight?" Ding Jiping raised his hand. It's always like this. And it's too much for the other two brothers. But I can't afford to brush off my big brother's face. How about this? This time you pick 10 powerful slaves. And let's not lose too badly. So that Lao San and Lao Si will misunderstand that I'm favoring big brother. Before the adjutant left, he heard Ding Jiping muttering softly. Big brother's picks have always been powerful. Even if I don't favor him, he'll still be able to take the first place. I'm afraid that only the third and fourth brothers won't believe it all. Hearing this, the adjutant shook his head. It seems that Commander Ming sent him over for nothing. Ding Jiping is rotten to the core. And every day he still fantasizes about brothers being of one mind. He doesn't look at the other three commanders. Which one of them would be as naive as him? He doesn't know that the most naive commander in his heart is the most sinister one. He didn't know that the most naive commander in his heart was the most sinister one. That night, the four commanders were games. The game changed suddenly. Commander Bai and Commander Ma's slaves cooperated, and wiped out Commander Ming's slaves by killing 1,000 of the enemy at their own expense. As a result, the strength of the slaves Ding Jiping sent out this time had soared. And in the end, he was even allowed to win first place. This could almost be said to be the first time on the first day of the big year. Commander Bai and Commander Ma were furious and blowing their beards, while Ding Jiping was surprised and regretful, as if he didn't really want to take this first place. Commander Ming, the oldest, flung his sleeve and left, and the four of them eventually parted on bad terms. So, when Qin Silence instructed the eagle to fly to the barracks during the day the next day to Pekin, he saw two terrible old men in their 50s and 60s, sitting on the reviewing stand, talking about something. The eagle fluttered its wings and landed on the big tree opposite the reviewing stand. And because it was an animal, although some people saw it, no one ever paid much attention to it. Through the eagle's eyes, Qin Silence glanced at the ranks on the shoulders of the two men, and combined with the appearance of the two men on the reviewing stand, he guessed that these two men were either warlords or powerful subordinates of the warlords. On the reviewing stand, there is no one else around. Commander Ming and Ding Jiping sat on it, and there was only a small table of snacks around them. The two obviously had little leisure time to drink tea and eat snacks. And the reason they came over was to talk about business. Ding Jiping was compensating for his caution at the side, looking like he had a dowdy disposition. Big brother, what happened yesterday? I really didn't expect it. The slaves I've sent out lately have all been too weak. As you know, I'm not much of a man. I don't know how to lead an army into battle. If it wasn't for Big Brother you promoting me all these years, I wouldn't be able to get to where I am today. My eye for picking people has always been bad, and there is no share of winning in the perennial. Originally thinking to send a few people at random, but the oldest three and the oldest four suspected that I was deliberately biased in favor of helping you. So yesterday it was. Commander Ming raised his hand to interrupt Ding Jiping's rambling explanation. Okay, I still don't understand you. You're not to blame for what happened yesterday. It was Lao San and Lao Si who had a crooked mind, and you picked up the slack. Hearing him say this, Ding Jiping hurriedly interfaced. Big brother. Our brother family, not to say two words. Yesterday's resources. If you want. I Ding Jiping without saying a word. Hands on. What do I want for? Commander Ming laughed cheerfully. You're still the same as 20 years ago. Like a rash person. With Big Brother you around. How can I, as a younger brother, worry so much? Ding Jiping said. His words caused Commander Ming's face to sink. If you think so, others don't. This matter can't just be left alone. Lao San and Lao Si's hearts have grown big, and their hands have begun to reach into places they shouldn't. Ding Jiping was beside him with a sullen face. Big brother. The oldest three and the oldest four must have been confused for a moment. When we first set this rule, it was for fear that the brothers would fight each other, and it would not look good on their faces. They must have suspected that I was biased in favor of helping you, and that is why they did the confusing thing. You're still too soft-hearted. Lao Air. Commander Ming's tiger eyes were full of ferocious light. The two of us are lifelong friends. That's not true. When your son fell into the hands of surname Yin, in order to defend me, you didn't even blink an eye. And I've always remembered this love of yours. But old 3 and old 4 aren't as sentimental as you are. These two boys, I've long since seen through them. All of their dialogue fell on Qin Silence's ears. She didn't know Commander Meng and Ding Jiping. But that didn't stop her from guessing the current situation. However, that entire conversation witnessed by the Eagle gave Qin Silence a deep sense of dissonance. For no other reason than that, Ding Jiping had really acted too soft-hearted, even to the point of cowardice. Since ancient times, can reach this position of people, not no wise, but all in soft heart hang side. At most, it was just a clear distinction between reward and punishment. What's more, a person who personally sends 20 people to their deaths every day. How soft-hearted can he be? A soft-hearted executioner? Sounds ridiculous. In Ding Jiping, Qin Silence felt a kind of Lu Xuan-style hypocrisy. On the surface, no one cannot bear to kill. Behind the scenes, but is just flirting with other people to be the villain. For him to charge. Obviously, Ding Jiping mouth big brother, is for him to charge the fool. But this Ding Jiping is really a tough guy. Liu Bei is also just wrestling children. Ding Jiping, in order to win the big brother, in order to win the trust of the big brother, actually willing to let his son die in the hands of Yin Lao. I have to say, this person is really no poison. No man. After all, the warlord infighting is good news. Qin Silence has recently been able to go out properly. She wrote a note, looking for an opportunity to tie the note to the eagle's leg. The news will be delivered to the original balance. However, Yuan Heng, who had received the news, did not focus all his thoughts on the news itself. He was struggling with one thing. That is, special passes and perfect passes. After triggering the plot, is there a hint every time? Suddenly, he encountered Qin Silence once again in his copy, catching him off guard. Originally, Yuan Heng wouldn't give the chance to pass the level to someone else no matter what. But how could he not expect to encounter Qin Silence again after he became a player? The reason why he was so attached to the last copy was because he thought he wouldn't be able to see Qin Silence for a long time. Or ever. And secondly, because he couldn't bear to tell her this cruel fact. When the game guide was explaining the rules of the system to him, he had also said that the probability of him being able to meet Qin Silence was very low if he participated in the game as a player. However, things had happened so coincidentally that Yuan Heng had met Qin Silence. Yuan Heng simply didn't have a fair chance to compete with Qin Silence. Because it could never be fair. He couldn't tell Qin Silence that he had become a player. Because in that case, Qin Silence would most likely sacrifice the chance to pass the level so that he could pass it. However, even if he didn't tell Qin Silence still told him all the clues she knew. This was because she herself had no defenses against him. Under these circumstances, Yuan Heng was very worried that he had passed the level in a haphazard manner with Qin Sil's unintentional help. He wanted to know if perfect passes and special passes were notified before they were passed. And this was a question that had to be asked to players who had experience with both types of passes. Asking Qin Silence would never work. Qin Silence was a very smart person. And once Yuan Heng asked, she was afraid that she would be able to guess the truth very quickly. But it wasn't like Yuan Heng knew who among the other players had these two types of clearance experience. What's more, it was still a toss-up as to whether or not the other players' bullshit could be believed. Yuan Heng looked at the note that Qin Silence had passed over and only felt that it was difficult to ride the tiger. Recently, his informants had discovered that there were some resistance organizations all over the place. These organizations were currently just like them. They couldn't see the light of day. However, it was undeniable that many of these organizations must be players. Yuan Heng thought to himself that instead of dwelling on all this, it would be better to properly search for a way to pass the level first. Otherwise, if he secretly pushed himself and Qin Silence over and over, and ended up letting other players reap the benefits, it would be more than worth it. As for what happened after he found a way to pass the level, it could only be a matter of the ship reaching the bridge. Yuan Heng sighed and passed the message to the informants spread around the barracks. The sky here, I'm afraid, will soon change. Chapter 104, No Harmless Husband. In the villa, Ding Jiping looked at an old photo with a complicated expression. On the photo was a picture of a child's first birthday. It was his first child, and the only one who died young. People always feel special about their first child. And most people are most attached to their first child. regardless of whether or not they are qualified to be a first-time parent. Subsequent children may be better cared for, but they are mostly handled with care, and the mood is very different from the first time they had a child. Ding Jiping knew very well what kind of person he was, but his first son died, and it was he himself who, for the sake of status, in order to please Commander Ming and take the initiative to give up the child's life, let his child die in the hands of Yin Lao. This matter has always made him haunted. His wife is not the same person he once was. His previous wife, the mother of his child, has been in an insane asylum for many years. The woman had never forgiven him and could never return to reality. Before he was sent to the madhouse, she asked him how he felt about losing his child for power. Would he be afraid to dream in the middle of the night? Don't worry, Shirui. Dad will take revenge for you. Yin Lao or Commander Ming. They will all go down to bury you. Ding Jiping looked at the child's tender face on the photo, revealing a terrifying smile. Immediately after, creases appeared on the photo. It's me who's sorry. You're so small. But Dad failed to protect you. He can't even collect your body. They all have to die. Only when they die, my little Rui will rest in peace. Ding Jiping looked gentle and smoothed out the folds on the photo, cherishing the photo and putting it back in the drawer, before he stood up and walked out of the study. How ridiculous. In order to avoid upsetting Commander Ming, he couldn't even mourn his child publicly. He had to willingly, without complaint, put his son's life on the line in order to save his big brother. Ding Jiping's face put on his usual hypocrisy again. Only his clenched fists gave away his mood. On the other side, Jean Silence was standing at Yin Lao's side, listening to him like the other henchmen. You guys haven't been here for more than a day or two, and I think you all know the rules here very well. After Yin Lao uttered these words, the atmosphere became stagnant. Everyone knew that the subtext of these words was settling scores. When Elder Yin mentioned the rules, it naturally meant that someone had broken them. Among the people present, some were unconcerned and bowed their heads to listen to the lecture. Some looked around as if trying to find out who the traitor was. And there was only one person who looked evasive, as if he was a bit weak. Jean Silence, on the other hand, froze for a moment, not knowing what medicine Yin Lao's gourd was selling. The matter of Tong Xiaohua should not have been revealed at this point in time. According to reason, if Yin Lao wanted to dispose of Tong Xiaohua, I'm afraid he wouldn't have given him a second chance to ventilate the matter, since he had already tipped him off. Why not use a long line to catch a big fish? Thinking of this, Jean Silence glanced in Tong Xiaohua's direction and found that although his expression was a little stiff, he was still acting quite naturally, because Elder Yin was personally arresting people. The faces of the people around him were all a little grave, so it didn't seem like Tong Xiaohua was so eye-catching. Instead, it was another person who looked uneasy, as if he had done something wrong. This person was no other than another young man that Qin So followed a few days ago, Shenrui. How could it be him? Jean Silence was stunned for a moment. If she remembered correctly, she had sent Xiangying to follow Shenrui, and after following him all the way into the courtyard, she had watched this person enter the house where Yin Lao lived. This courtyard was somewhat similar to the ancient kind of twofold courtyard. There were many houses in it, and Yin Lao lived in the main house, which was naturally the most conspicuous. Jean Silence did not dare to let the eagle enter the courtyard at that time, but instead let it stand on a large tree to peek. The eagle's eyesight was excellent, and it was reasonably impossible for it to make a mistake. Unless Jean Silence's eyes flashed. Unless Yin Lao was using the name of catching traitors. But secretly, he was trying to do something else. At this time, Shenrui fell to his knees with a thud, as if he could not support himself anymore. Shenrui. Yanko looked at him in dismay, wanting to go over and help him up, but feeling that the atmosphere was not right. Yanko was not the kind of person who could hide her thoughts. Jean Silence took one look at her, and was basically certain that Yanko was afraid that Yanko was not the least bit clear about today's plan. I'm sorry. Ke. Shenrui's voice was low, and her head was lowered, not looking at Yanko. Dad said that someone had leaked the secrets in the camp. So it was you. Yanko's figure swayed a little, deeply struck. She didn't say anything else, but waited for Yin Lao to give her orders, only for everyone to notice that Yanko's eyes had turned red. She clenched her teeth and did not let the tears fall. At this moment, Yin Lao's hand moved behind her back, and Yanko seemed to see something and lowered her head. Everyone assumed that she was sad, and no one paid too much attention. Shinrui. On account of the fact that I once valued you. Do it yourself. Elder Yin waved his hand. And someone handed a pill to Shinrui. Do it yourself. And I'll still be able to leave you with a whole body. Good. With a trembling hand, Shinrui took the pill and ate it. The person who handed the pill unceremoniously broke open Shinrui's mouth and inspected it before releasing his hold on him. Shinrui stood up and stumbled outside. The person handing out the medicine was not too worried and followed him out. After a short while, the person who delivered the medicine ran back, saying that Shinrui had died outside. However, Qin Silence saw Shinrui walk out of the slums properly through the eagle's eyes. Sure enough, there was a backhand. Qin Silence stood at Yin Lao's side with a low brow, not showing any difference at all. When this farce was over, Yin Lao couldn't help but look at Qin Silence approvingly as he got up. In his opinion, although Qin Sil did not know the entire plan, she at least knew that Tong Xiaohua was the one who had leaked the secret. However, Qin Silence was very composed, as if she really didn't know anything. Such a person. Yin Lao glanced at Yen Ku with some hatred. Just now, he had given Yen Ku a little hint. And as a result, this girl's tears immediately closed. If it wasn't for the fact that she still knew to keep her head down, this would have been revealed. No talent. To be in such a hurry for a man. How could he be confident in letting her take over his responsibilities in the future? She still needs more training. Thinking this, Yin Lao slowly walked in the direction of the study. Yen Ku immediately followed, clearly wanting to know the full plan. Qin Silence, however, did not have to go through such trouble. She appeared to be very composed, but had actually set her mind on Xiangying. Under Elder Yan's authorization, Qin Silence was now able to participate in handling some of the minor matters in the camp. Along with that, Yang San was also counted as an underling. Qin Silence returned to the room and sat down on a chair, which plunged him fully into the vision of the male eagle, flying high in the air. The eagle watched as Shinrui entered the military camp managed by Ding Jiping, and once again made contact with the junior officer from before. It was a pity that these two were talking indoors this time, and Qin Silence wasn't able to hear anything. However, this did not delay Qin Silence from monitoring these two. Since that junior officer was most likely a player, Qin Silence was always wary of him. Elder Yin seemed to have arranged everything long ago, causing Shinrui to transform into a soldier under the junior officer. As for how they created the false identity and quota, Qin Silence did not know. But this level of triviality should not be difficult for someone at Yin Lao's level. So when Ding Jiping returned to the villa, he noticed the guards in the villa. He usually didn't pay attention to these. After all, the guards often rotated, and Ding Jiping himself was usually described as being careful with his words. Apart from showing a quirk of liking to use women as objects, Ding Jiping was also a very discreet man. Ding Jiping's behavior was very much in line with his persona, with the exception of his quirk of liking women as objects. Even though likes to treat women as objects, is also part of his persona. When a person has power, he has to take out some of his privileges to maintain some of his perverted hobbies. Otherwise it's not reassuring. Although Commander Ming wasn't that smart. He wasn't stupid after all. If Ding Jiping is under his nose every day to improve governance, he can rest assured that is strange. That's why Ding Jiping was so scared every day, carefully maintaining his own persona, rarely revealing his true nature in front of and behind people. Even the guards in the villa don't want to know his true colors. Ding Jiping stared at Shinrui rather suspiciously, recalling whether he had made any imprudent moves recently. After ruling out his own problems, Ding Jiping breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason, when he looked at Shinrui's face, he always felt very familiar. But he did not know where he had seen this young man. Looking up and down at Shinrui in military uniform, a thought suddenly flashed through Ding Jiping's mind. If his son was still alive, I'm afraid he would be this big. This is how people are. Far from the fragrance and near the odor. Ding Jiping's youngest son is now almost 20 years old. But he always felt dissatisfied. Sometimes he will think, if the eldest son is still alive, should be much stronger than the younger son. As he passed by Shinrui, Ding Jiping asked amiably, "New here?" Reporting to the commander. "Just got out of boot camp. First time on duty today." The moderate tension on Shinrui's face instead made him very believable. He remembered what Elder Yin had said. Ding Jiping had a son who died young. And if he was still alive, he should be about the same age as you. To be honest, you and that child's eyebrows have a few similarities. Make good use of this. Perhaps it will have a strange effect. Shenrui had been brought around by Yin Lao since he was a child. And he had learnt a lot about Ding Jiping from Yin Lao. Ding Jiping's son had died accidentally in Yin Lao's camp. It was said that it was because the boy had just turned a year old. And Yin Lao was fleeing for his life with a large group of his men. So of course, there was no way to properly take care of such a young child. At that time, the environment was harsh. And Ding Jiping's son was too weak and well-bred. Not at all like their fatherless and motherless weeds, which could grow wildly even when they were put out to pasture. Ding Jiping's son's name was Ding Rui, and he died before he was 2 weeks old. This time, Shenrui's mission was to stay by Ding Jiping's side and use his longing for his dead eldest son to gain his trust. In this situation, the more Shenrui acted like a fledgling rube, the less wary Ding Jiping would be of him. Shenrui didn't even need to make any extra hints. As long as Ding Jiping grew familiar with his face, he would connect his looks to his dead child. Chapter 105, News of Death. Shenrui did all this. At present is not the most critical. The most crucial part of this plan was Yin Lao. A few days later, Yuan Heng received a note from Qin Silence. There were only 4 words on the note. Wait and see what happens. Beside him, the flat butler looked anxious. How can we wait and see what happens at a time like this? They all say that old Yin is going to die. She knows the situation inside the slums better than we do. There wasn't the slightest hint of doubt in Yuan Heng's tone. He understood that the reason Qin Silence had delivered such a short message was because she was afraid that it would be intercepted halfway. Although the eagle was fast, there were electronic products and thermal weapons here. So in case the message was intercepted, the other party would not be able to decipher anything with just these 4 words. However, Yuan Heng is different. He and Qin Silence naturally understand what Qin Silence means. The so-called Elder Yin is dying. The so-called Elder Yin is already dying comment was probably put out by Elder Yin himself on purpose. Qin Silence was telling him to hold his ground. However, while Yuan Heng had been informed, others were not so lucky. Many forces in the shadows had been misinformed, mistakenly believing that Yin Lao would die in a few days. We might as well take advantage of this time to make a scene. Yin Lao is the last hope for many people. Once he dies, the fighting spirit of others will only be even lower. Now is the right time for a backwater battle. Just not so sufficient in the hands of the people. And after all, the weapons that can be obtained by the people are limited. I always feel that the chances of victory are too low. This world is always less hot-blooded young people. Let them charge in the front. As for us, we're not people here, ready to escape at any time. Similar dialogues happened in different places. Apart from a small number of aborigines, the majority of those organizing these uprisings were players. However, just by thinking about the true purpose of these organizers, one would know whether or not these people were united or not. In the end, even Qin Silence and Yuan Heng had put clearing the level in the first place. The grand wish to save the world might have some, but it wasn't the most important. In a situation where it was difficult to save themselves, few people would be great to that extent. Not long after Qin Silence's message was delivered, resistance movements of different scales erupted everywhere. For a time, the number of soldiers and police patrolling the streets and alleys doubled, and the residents of the cities were all on their own. This time, however, the resistance of the commoners was indeed unusually fierce. A third of the civilians were involved in the resistance against the army, and the slaves had even begun a full-scale revolt. Most of them had been weaned off drugs with the help of doctors. Instead of the police on the streets testing blood drug levels, they were doing random checks. In the past, people who didn't take their medication were sad because of their mental values, and the police would naturally target them first. Now, however, there is no difference in appearance between those who walk in the street and those who have taken drugs. However, now, there was no difference in appearance between those who walked on the street and those who had taken the drug. So the police could not arrest all of them and prick their fingers one by one to test the concentration of the blood drug. This makes those who are simply backing up the resistance slippery. They don't show any violent tendencies at all, and they don't actively attack soldiers and police. Yet they would provide the resistance with a steady stream of supplies. Although each local resistance army had a different leader, they all cooperated until they took down the warlords. The saying that whoever wins the hearts and minds of the people wins the world was reflected here. But to say that the resistance had defeated the warlord, that wasn't quite true. After all, this group didn't have the most advanced weapons. and there weren't many units that could actually fight. When it came to head-on clashes, there were still fewer victories and more defeats. Although there were few civilian casualties, those who were actually involved in combat were killed or injured. What's more, with the level of technology here, there were already very few truly deep forests. As long as one searched attentively, it was only a matter of time before one wanted to find the Resistance's hideout. In comparison, the biggest achievement the Resistance had made was probably letting all the civilians know one thing. That was that medicine could be taken without taking it. Even the police couldn't tell if they had taken the medicine as long as it was done in the right way. This led to more and more people who began to secretly quit their drug addiction. Because of this, the resources that the four warlords were able to plunder have recently plummeted. This of course wasn't just because the civilians weren't buying the drugs anymore, but there was also a reason why their need for money wasn't as pressing anymore. Knowing that all they do is work for the warlords, people's motivation to work is greatly reduced. And almost 1 out of every 2 people is waiting for death. The result was predictable. The four warlords were already anxious about suppressing the resistance. And now they saw their daily fixed income drastically shrinking. Now that they saw their daily fixed income shrink drastically, it was impossible to say that they were not anxious, including Ding Jiping. All 4 of them were not in a good mood. One of the things that made him feel most uneasy was the guard named Shenrui. He had always been involuntarily focusing on this young man, who made him feel doubly familiar lately. Yet he could never recall where he had seen him before. However, today, when Commander Meng came as a guest, and both of their faces appeared in front of Ding Jiping at the same time, Ding Jiping froze on the spot as if he had been suddenly struck by lightning. Although he quickly hid his expression, Shenrui still noticed his abnormality. Obviously, Ding Jiping finally knew where the familiarity that lingered in his mind came from. Shenrui's features were actually unusually similar to his dead son. Ding Jiping had countless times imagined what Xiao Rui would look like when he grew up. But no matter which face, none of them were as vivid and real as Shenrui's face. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance towards the door, but only saw Shenrui's back. Really like awe. If his son is still alive. Ding Jiping's eyes darkened for a moment, and quickly returned to calm. Big brother. Those folk bandits have become more and more rampant recently. Ding Jiping turned his attention to business. Shenrui, who stood at the doorway like a wooden stake, dutifully performed his duties as a guard, and did not even move a bit. His performance, Ding Jiping all saw in his eyes. Although Shenrui looked a lot like his son, it was impossible for someone like Ding Jiping to be unsuspecting of others from the start. At this time, Commander Meng spoke. In my opinion, this matter is 80% a conspiracy of that old thing surnamed Yin. As the saying goes, a scourge will last for 1,000 years. That old thing has a hard life. I don't think he'll die that easily. However, the recent state of affairs could not be deduced by common sense at all. After Commander Meng's words were said, and the resistance forces were getting more and more frustrated, the several warlords had thought that things would become even more difficult. But it wasn't long before news of Elder Yan's death came out. Yin Lao's death had instantly demoralized the resistance, and many organizations had disbanded because of it. The resistance movement, which had been going on for more than half a month, had ended in such a snail's pace. Apart from the disbanded organizations, the others basically hibernated. Apart from the dead, who couldn't come back to life, everything outside seemed to be back to the old days. Of course, this was only on the surface, and the interchanges were still affecting everyone in a subtle way. On this day, the 4 warlords were very much at peace with each other. The 4 warlords sat in the dining room of Ding Jiping's villa and drank wine. But in Shenrui's opinion, this party is more like a Hongmen banquet. After all, Yin Lao dead. After all, Yin Lao is dead. The resistance has withered, and the warlords are no longer a threat. So isn't it time to start dividing the cake? Speaking of which, the 4 warlords, Meng, Ding, Ma and Bai, have been able to live in peace for 20 years. Thanks to Yin Lao. Yin as the 4 people of the heart of the big trouble. Very effective in curbing a few of the infighting of the mind. But now, for several people, Yin Lao was dead. Once this heartache was removed, who would choose to be equal to the other 3? A quarter was not as appealing as a full portion. Not to mention that these 4 people were all insatiable and ruthless. Once the opportunity arises, they all want to get rid of each other, and then enjoy the emperor's life. The 4 people are jealous of each other. No one can completely trust any of the other 3. They all have a grand reason in their hearts. Even if I am intolerant, the other three can't possibly not have bad intentions. Even if they don't, they won't believe that I don't. Once this never-ending suspicion begins, the four will be in a situation where they will have to fight to the death. Each of the four people have their own evil intentions. But on the wine table, they pretend to be brotherly and friendly. A few people pushed their cups and exchanged their glasses, drinking until they were slightly drunk. Before they got to the point, this Yin is dead. I heard that he only has a daughter who is still very young and can't become anything. Commander Bai and Commander Ma shot each other a look and said with deliberation. In reality, on the warlord's side, only Ding Jiping had died with a son. On Yin Lao's side, his wife, son, and daughter all died in the turmoil 20 years ago, and only a young daughter survived. That's why. Yin was clearly older than these people, but his daughter was about the same age as these people's children. Compared to the losses on the warlord's side, what Yin Lao had experienced back then could almost be said to be a tragedy of extermination. That's just a yellow-haired girl. Back then, when it wasn't yet a mess, I went to the Yin family to drink the full moon wine. Speaking of which, he was even a few months younger than Xiao Rui. Commander Ming glanced in Ding Jiping's direction and said, When I think of Xiao Rui, I feel sorry for Lao Er. If it wasn't for my lack of caution. In the beginning, Ding Jiping's hand tightened violently under the tablecloth. Commander Ming saying this was not so much gratitude as forcing him to take sides in front of the other two. Ding Jiping immediately put on a dowy and kind face. They are all blood brothers. Why say such out-of-the-way words? Xiao Rui's matter. If you want to blame, you also have to blame the ruthlessness of the surname Yin. Even a child is not spared. And how can it be the fault of Big Brother Yu? Shen Rui's eyes at the doorway darkened. Who had spared Yin Lao's child? This group of people spoke in a grandiose manner. But in reality, hadn't they themselves killed other people's children in the first place? Commander Bai and Commander Ma were momentarily unsure of what Ding Jiping meant. Firstly, Ding Jiping. This person is usually this peacemaker look. Let people simply cannot guess whether he is defected to the boss. Or no one to help. Secondly, Ding Jiping's fishing expedition last time had made Commander Bai and Commander Ma suspicious. If Ding Jiping really allied with Commander Ming, why did he suddenly stab him in the back and take the first place in the wargame? Why did he suddenly stab him in the back and take first place in that wargame? But would the two really turn against each other after just one game? Commander Bai and Commander Ma are suspicious, which makes Ding Jiping a little safer. But for them, there were only two options. One was to get rid of Commander Ming before getting rid of Ding Jiping. Two was to get rid of both together. And then after that, if Commander Bai and Commander Ma wanted to kill each other, it wouldn't be too late to wait until they got rid of these two before discussing it. Chapter 106 Counting on Each Other. In the face of power, there are no eternal enemies, nor eternal friends, only eternal interests. The four warlords are talking about brotherhood and brotherhood. But the topic they are talking about is gradually starting to drift towards their own purposes. Big Brother. Since the one surnamed Yin has already returned to the West, the big problem in our heart is also considered to be lifted. When Commander Bai finished saying this, the atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly changed. Even with his back to the people in the restaurant, Shen Rui still felt the hidden tension in the restaurant. It was as if this sentence was hinting at another sentence. The birds of prey are gone. The cunning rabbit is dead. And the dog is cooking. At this time, Commander Ma said, in my opinion, when old man Yin dies, the people under him won't be able to become anything. Yes, those juniors don't have Yin Huishan's vigor. Even if that thing falls into someone else's hands, I'm afraid it won't be of much use. Commander Bai immediately interjected. Seeing these two people singing in unison, Ding Jiping secretly laughed. But on his face, he still had that kind and bullying look. He knew how to hold his voice, to make himself appear timid and fearful, as if deliberating for a long time. Ding Jiping first looked at the other three, to make sure that they have nothing to say for the time being, and then opened his mouth. After all, that thing is too dangerous. We still need to try to control it in our own hands. In case someone really wants to break the net, no one will be able to benefit. With Yin Huishan dead, the rest of us are just a bunch of people. And if we want that part of the slums, it's still a piece of cake. At most, it's just a matter of paying off those who know what's going on. They won't want to go down with the others. Right? Commander Bai did not put Yin Lao's subordinates in his eyes in the slightest, and even mocked Ding Jiping in his heart for being a wimp. Shen Rui stood in the doorway. listening to this group of people denigrate his own organization. But inwardly there was no fluctuation. There was no need to have a general understanding with a group of dead people. He had followed Elder Yin for so long, and had learned by ear that he understood the character of these warlords thoroughly. Ma Laosan and Bai Laosi appeared to be shrewd. But in reality, they might not be Ding Jiping's opponents. Of these people, the one who would have the last laugh would most likely be Ding Jiping. Of course, it was only the last laugh among these four people. Shenrui stood straight in the doorway, doing his best to play the role of a new recruit fresh out of boot camp. Yin Lao had told him that when dealing with a suspicious person like Ding Jiping, he should respond to all changes with no change. As long as he acted as if he had no interest in all the secrets here, Ding Jiping would instead trust him more and more. He would become a substitute for Ding Jiping's dead son, making Ding Jiping fall into a false sense of fatherly kindness and filial piety. When Ding Jiping hypnotized himself, he would not be able to resist confiding his secrets to Shenrui. Anyway, the warlord infighting will not end in a moment. Shenrui has plenty of time to fight with Ding Jiping. In the restaurant, Commander Ma finally stated his purpose. Big brother, since our heartache has been solved, the four of us, it's time to divide the territory. Commander Bai followed and agreed. Yes, it's always a waste of resources for the four of us to hold down the same place. It just so happens that the bandits from a while ago haven't been cleaned out. So the four of us brothers will each guard a side, so we can also cut them down to the bone. This, Ding Jiping looked like he had no idea, turning his head to look at Commander Ming as if he was looking out for him. Commander Ming was very satisfied with his reaction. But when he thought of Lao San and Lao Si being so eager to divide up the territory, his heart was a little unhappy again. However, he had no intention of completely tearing his face off with these two at the moment. So he said, "The North has been defended by my troops for many years. In my opinion, it's most appropriate for the North to come under my jurisdiction. Lao Air's ability to lead troops is average, and the East has the most lax armoring. So it wouldn't be any better to give it to him to manage." Before he could finish his words, Commander Bai and Commander Ma's faces changed. "I say, big brother, your mind's eye is also biased too much. The North is rich in resources, and for you to seek favors for yourself, my brothers can understand. But you also helped him pick a good land plot for second brother. The place is left for fourth brother, and I are either in a poor environment or in the middle of nowhere. But how can you let the two of us live?" "Yes, big brother." Commander Bai smiled like a tiger and said with a smile, "Furthermore, it's inevitable that it's hard for you to guard the North by yourself. If third brother and I were to guard beside you, the three of us would also be able to watch over each other." The two didn't choose to immediately fight with Commander Ming for the North. But after a few people had a drink with a hint of wit, Commander Ming's idea of dividing the territory into four main blocks was rejected. In its place, the rich lands and barren places were divided into many smaller pieces. In addition to the fact that each person had a complete piece of fiefdom, there were many difficulties in deciding whether to divide the land into smaller pieces. In addition to each man having a complete piece of fiefdom, many places that were difficult to decide who to give them to were divided equally among several men. This led to the division of all the troops, making it difficult to gather all the troops together without anyone realizing it. Out of the four, it was Commander Ming's troop strength that was the strongest on the surface. So Commander Bai and Commander Ma, both explicitly and implicitly, fought to occupy some of the major transport routes for the purpose of monitoring Commander Ming's troop movements. But on the land, the two made many concessions in order to block Commander Ming's mouth. As for Ding Jiping, he was always despised by the others when it came to leading troops. Commander Bai and Commander Ma ostensibly gave him some places rich in supplies, but in reality, they barely let him occupy any major military routes. But relatively, Ding Jiping's troops are distributed than the other three people concentrated a lot, but became the four people in the most easy to mobilize a large number of people. Shenrui had been at the door, listening to these few people tugging away at each other, keeping their division plans in mind. In terms of the abundance of materials, this negotiation, Commander Ming and Ding Jiping were considered to have taken advantage of a lot. However, militarily speaking, a portion of the key military routes were occupied by Commander Bai and Commander Ma. So Commander Ming was at a slight disadvantage, while Ding Jiping looked like he had been directly marginalized. It was really hard to say, at the moment, who was the one who was losing out. But purely from the map, it is like Ming, Ma, Bai 3 tripod, Ding Jiping directly was kicked out of the battlefield. For this reason, Ding Jiping rarely fights red in the face, and finally got a city near the fiefdom of Commander Ming. Commander Bai and Commander Ma didn't dare to reveal their purpose too obviously, and eventually had to compromise, allowing Ding Jiping to guard his big brother's territory. Big brother's territory. The other three, including Commander Ming himself, thought that Ding Jiping was indeed very protective of him, just like a fanboy. In reality, however, Ding Jiping himself had no intention of transferring his elite troops to that city. The reason why he argued his case was just to put on a show in front of the three of them, with him in the middle. Lao San and Lao Si would fight tooth and nail against the boss, while the boss would think that he had a loyal helper, thus letting his guard down. At that time, the three of them would fight to the death, and then he would come to reap the benefits. Wouldn't it be better? So the four people on the surface, in fact, who did not take advantage of what a big advantage. But Ding Jiping secretly cultivated a lot of elite soldiers. The four people present, only he knows. The fact that Commander Bai and Commander Ma had divided a large area of connected land between them was truly raising a tiger. After the other three went home individually, Ding Jiping's mind turned to Shenrui. It was just that at this time, Shenrui had arrived for his shift change. After he changed shifts with another guard, he immediately went back to his own dormitory in the barracks, and didn't seem to have the slightest intention of getting close to Ding Jiping. This, in Ding Jiping's eyes, was evidence that he had no knowledge of his past. After all, whether he was trying to climb up the ranks of the powerful or trying to extract information, a normal person should be grasping at straws to brush his presence in front of Ding Jiping at this time. However, Shenrui, under the guidance of Yan Lao, froze and behaved no differently from the other guards. Dutiful as a robot. The more he was like this, the less wary Ding Jiping was of him. Within a few days, Shenrui was brought by Ding Jiping and became his guard. Qin Silence couldn't help but raise her eyebrows when she saw the image of Shenrui following Ding Jiping through Xiongning. Truth be told, from the fact that she had stayed by Yan Lao's side for so long, although Shenrui was highly valued, he did not seem like a particularly calculating person. That such a person could actually gain Ding Jiping's trust so quickly was nothing short of a miracle. However, it was true that Elder Yin had placed a reliable informer by Ding Jiping's side. Yet for some reason, all of this always gave Qin Silence a sense of incongruity. Or rather, Yan Lao had acted a little strangely when it came to Shenrui. It was true that he had been very dedicated in nurturing Shenrui, but it seemed that he did not want his daughter to get too close to him. This was something that Qin Silence had observed over the many days he had been here. Moreover, the identity of the junior officer who had liaised with Shenrui before was something that Qin Silence hadn't fully understood even now. It was because no one in the camp seemed to have recognized such a person, which meant that it was almost impossible for this person to be a man trained by Yan Lao. Even if it was a manpower left outside 20 years ago, this person's age did not match at all. That junior officer looked to be in his 20s, so it was always unlikely that he was one of Yan Lao's old troops. Qin Silence had Xiongning spy on that junior officer for many days, and found that he had entered the army a few years ago. Any way you looked at it, the man looked like a player who had suddenly parachuted in. Just like Qin Silence, the slave's identity was also originally there, just waiting for Qin Silence to enter the copy and occupy this body. But why would Elder Yin trust this person so much? Actually feel comfortable letting him take over such an important task? After all, Yuan Hung had shown a great deal of sincerity before, and it wasn't as if the other players' forces hadn't shown signs of defection. But Yan Lao's reactions at the time had all been very ambiguous, and he hadn't been willing to ally himself with anyone. This small officer, however, had easily gained Yan Lao's trust, and had even helped him plant eyes around Ding Jiping. This matter was fishy no matter how you looked at it. Chapter 107 Foreshadowing. Qin Silence's suspicions went unanswered. But now that she was free to move around, she was naturally able to exchange news with Yuan Hung. But for security reasons, it would be best for the two of them not to meet during the day. On the surface, everyone thought Yan was dead, and the funeral had already been organized. The people in the courtyard also looked as if they had fallen from a sinking ship. With the exception of a small number of people still following Yan Ke, the others were all going their separate ways, and did not seem to have the intention of liaising with each other at all. After all, it's a bit too fake to have all the men dispersed in a flash. Yan Lao's men, dutifully playing a group of wall of mud, so that the enemy to lower the guard, focus on internal fighting. Qin Silence is no exception. She also left Yan Lao's courtyard. Back to the bunker. During the day, everyone was very honest. But at night, the people in the slums would become unusually active. Some of these people knew the truth. Some were kept in the dark. People like Tong Xiaohua, because of his lack of knowledge of the truth, has become the right-hand man for Yan Lao's forgery. After all, the warlords would not have thought that their own eyes would be able to pass on false information to them without stopping. They would not have thought that those fake news in the view of Tong Xiaohua is the real news, coupled with the intentional guidance of those in the know. The warlords have gradually relaxed their vigilance towards the slums. And even Tong Xiaohua's spies have the intention to leave the slums. As long as these people are gone, the slums will really become an impermeable wall. On this day, Qin Sil and Yuan Heng arranged to meet behind a short wall in the slums to explain the latest situation in person. Due to Qin Silence's previous reminder, the men under Yuan Heng had been pressing on. And although there were occasional complaints, they disappeared after seeing the recent casualties of other organizations. Speaking of which, these people that Yuan Heng was leading this time were not his brothers, like the ones that had once been in the wasteland. Most of these people, for the most part, relied on interests to link them together. And even though everyone's aim was to overthrow the rule of the warlords, a lot of things would be more or less tainted once power was involved. What's more, Yuan Heng wasn't an aboriginal here this time, and didn't have time to cultivate feelings with these people. So meeting with Qin Silence alone this time was instead the most relaxing time for him since entering the copy. It was just that Qin Silence always felt that something wasn't quite right after seeing him. There were times when one's sixth sense was accurate, even if she couldn't say what was wrong with Yuan Heng. Qin Silence still detected something unusual about him. Probably because the two identities of a player and an NPC naturally carry a big difference. So although Yuan Heng didn't have any flaws to reveal, she was still able to discover that he had something to hide from her. However, Qin Silence's suspicious gaze was fleeting, not waiting for Yuan Heng to find out. It was perfectly covered up by her. She knew very well that when Yuan Heng had the intention to hide something, asking hastily would most likely result in a false answer used to stall. But did Yuan Heng have to hide anything from her? Qin Silence thought about it, and felt that she did not have a single clue. She smiled at Yuan Heng, but in her heart, she was thinking, if I can successfully pass the level, this will be my last copy. Maybe Yuan Heng just doesn't want to part with it in his heart, but doesn't want to say it out loud like the Resident Evil copy that time. Your memory. How is it recovering? Thinking of what 007 had said before entering the copy, Qin Silence couldn't help but start asking Yuan Heng. She didn't know if the flow of time inside the survival expert system was the same as the flow of time in the real world outside. So for her, the sooner Yuan Heng transformed into a player, the sooner the two of them would meet in the real world. However, 007 had also told her that there was a large price to pay for an NPC to be converted into a player. Thinking about this, Qin Silence began to feel uneasy again. At this moment, she didn't realize that not only was the time for Yuan Heng to transform into a player early, it was also earlier than she expected. Qin Silence's sudden inquiry startled Yuan Heng. It was a good thing that it was the middle of the night, and the moonlight was not enough for one to see all the details of someone's face. He also only paused for a moment before saying, there should be one more copy. And that's it. Thinking that he shouldn't be able to see Qin Silence for a very long time after this replica is over, Yuan Heng's eyes were unwilling to move away from Qin Silence's face. However, he inevitably felt guilty about hiding something so important from Qin Silence, and thus always seemed a bit torn on the matter of meeting with Qin Silence. His words were half true and half false. But Qin still heard them, and instead did not suspect anything. Tell me about your past. Qin Silence hugged her knees and sat beside Yuan Heng. I don't even know what your past life was like. Yuan Heng's hand moved to cover Qin Silence's hand. I was born in a family of books and my parents are both scientists. Yuan Heng told Qin Silence almost all of her experiences from childhood to adulthood. But she did not notice that under the moonlight, Qin Silence's face had turned pale. She finally knew where the sense of defiance came from. In the past, when she and Yuan Heng talked about things related to the survival expert system, the two of them would intentionally use alternative words to deceive the mastermind and avoid its screening. But this time, when Haruhiro was talking about his past, he was very clear on many things. It was like two players exchanging information. Players and NPCs had to conceal the existence of the system when they exchanged information. But there was no such restriction between player and player. Yuan Hung had actually completed his transformation. Qin Silence's heart turned over in shocking waves as he absent-mindedly listened to Yuan Hung talk about his childhood, only to feel that it was all a bolt from the blue. In fact, if we really talk about it, Qin Sil's encounter with Yuan Hung was originally like a trick of fate. From the time she met Yuan Hung, the two were destined to have conflicting interests. At first, Yuan Hung wanted to stay with her for a long time, while Qin Sil's goal was to pass the level, leave those cruel copies, and eventually return to the real world. It was not easy for Yuan Hung to find a way that could barely be considered the best of both worlds. And after paying a huge price, fate played an even more cruel joke on the two of them. The two of them entered the same copy, and the mastermind stipulated that in a copy, there could only be one winner. There was a reasonable explanation for why Yuan Hung hadn't taken the initiative to come to her for so many days, and why Yuan Hung had suddenly lost weight after the system transformed him into a player. It stripped him of all the advantages he once had as an NPC. Listening to Yuan Hung talk about his past, he hadn't been a soldier in the real world, and naturally, his body wouldn't be strong enough to be a special forces soldier. In other words, in terms of physical stats, he probably wasn't that different from an ordinary person right now. Combined with the fact that there were bound to be other costs paid after the original balance was transformed into a player, it must have been more difficult than others to pass the level. Survival expert copy failure punishment. Qin Silence shuddered just thinking about it. It was one thing for her to be willing to suffer the punishment herself. It was another thing to imagine Yuan Hung suffering the punishment. Both of these two people were bent on thinking of the other, but deeply understood each other's character, and thus neither of them dared to tell the truth. Under the bright moonlight, the two people had their own thoughts, and their words were quite a bit of a donkey's tongue. But neither of them noticed anything unusual. It wasn't until they started talking about something related to this copy that Qin Silence completely came back to her senses. I found out that Elder Yin is unusually trusting of a young officer. You're out there. Perhaps you can investigate his identity. This time, the situation is special, and it will be difficult for me to leave here for a long time without a legitimate identity. Qin Silence barely managed to raise his spirits. No matter what, one had to find a way to get through first. If Yuan Hung, because of the price 007 said, had a harder time finding the clues to pass the level than an ordinary player like her, her stagnation would cause both of them to miss out on a good opportunity. As for after finding the way to pass, Qin Silence pursed her lips. She couldn't let Yuan Hung take the risk. If she failed on her first copy, after deducting her attributes, Yuan Hung would become even worse than an ordinary person. If you're talking about legal identity, I don't think that will be a problem anytime soon. Harahira recalled the information he had recently received from his informants. Recently those warlords are not divided, and a war could break out at any time. As Yuan Hung said this, he pulled Qin Silence's broken hair behind his ear while thinking in his heart, I can't let her sacrifice for me. She's only this close to clearing the level, and she can return to the real world to live a happy life. And there's no penalty for failing the first time. It's just that you have to be more careful with the later copies. But don't let her know the truth. Otherwise she'll definitely be sad. No one knew the painful torment in the couple's hearts. Only the moon silently witnessed everything. A few days later, because more and more people were secretly quitting the drug, the sales of the drug took a sharp turn for the worse, leaving the four warlords with much less money at their disposal every day. Yet both the prisons and the mines had long been overcrowded due to the surge in people not taking the drugs. It was impossible to take everyone to prison. Because of this matter, Ding Jiping sat in his study and launched himself into worry. Shinrui stood behind him, looking like he wanted to help but was a bit clumsy. He opened his mouth several times, but finally did not say anything. This kind of wanting to speak, do not know what to do look, fell in the eyes of Ding Jiping. Naturally 12 points of heartlessness. Actually can't even cover up the emotions. Looking at that face similar to his own son's, Ding Jiping's heart of those who have no place to use the father's love, unconsciously flooded. Say whatever you want to say. He looked at Shinrui with an expression that could be described as loving. Is there something bothering the commander? Shinrui let out a giggle and reached out to scratch the back of his head, but realized that he was wearing a military cap on his head, so he had to sardonically put his hand down again, looking rather like a young man's childish clumsiness. On the one hand, Ding Jiping was satisfied with his simplicity. thinking that this precisely proved that Shinrui did not intentionally approach him. On the other hand, he was somewhat dissatisfied. He thought to himself, if his son was still alive and grew up well by his side, he would definitely not be as foolish as Shinrui. How could a man who wanted to do great things be so naive and honest? But if you pretend to be naive and honest, there are a few points like him. Thinking of this, Ding Jiping shook his head and lost his smile. This kind of stupid boy who could see through at a glance. How could he pretend to be stupid in front of him? Alas! Recently, the sales of drugs have been getting lower and lower. So it's evident that the law and order is getting worse and worse. A hypocrite like Ding Jiping. Of course, he wouldn't say that his wallet had deflated a lot, but instead picked a grand excuse. Aren't they afraid of being caught in jail? Shinrui asked. Ding Jiping shook his head. After all, the number of people the police can arrest is limited, and society needs a sufficient population to function. So they must always be given a chance to self-correct. If it wasn't for Shinrui knowing the truth behind those little red pills, I'm afraid he would have thought that Ding Jiping was a great benefactor. Shinrui despised it in the bottom of his heart. But on his face, he still had that silly boy look. Could it be because the drugs are too expensive? If the drugs weren't that expensive, they wouldn't risk committing a crime. You think too simple. This matter. Ding Jiping was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly laughed out loud. Good boy. Good boy. He patted Shinrui's shoulder. Mawkish? Yes. Just worried about the lack of opportunity. This is not the opportunity to sin the door? And Shinrui do not understand. Under Shinrui's puzzled gaze, Ding Jiping made an appointment to meet Commander Ming. Because Commander Ma and Commander Bai have been busy mobilizing their troops recently and are not in the capital. Ding Jiping, who is not good at leading troops in the eyes of others, is the most free. On Commander Ming's side, he heard that Ding Jiping had something important to discuss with him, so he nodded and agreed to meet. After hanging up the phone, Ding Jiping took Shinrui with him in a military vehicle and set off. Chapter 108, Tattered. Shinrui knew what Ding Jiping was going to do. With the greedy and short-sighted behavior of the other three, Ding Jiping's idea should work quickly. Of course, the greediest of them all was still Ding Jiping himself. It's just that in comparison, he's more sinister than the other three. After arriving at Commander Ming's villa, Shinrui consciously stayed in the car. Anyway, Ding Jiping's actions are in Yin Lao's plan. He did not listen to. On the contrary, he can make his own suspicion reduced to a minimum. Ding Jiping is also very satisfied with Shinrui's performance. A subordinate without curiosity is the best subordinate. He did not ask Shinrui to follow him upstairs, and went straight to Commander Ming's study. Big brother. As soon as he entered, Ding Jiping's face put on that cowardly and worried expression. Recently, the law and order is getting worse and worse, and I'm worried about it. Commander Ming's heart was concerned, secretly laughing at Ding Jiping's cowardice. At this point in time, still thinking about what security? The group of people who can't even get weapons. What can happen? The only thing that made it difficult was that these swine were providing him with less and less output. He glanced at Ding Jiping, and then thought, if this guy wasn't so weak and cowardly, he wouldn't have supported him. Now that Lao San and Lao Si had other thoughts. If Lao Air wasn't as doughy as a donut, allowing him to roll it round and flatten it, he would have been worried. Yes, if it continues like this, it will take a lot of effort to raise soldiers, Commander Ming said. Ding Jiping's face changed. Big brother, I will not lead the troops as nothing. You strong soldiers and horses cannot reduce this expenditure. How about? Alas! Halfway through his words, Ding Jiping stomped his foot in embarrassment and shut his mouth. Why are you swallowing today? In my place? What words can't you say straight? Commander Ming frowned unhappily. But he didn't want Ding Jiping to suddenly raise his hand and slap his own face. I was blinded by lard for a moment, and even came up with this kind of dim trick to hurt my brother's peace. I really deserve to be beaten. His smack was not light. Half of his face flushed red, startling Commander Ming. However, Ding Jiping's words were heard in his ears. Brothers in peace? Commander Ming sneered, thinking to himself, brotherly peace my arse. Lao Air, I know you're nostalgic for the old days, but those who achieve great things don't stick to the small details. How can you be a mother-in-law? Lao San and Lao Si look to be having dissenting thoughts. The two of them are occupying so many military strongholds. It's clear that they want to wait for the opportunity to deal with the two of us. Saying this, Commander Meng looked at Ding Jiping's face that had lost its blood color in an instant, nodded in satisfaction and continued. It's all come to this. What do you care about brotherhood and harmony? Those two didn't treat the two of us as brothers. Ding Jiping, trembling lips, stuttering, said, Big brother. This in the middle is bound to be. Is there any misunderstanding? Old 3 and old 4. Will not. We brothers for 20 years of love. How will come to this point? Speaking to the end, Ding Jiping's tone is becoming more and more uncertain, as if he has begun to be suspicious. If Shenrui were here, I'm afraid he would have to admire his acting skills. When it was really pure fire, it could compete for an Oscar. Commander Meng looked at him like this. On the one hand spurning him for being a womanizer. On the other hand satisfied with how easy he was to pin down. Lao Er, you don't know anything about leading troops to war. But Big Brother has to tell you one thing. Once the fight starts, these two people hold the key roads. But they will affect our military transport and marching routes at any time. Lao San and Lao Si playing up these ideas so early. Their hearts can be killed. Oh. Commander Meng's voice was full of compulsion. And Ding Jiping also followed the snake's lead, suddenly summoning up the courage to raise his voice. Since they're unkind, we can't be blamed for being unrighteous. After saying these words, Ding Jiping's courage was all used up, and he fell into an armchair with a depressed expression. I'm only doing this to protect myself. All right. Commander Meng raised his hand to interrupt his cowardly behavior. What idea have you come up with? But say it. When has Big Brother ever blamed you? Ding Jiping had done enough theater, and only then did he reveal the true purpose of his trip. Big Brother, I was thinking, if the price of medicines in our territory is reduced, then will people in other places. Before he finished speaking, Commander Meng's eyes lit up. Yes. Although the number of people buying medicine was less overall, it wasn't as if it had shrunk by half. So as long as he snatched the people on old 3 and 4's side, wouldn't the daily money make up for it again? As for whether old 3 and 4 would be dissatisfied, Commander Meng couldn't care less. Buying medicine was a spontaneous and autonomous act, and those people voluntarily came by car to buy medicine on his territory. So he couldn't be blamed. Commander Meng still remembered the previous grudge in his heart. Although the territory had been divided and the war game had been cancelled, this did not mean anything. Had been cancelled. But that didn't stop Commander Meng from planning his own retaliation. The two of them discussed for a while, and finally decided to reduce the price of medicine to 80% of the original price. As soon as the news was announced, the train tickets were immediately sold out. All the law-abiding residents took out their savings and prepared to travel to Commander Meng's territory to stock up on the low-priced medicines. As a result of this behavior, the income from medicines in Commander Meng's territory increased by dozens of times, while Commander Ma and Commander Bai's drug revenues, all of a sudden, dropped by nearly 90%. In just a few days, the two couldn't sit still. They rushed back to the capital and went looking for Commander Meng to demand a statement. Alas, it's also because I didn't think enough. I didn't expect these civilians to react so strongly. Commander Meng waved his hand in a feigned manner. It was only 20% of the profit. And surprisingly, all these people went to my territory to buy medicine. Big Brother, Old 4 and I have suffered a great deal in the past few days. You've suddenly lowered the price of the medicine. And you didn't even greet your brothers. It's too unkind. Commander Ma appeared to be complaining, but his tone was somewhat aggressive. Unsympathetic? Commander Meng snorted coldly. I'm doing this for the sake of all the citizens. He turned around and paced back and forth in the study with his hands behind his back. As you have seen for yourselves, the resistance of the civilians is getting more and more intense. We've got rid of a big problem now, but we have to think about the long term in the future. This lead cut to the root in one breath. It won't grow later. Commander Bai and Commander Ma glanced at each other, both burning with anger. Nice words. You swallowed our brother's dividends for several months in one breath. If we lower the price at this moment, we will only lose more. If Big Brother doesn't settle this today, aren't you afraid of hurting our brother's peace? When Commander Bai said the latter, it was already a blatant threat. Joke. Commander Meng slammed the table. What do I want to do on my own turf that I have to look at your faces? The two of you are too lenient in your control. After saying that, he clapped his hands, and instantly a dozen infantrymen rushed into the study, pointing their guns at Commander Bai and Commander Ma. as if they had already planned to tear their faces off. Commander Ma's eyes narrowed. Big brother, it seems like you've been planning this for a long time. Since that's the case, don't blame being a younger brother for being disrespectful. And what can you do to me? Commander Ming asked with a cold face. I can't take you what? But the sniper on the roof of the opposite building can't say. Commander Ma had already raised his hand as he spoke. You? Commander Ming signaled the infantryman with his eyes. If you act rashly, don't blame me for blowing your head off. Then Big Brother will have to think about whether I can raise this hand a second time before I die. Commander Ma used a threatening tone, implying to Commander Ming that as long as he raised his hand one more time, the sniper on the opposite side would immediately open fire. The two parties were at a stalemate, and in the end, it was Commander Ming who valued his life and could only release Commander Bai and Commander Ma, but not allow them to leave the capital. However, the military region was not an ironclad one, and without knowing who was secretly helping, Commander Bai and Commander Ma ended up fleeing the capital and returning to where their own armies were stationed. For Commander Ming, this was naturally letting the tiger return to the mountain. As for Qin Silence, who was in the slums, he finally waited for his chance to see the light of day again. The world where the replica was located had begun a large-scale civil war, and the streets and alleys were filled with flames of war. So no one had time to care whether the people running around on the streets were civilians or slum dwellers with no status. The forces of the resistance also took this opportunity to fish in troubled waters. And for a time, all parts of the world were in chaos, and the city could not wait for alley battles to break out 3 times a day. Qin Silence hid in a house that had nailed down the windows, smilingly looking towards Yuan Hung. This scene, isn't it déjà vu? Outside, the war was raging. The sound of bullets breaking through the air was constantly resounding, and the house was often shaken by the aftershocks of the shells. But Yuan Hung felt that nothing was more reassuring than this moment. The first time he met Qin Silence, it was a similar scene. Only the two could not be considered friendly with each other when they first met. Now you can't snatch my sword. Qin Silence made a witty remark, and as his face turned outside, his heart was a little sad. The road after Yuan Hung was bound to be full of thorns. But other than this time, she didn't have the chance to accompany him through another difficult time. She didn't even know if she would really be able to meet up with him again in the future. Boom! Another round of bombardment hit, and the house shook a few times, fluttering and falling many broken pieces of earth for a long time before falling silent again. At this time, Yuan Hung said, my informant told me that that junior officer had once gone to see old Yin, and very early in the morning, right before we... Qin Silence pretended not to hear. Right before what? Just the day after you entered the copy. Yuan Hung sighed in relief, secretly glad that the gunfire outside had affected Qin Silence's hearing. Qin Silence's eyes darkened as he asked, that means he is indeed a player. But for him to gain Elder Yan's trust so quickly is truly unimaginable. At this speed, there is a greater element of coincidence, Yuan Hung said. After all, it was impossible for the mastermind to help someone cheat. And this person should have happened to know some key clue on the first day before suddenly approaching old Yin. But what exactly that clue was, I'm afraid that only he himself knew. Neither Qin Silence nor Yuan Hung had much of a clue as to what could talk or threaten Yin Lao. They certainly could not be omniscient and surmise the entirety of that junior officer's experience. In reality, the man had drawn a rare occupation, that of an officer. Because of this, he possessed a very important buff, which was military secrets. This buff allowed him to learn a secret about a warlord every 15 days. And coincidentally, the first secret he learned happened to be related to Yin Lao. For Yin Lao, Shinrui's identity was clearly a secret known only to him. After all, most of the people who had followed him 20 years ago had already died in that rebellion, and the rest had either died of old age or gone into hiding. For a young man in his 20s to suddenly run up to him and claim that he knew his secret, of course Yin Lao would be extremely surprised, coupled with the fact that this person's identity was still that of an officer, and could not be moved easily. Yin Lao had no choice but to choose to cooperate with him. Most importantly, although he himself was not a threat, in his heart, he was more appreciative of this kind of bold young man, just as he had appreciated Qin Silence before. The only pity was that Qin Silence was not a man and could not marry his daughter. Therefore, Yin Lao ultimately chose to let the young officer be his successor and support his daughter, Yen Ke. If Qin Silence knew of Yin Lao's thoughts, He feared that he would burst out laughing, even without discussing how long the other players would be able to stay here for at most. Just talking about that little officer alone, Yin Lao's wish was destined to come to naught. Imagine if Yin Lao helped that officer to pass the level. Then that officer would immediately detach himself from the copy. And naturally, he would not be able to be his ride-along son-in-law if Yin Lao failed to help the other party pass. As a player, could it be that the officer would still really stay here willingly for the rest of his life? Not to mention that it was a toss-up whether or not the failed player would survive. But of course, Qin Silence couldn't have thought of this in a pie-in-the-sky way. That little officer's buffs could simply be said to be able to pinch the pennies. So where could she have thought of such a special ability? Not to mention that the most important thing in front of her was not the junior officer, whether or not Yin Lao could make it. The prerequisite was whether or not the four warlords could fight to the death. If their forces were not depleted to the point of military instability, even Yin Lao was afraid that there was no chance of success. So right now, the most important thing was to deplete the four warlords' military strength, so that they would be greatly wounded. What the resistance army did could only play a supporting role. After all, the warlords had controlled this place for so many years. It was difficult for ordinary people to get their hands on those lethal controlled weapons. Even if someone had some not-so-legal access, it was still a drop in the bucket. It wasn't until the recent melee between the warlords that the resistance had a chance to fish in troubled waters and collect some of the weapons from the battlefield in the process. But when it comes to combat strength, the resistance army has not undergone formal training, and the time it has been in existence is short. So naturally there is no way it can be compared to the regular army. What really consumed the warlord's strength was instead their own infighting. It depends on how greedy they really are, Qin Silence muttered as he looked at the scorched land outside. In fact, Qin Silence herself wasn't the greedy type, although it was unlikely that she would exploit others. But envisioning the amount of resources that these warlords would be able to get every day before the war, Qin Silence found it unbelievable. With so many resources, if it were her, she wouldn't be unsatisfied no matter what. Was it the nature of these people to be greedy? Or were most people like that when they reached that position? No one could give Qin Silence the correct answer. But the battle afterwards did side by side confirm the greed of certain people. Commander Bai and Commander Ma joined forces, and first caught Ding Jiping off guard. Ding Jiping's army was almost completely defeated in the battle, leaving only a few tens of thousands of remnants. However, even Qin Silence, who didn't know the whole story, could guess that the old fox's so-called remnants were the elite troops comparable to the special forces. The reason why Ding Jiping failed so quickly and put most of the defeated troops into the other three commanders' armies was to eliminate the wariness of the other three, especially when he lost big. He even gave his largest number of troops to his older brother, Commander Ming, which was a big relief to Commander Ming's old man. On the surface, Ding Jiping was still a commander, but he only led the tens of thousands of remnants, and basically gave the rest of his troops to Commander Ming. Over and over again, Commander Ming's strength was even stronger than the combined strength of Commander Bai and Commander Ma. This fueled Commander Ming's ambition. Originally, he only wanted to teach the other two warlords a lesson. But this time, he was completely determined to dominate the world. With this in mind, after gaining Ding Jiping's troops, Commander Ming, instead of stopping to make peace, increased the scale of the battle. It could be imagined that under these circumstances, Commander Ma and Commander Bai would also fight to the death. When things came to this point, it was already truly a case of king or loser, and it would not end in death. Under the war, the most miserable were still the civilians. The warlords, who were still relying on drugs to collect money and supplies, had now completely torn off their disguise and turned into a rampage. Ordinary people's property, labor, became the private property of the warlords. Many men of prime age were even taken into the army and forced to enlist. The move intensified the pace of people joining the resistance. In just a month's time, the forces around the country have been transformed into a melee between three warlords and the resistance. And these three warlords each other. Also occasionally friction. On the contrary, because of the earliest withdrawal from the war, with tens of thousands of soldiers in a corner. But no one difficult. This day, Ding Jiping looked at the latest war report. The old god educated Shenrui. During this period of time, he almost treated Shenrui as his own son. And every time there was any major event, he had to bring it to mention him. Commander Ming's move is too fast. I'm afraid that he'll soon have to suffer a loss. He pointed at the map. If it were me, I would attack from this side. This way. Although the progress is slow, it will be able to win steadily. Shenrui listened with a low brow beside him, his heart unperturbed. He was already used to Ding Jiping's two faces before and after people. For the other three warlords to ridicule Ding Jiping for not being able to lead an army was really a big mistake. When he was young, this man had graduated from the best military school in China and was one of the best in his class. Not only could he lead troops, he was also good at raising troops. It was only that compared to the other three, Ding Jiping came from an ordinary background. If he hadn't flattered Commander Ming in the beginning, he wouldn't have been able to climb to his current position. Ding Jiping was actually unconvinced in his heart, and after Shenrui gained his trust, he could occasionally hear him complaining for the fact that he had spent 20 years of his life ambling around in front of three straw men. Ding Jiping had always held a grudge. He wasn't a generous person, and he took it to heart when others gave him a hard time. All along, he had been holding back. Now that he has a confidant to talk to, and at the same time the time is about to be ripe, Ding Jiping is complacent, thinking that his rule over the country is only checking the door. And naturally, he is a bit complacent. Before the four warlords went to war, apart from Commander Ming who had 300,000 troops, the other three had around 250,000 troops. Now that Ding Jiping had set aside 40,000 elite soldiers, the rest of the force had almost all been given to Commander Ming, except for a portion that had been captured. However, the combat ability of those crooked ones that he picked out could be imagined to be not very good. In this way, although Commander Ming's troop strength was vaguely more than the other two, his combat capability was actually slightly weaker than the others. Ding Jiping intentionally maintained this weak gap, so that both parties would not give in and fight to the death, so that he could reap the benefits. Even if Commander Ming is used to riding on his neck, it would not be a good idea to keep him to protect his own. Only a few tens of thousands of soldiers to go. What's more, at the time of the Great War, Commander Ming, no matter how unintelligent he was, wouldn't be able to offend Ding Jiping to death at this time, leaving himself isolated. It was for this reason that Ding Jiping could lead these tens of thousands of soldiers without fear of being suspected and coveted. Ding Jiping looked at Shenrui's innocent face, very complicated inside. Alas, and you say so much. You do not understand this. I'm the commander's soldier. It's fine if the commander understands. Shenrui smiled foolishly. As soon as he saw this face that was similar to his own son's, Ding Jiping's heart softened. You still need to learn more in the future. No one can back you up for the rest of your life. When this sentence was said, it was really like a father educating his son. Somehow, Shenrui was in a trance for a moment. If it wasn't an act, and the other party wasn't an enemy, Shenrui truly hoped that he had a father who thought of himself in every way. Although Yin Lao had raised him, he had always been very strict with him. On the whole, Yin Lao was more like his teacher than his adoptive father. Shenrui suddenly had a jolt when he thought of this. He forced that ridiculous thought he had just had out of his mind. What a damn! Ding Jiping was a devil who killed without blinking an eye and hammered the bones and marrow out of civilians. How could he compare him to Yin Lao just because of his sugar-coated words? Shenrui secretly spat on his own unflinching will, while secretly being vigilant and cautioning himself not to fall for Ding Jiping's tricks. He did not realize that blood ties were a wonderful thing. There were fathers and sons who, even if they hadn't seen each other since the birth of their son, might have met at first sight in the days that followed. It was a pity that Shenrui did not know or believe that he was Ding Jiping's son. And Ding Jiping would never have imagined that Yin Lao would be able to endure his hatred and raise his son, and then personally deliver him in front of him when he was almost exterminated. Chapter 109, 2 Defeats. The war was still in full swing, with no intention of stopping. Due to the difference in strength between the two sides is not large. Stalemate war is only a futile increase in casualties. However, war is always like this. It's easy to start a war, but it's very difficult to make peace. Moreover, Commander Ming knew Commander Bai and Commander Ma very well, and the other two commanders knew him as well. To put it bluntly, all three of them were not generous people, and all of them wanted to get rid of each other as soon as possible. However, compared to Commander Ming, Commander Bai and Commander Ma had one weakness, and that was that they were two people. In such a situation, the two men's habits of leading troops, the distribution of benefits, their respective losses, etc., will inevitably clash with each other. At the end of the day, the two brothers who were originally allied were also estranged. On the contrary, Ding Jiping, who had long been a spectator, maintained the illusion of brotherhood with Commander Ming. The forces of the three commanders frequently collided, and occasionally there were a few pockets of resistance forces. Qin Silence looked at the newspaper reports and couldn't help but shake her head. The data on the war report was very regular. The pattern was that no one took advantage of the situation. One day its Commander Bai's XX troops annihilated thousands of Commander Ma's XX troops. The next day, its Commander Bai's XX troops annihilated thousands of Commander Bai's XX troops. Warlords fought against each other, killing and wounding soldiers, and turning many originally rich places into scorched earth. The harmful effects of war could be seen. Ordinary people are forced to join the army and are sent to the battlefield before they can receive training, and often end up dying a horrible death. Qin Silence looked at the cold data on the newspaper. Her heart dawned on her. Is there really a righteous side in the struggle for power? Yin Lao seems to be the righteous side, but the way he wins is just to wait for others to start the war, consume each other, and he will eventually reap the benefits. The innocent people who died in the middle of it all deserved it, didn't they? But if Yin Lao doesn't use this method, will all the people here continue to live the same exploitative life? Qin Silence felt that if he was in the same position, I am afraid that it would be very difficult to choose. But Yin Lao, in the end, should still be a person who puts righteousness above personal feelings. He might be a good leader, but he could not be considered a good person in the broadest sense of the word. At least when Qin Silence had observed him for so many days before. She had occasionally seen Yin Lao's unintentionally revealed expression, and when she thought about it carefully, she had always felt unnerved. There was a doubt in the back of her mind as to whether or not Yin Lao knew exactly how those soldiers had been controlled. If Yin Lao did not know, then Shen Rui should easily reveal himself. If he knew, then why couldn't he secretly spread the cracking method like he did when the resistance army rescued the civilians? After all, that way, all the controlled soldiers would be grateful to him, and the uprising would become easier. She told her hero about this doubt. I rather think that you're thinking too cleverly of these people in power, Yuan Heng said. For one thing, it's unlikely that Ding Jiping would keep an eye on Shen Rui every day to see if he's under control, whether it's medicines or something else. At least there's no difference between the outward appearance of this also soldier and an ordinary person. This shows that the warlord's method of controlling soldiers will not change their external features. Ding Jiping certainly can't go and test Shen Rui's blood drug concentration every day. Qin Silence nodded in agreement. Afterwards, she but suddenly changed her tone. But don't you think that it's too risky for Yin Lao to do so? They, as bystanders, could certainly analyze it calmly. But shouldn't Yin Lao, as a person of interest, strive to be foolproof when ordering a plan? If Shen Rui really wasn't under the warlord's control like the other soldiers, then he would have been exposed immediately just by measuring his blood drug concentration once. This method, wasn't it too dangerous? Qin Silence and Yuan Heng glanced at each other, both feeling that Elder Yin was a very impenetrable person. However, compared to this, the two had a more important matter at the moment: recruiting troops. Of course, Qin Silence and Yuan Heng's aim was not to dominate the world. What they needed to guard against was annexation by other players. The people involved in the battle weren't just from the warlords. The resistance was also involved. But whether it was out of selfishness or for the sake of a grand plan, it was difficult for a small force to do anything great after all. So with the large and small battles constantly occurring, the resistance army among the weaker forces, but also gradually by the stronger forces annexed into more than a dozen different forces, each unit from 1 or 2,000 to 2 or 3 million ranging. The strength of the gap is actually still very large. It's just that we are all from the south and the north. Not necessarily the strongest will meet the weakest. And naturally some of the forces have been preserved. However, where Yuan Heng and Qin Silence were located was the capital city, the center of the power struggle, and it was impossible to avoid a fight no matter what. So in order to protect themselves, the two of them also had to gather more manpower, so that certain players, who held more resistance, would not use the war as a shield to eliminate dissidents. The warlord melee might not last much longer. Qin Silence said while tallying up the list of newcomers. Both sides have already lost 600,000 to 700,000 troops. And if it weren't for the fact that there have been new recruits replenishing, the barracks would be sparse. And it must be very hard to see. What Qin Silence didn't say was that even if there were new recruits to replenish the army, those recruits were not voluntarily joining the army on the one hand, and were not trained on the other. So I'm afraid that they would have no role to play on the battlefield other than being cannon fodder. Commander Meng originally had more than 500,000 troops in his hands. But now that he had lost most of them, only 200,000 were left that could really be useful on the field. The remaining soldiers of the two commanders, Ma and Bai, together barely amounted to 200,000. And the rest were all newly recruited recruits who could do nothing but run on two legs, as well as the human body's strokes of marksmanship. The three commanders together had only 400,000 soldiers to work with, and most of them were just ordinary soldiers. I'm afraid it won't be long before Ding Jiping can't sit still. The snipe and the clam are fighting, and the fisherman will benefit, since the snipe and the clam have already bitten each other to death, and neither of them will let go of their mouths. If the fisherman doesn't come at this time, wouldn't it be as empty as a treasure trove, with nothing to show for it? It seems that we only need to wait for a while longer before we can. Yuan Heng's voice lowered in the middle of his words. We'll be able to what? Just be able to separate, and then perhaps never meet again. Let's go. Go meet the new arrival. Qin Silence took his hand and walked out. In the military villa, Ding Jiping cupped a brown ampoule in his hand and waved at Shenrui. Know what this is, right? Shenrui nodded. It's a drug that must be injected every month. Do you know why this has to be used once a month? Ding Jiping wore a lofty smugness, seemingly satisfied with his own bounty. Ding Jiping was actually a rare talent. He was good at leading troops, and was not ignorant of reasoning like some big old men. If placed in ancient times, he would certainly be a famous Confucian general. However, he was born in a place that relied on connections. Even if he was talented, without connections, he would be useless. Even Yen Lao, when he was young, he was also a son of a famous family. Not at all like Ding Jiping, who was from an ordinary background. That was why Ding Jiping didn't really think much of Yen Lao in his heart. Yen Lao's so-called peaceful world not also divided people into 3, 6, 9 classes? The reason why those people wanted him to come back was because life now was not as good as it used to be. Not because it used to be good. When Yen Lao was in power, there were quite a few people in the country who opposed him. Otherwise, the 4 of them warlords wouldn't have been able to achieve great things in the end. Ding Jiping felt ridiculous when he thought of those who dreamed of bringing Yen Lao back to power. It was just the difference between cutting meat with a sharp knife and cutting meat with a blunt knife. Where was he noble? Thinking of this, Ding Jiping's hand squeezing the pill bottle tightened. Luckily, the fate of those soldiers was in his hands. Shenrui didn't know that he had turned these many thoughts in such a short while, and only feigned ignorance, saying vaguely, "It should be because the medicine only lasts for a month." Then do you know how to make them last a lifetime? When Ding Jiping said this, his eyes stared at Shenrui. Quite a bit of scrutiny. Shenrui shook his head. This is not something I should know. The commander alone will know. Ding Jiping was satisfied in his heart, reached out and handed the medicine bottle to Shenrui. Xiao Su is 3 years younger than you. There are some things that he can't manage right now. You are my beloved. Help him manage for me. And in the future when I am old, you can also support each other like blood brothers. Shenrui lowered his head, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. Here it comes. The information that Yen Lao had asked him to extract. The study was silent for a moment, with only the sound of Ding Jiping speaking remaining. And in a room in the nearby barracks, Officer Chenru kicked over the chairs in the room. Damn it! How come it's this useless intelligence again? Chenru cursed in a low voice somewhat grumpily. From the time he entered the replica until now, his buff had been used 6 times. The first time, he had learned about Yen Lao's secret. The second time, he knew about the loopholes in the military camp's personnel arrangements. As a result, for the 4 times after that, he actually didn't get a single piece of useful information. Forget it. Yen Lao's success is on the cards anyway. Chenru pondered uncertainly for a moment. When that Shenrui kid gets the information, we'll do him in. And in the end, the credit won't go to me alone? On the table beside Shenru's hand, there was a note with a line written on it. Ding Jiping's son had a red birthmark on his back. This was not useful information to Chenru at all, since he knew who all of Ding Jiping's sons were. What did it matter if they had a birthmark on their backs? When he remembered that this note had wasted his once in 15 days buff, Chenru was furious. He crumpled the note into a ball and threw it out the window. It wasn't something that would reveal his identity anyway, so he guessed that if others picked it up, they would treat it as a laughing matter. This small ball of paper flew out of the window, and just happened to hit a soldier in his collar. The soldiers outside were training. A group of people hooted and hollered and ran over, including the soldier himself, who didn't notice such a small paper ball. After Shenrui came out of Ding Jiping's study, he followed Ding Jiping's orders and went straight to the barracks. Not only did Ding Jiping tell him the way to permanently solve the drug in the soldier's body, he also gave him the power to match the antidote potion. Right now, the time was not mature enough, so Shenrui naturally could not act rashly. So he continued to play the role of Ding Jiping's obedient beloved, coming on time to check the soldier's training progress and handing out this month's medicines in the meantime. Those who came over to receive the medicines would give him a military salute before leaving. Thus, when the soldier from before made his military salute, a small paper ball fell out down his sleeve. While the others didn't notice, Shenrui thought that Shenru had sent someone to give him a message. Taking advantage of the others not paying attention, Shenrui sat on the chair, deep one leg, and hooked the small paper ball under the table. At this time, his hand suddenly shook, and the pen he used to record the number of medicines fell. He bent down, picked up the pen as if nothing had happened, and by the time he sat up straight, the little ball of paper was already crushed in his hand. It wasn't until after the drugs were all dispensed that Shenrui had the chance to return to his room. He couldn't wait to open the note, and saw the previous message that had made Shenrui deeply impatient. This message caused his face to turn a little odd. What a coincidence. Elder Yin actually remembered the birthmark so clearly even. It seemed that Elder Yin had chosen to accept him as a righteous son in the first place in order to find someone who resembled Ding Jiping's son. Otherwise, how come there was also a red birthmark on his back? Chapter 110. The son is dying. But why would someone purposely bring this news to him? Shenrui was somewhat puzzled. Even if Ding Jiping, no matter how much he trusts him, and how much the two act like father and son, Ding Jiping would not have stripped off his shirt to see if there is a birthmark on his back. Shenrui certainly can't imagine. This note is not someone else intentionally left him, but that guy Shenrui unintentionally threw out. Originally, although Shenrui did not understand what the deep meaning of this note, only thought that Yin Lao will have the next instruction. However, as time passed, he did not receive any instructions, only Shenrui several times to find him. Words, it seems, that always want to get from his mouth about lifting the toxins on the soldier's secrets. Shenrui, this time out to do the task. Shenrui did help a lot, but to remove the toxin on the soldiers after all, the matter is important. Even if Shenrui was not a deep-minded person, he understood that this piece of information could help Yin Lao turn the situation around. Similarly, others who received this information would also have the opportunity to gather a large number of people. It could be said that whoever obtained this information would win the world. Shenrui was usually a very shrewd person, and seemed to be quite ambitious, but Shenrui did not trust him. Therefore, in the case of Shenrui several times to spy on the situation, Shenrui has been playing dumb. Do not want to go through Shenrui this intermediary information to Yin Lao. His heart is bit on his adoptive father, fearing that Shenrui will turn against him after learning the secret, wanting to be the master of the country himself. Shenrui, who did not know the truth, also began to be suspicious. His heart muttered, doubt Shenrui is aware of his own life. So hesitation. Shenrui is undoubtedly a very sentimental person. To Yin Lao is also loyal. But is he really capable of harming his own father? After Shenrui returned empty-handed once again, he couldn't help but begin to speculate. In case Shenrui really knew the truth, what would he choose? On one side was his adoptive father, who had raised him for 20 years, and on the other was his own father. If he handed over the information, Yin Lao would be able to turn the situation around, and Ding Jiping would be defeated. If he doesn't, Ding will have to fight Yin to the death after he destroys the other warlords. No matter how he chose, Shenrui was afraid that he would regret it. On the other hand, Shenrui was very puzzled inwardly as he waited late for Yin Lao's next instructions. For some reason, the more he recalled the note recently, the more he felt that something was wrong. He felt that he should meet Yin Lao and ask him about it face to face. On this day, he accompanied Ding Jiping out, and on the way, he saw one of Yin Lao's informants. So he managed to contact him, but the informant told him that Yin was very busy recently, and now Shenrui's identity is sensitive, and Yin is clearly dead. The person he went to see Yin Lao certainly need a lot of arrangements. Very inconvenient. Shenrui had to trust the informant to bring the note to Yin Lao, because he was not sure of the intention of Yin Lao to give him this message. He instructed the informant to ask Yin Lao what to do next. The informant thought that what was on the note was the information that Shenrui had gathered, and when he handed it over to Yin Lao, his words revealed this meaning. Yin Lao usually worry about so many things. Where would remember what birthmark on Shenrui's back? He was nominally Shenrui's adoptive father, but in reality, it was a role similar to that of a teacher, and did not take care of Shenrui's daily life like a real father. When he saw the note, Yin Lao also felt a little puzzled, thinking how this kid recently become stupid. Care Ding Jiping's youngest son has a birthmark for what? Hurrying up to extract useful information was the right thing to do. You only tell him that those who achieve great things don't bother with small details. Don't pay attention to these minutiae. Let's just concentrate on dealing with Ding Jiping. As for his son, it's not enough to worry about. After Yin Lao said this, he went on to deal with other matters. The informant didn't feel that there was anything wrong with these words, and after the second meeting, he told Shenrui about Yin Lao's words in their original form. It was at this point that Shenrui truly began to feel that something was wrong. Yin Lao did not seem to know that he had a red birthmark on his back. Shenrui himself knew this, or when he was a child bathing with his peers. Other friends told him. There were many people who told him about this, and although he himself couldn't see it, he was already certain that there was a red birthmark on his back. There was no need for his companions to lie to him. What's more, even if the note was really fishy, those people wouldn't have swindled him more than 10 years in advance. Would they? Shenrui thought back to Yin Lao's reply and knew that he should have misunderstood that the note was written by him, and also misunderstood the son referred to above. It is Ding Jiping's son, Ding Su, who is still alive. Shenrui was reluctant to suspect Yin Lao, and only thought that someone was trying to find out if he was a spy. But this incident had left a shadow of doubt in his heart, coupled with the fact that Ding Jiping had not made a move recently, and Shenrui could not see Yin Lao. He hid the information in his heart, and did not tell anyone. On the other hand, Shenrui suspected that the note might really be talking about Ding Jiping's youngest son, Ding Su, and that only he himself, because he wanted to get close to Ding Jiping, was paranoid and felt that the son on that note was talking about Ding Rui. He had usually dealt with Ding Su quite a bit, because he had become Ding Jiping's beloved. Ding Su admired his father very much, and thus respected his father's inner circle. He had only recently taken over the military affairs, and Shenrui was very close to him in order to investigate the truth of the note. Ding Jiping looked at the two brother and sister. Heart is also very happy, and do not stop. On this day, after Shenrui and Ding Su finished their work for the day, they went to a local sauna. In the middle of the war, civilians are displaced, exhausted, where the warlords are located, but still singing and dancing. It is ironic enough to say. Shenrui, this time out of course not to enjoy. He wanted to see if there was a red birthmark on Ding Su's back. Both of them were in the sauna with only the lower half of their bodies wrapped in towels, and their backs were naturally both exposed. Big brother Shen, there's a red birthmark on your back. Ding Su was young and spoke lively, startled like a little boy. Is that so? It's not likely that you have one too. Just that you can't see it yourself. Shenrui said jokingly. That's impossible. No one has ever told me that I have a birthmark on my back. Saying this, Ding Su also turned around to show that he really didn't have a birthmark. After saying that, Ding Su suddenly added, Big brother Shen, sometimes I feel that you are my big brother. Shenrui shivered for no reason, feeling cold all over. Was there really such a coincidence in the world? He himself and Ding Rui were the same age. His eyebrows were also very similar to him, and even the matter of having a red birthmark on his back was the same. So could it be? No, it won't. Shenrui ran away from the truth. What if that note was supposed to be a boring piece of fake news? Ding Rui might not have had a birthmark on him at all. Maybe the other soldiers had seen the birthmark when he was bathing in the public bath when he first arrived. And some of those people were jealous that he had been reused by Ding Jiping. And that's why they were pulling these boring tricks. Shenrui kept hypnotizing himself. Elder Yin had adopted him, and had raised him and nurtured him to become a man of honor. How could Yin Lao harm him? Don't be paranoid. After some self-hypnosis like this, although Shenrui was still distracted, he tried his best to avoid thinking about this issue anymore. His mission has basically been completed. Wait until Ding Jiping action. He then told all the information to Yin Lao face to face. Let Yan Lao rescue those soldiers. Turn them. Ding Jiping will be defeated. Now that the great cause was only 1 foot short of the door, he absolutely could not mess up himself. In the end, Shen Rui left the sauna in a dignified manner and returned to his residence within the military region. While at this time, Ding Jiping was on the phone with his youngest son, Ding Su. The father and son were very affectionate, probably out of guilt for his eldest son. Ding Jiping was dissatisfied with his youngest son on one hand, thinking that if his eldest son had lived, he would definitely have been more successful than him. And on the other hand, Ding Jiping felt that he should transfer the love he had for his eldest son onto his youngest son. So Ding Jiping in private actually very spoiled the child. In order to be able to feel better in the heart, Ding Su doesn't know his father's thoughts, and only thinks that his father is the best father in the whole world, and the one who loves him the most. As soon as the sauna ended today, Ding Su went back to his villa and called him. The father and son chatted for half a day, and the topic came to Shen Rui. Dad, big brother Shen has a red birthmark on his back. I still saw a red birthmark for the first time. The common ones in the past are all green and black. Not very nice. That on big brother Shen's back. It's like a small red fish. On the other side of the phone, Ding Jiping heart shocked. What did you just say? His voice was so agitated that when one heard it, one could imagine how anxious the person on the other end of the phone was. Ding Su was startled, but repeated himself. I said that a greenish-black birthmark doesn't. Next sentence. Ding Jiping's face was taut, as if he would do something irreparable in the next second. Big brother Shen has a red birthmark on his back that looks like a small fish. Ding Su detected his father's strange appearance and spoke in a lower and lower voice. The next second, however, he heard a loud bang from across the room. Dad! Dad? Ding Su called out several times from the other side, but he didn't get a reply from Ding Jiping. He grabbed his jacket and hurriedly ran out. When Shen Rui received the news and hurried over, the military doctor had already seen Ding Jiping. Commander Ding. The military doctor hesitated, unsure if he should tell the truth. What exactly happened to my father? You say it quickly. Ding Su took a step forward and asked. Commander Ding has cancer, and it's already terminal. The doctor gritted his teeth and told the truth. Impossible. You're bullshitting. My father was still riding at the horse farm a few days ago. How could he be so sick? Ding Su grabbed the doctor's collar and picked him up. Xiao Su. Shen Rui patted his shoulder. The commander needs to recuperate. Shen Rui looked at Ding Jiping's sleeping face and realized that the man had actually aged. The hair on his temples had turned white. It was only that when Ding Jiping was awake, he was always full of ambition, so he couldn't notice the man's old age, although he didn't want to admit it. When he first heard the doctor's words, Shen Rui did feel sad for a moment. But soon, this sadness was put behind him. Ding Jiping was an enemy, and one must not be merciful when dealing with an enemy. He had to tell this good news to Yan Lao. Ding Jiping was at the end of his rope, and they would soon be able to overthrow the warlord's rule. Shen Rui felt that he should be happy at this moment, but he couldn't be happy in his heart. He pulled Ding Su out of Ding Jiping's bedroom, dutifully playing the role of a knowledgeable beloved. In the bedroom, Ding Jiping's hand hidden under the quilt, however, tightened violently. He was very unwilling. It was clear that he was only one step away from the final step, but he didn't have much time left to live. Moreover, he understood everything now. Shen Rui was his son, Ding Rui, and the only person who could keep him alive until now was Yan Huishan. Thinking of this, Ding Jiping almost vomited a mouthful of blood. Why had Shen Rui suddenly appeared in front of him? It was obviously Yan Huishan's arrangement. That sinister old thing had raised his son to kill each other. Everyone thinks Yan Huishan is a good man who cares about his country, but in reality, he is just a well-disguised, grandiose man, who in this world doesn't long for supreme power. Why is the person who has the cloth of shame is superior? However, Ding Jiping thought of Shen Rui as really his son. Clenched fists loosened. He couldn't give up on Xiao Rui a second time. Chapter 111, Discovering the Truth. As long as Xiao Rui didn't have the means to tip off surname Yan, then he would be victorious. Ding Jiping thought with some uncertainty, not knowing if Shen Rui, or rather Ding Rui, had told Yan Lao the information. Even though he knew that his days were numbered, Ding Jiping still did not give up on his obsession. He even thought of getting rid of Yan Lao and giving the position to his son, Ding Rui. So what if I'm dying? You, Yan Huishan, are more than a dozen years older than me. And you've long been half in the ground. If you want to be an Earth Emperor, I won't let you have your way. Ding Jiping gritted his teeth and whispered, ignoring the doctor's advice. Quickly put on his jacket and walked out. Commander. Shenrui called Ding Su out. Not more than a few minutes before and after. And as soon as he turned around, he saw Ding Jiping running out with red eyes. You come with me. Ding Jiping effortlessly gasped for air and walked in the direction of the study. Although Shenrui felt strange, he still followed in order to avoid suspicion from the people around him. On the other side, Qin Silence sat in a bomb shelter and shared vision with the Eagle. As the war became more and more intense, the manpower of the organizations on all sides had suffered heavy losses. Sometimes, civil wars were even more costly than external wars. The area where Qin Silence and Yuan Heng were previously located had been affected, and many of the houses were no longer habitable. In addition, Yuan Heng wanted to keep an eye on the rear. It is not convenient to lead the troops too far, so Qin Silence came with him to the rear of the war zone. Today, Commander Ming and Commanders Bai and Ma are fighting to the death, and the battle is extremely fierce. With the guns blazing outside, Yuan Heng didn't want the rebels he was leading to go out and die, so he arranged for everyone to hide behind a bunker. Qin Silence is bored. Just at this time the eagle seems to have some movement, so he communicated with the eagle. He sat in the corner, make a closed-eye posture to recuperate. In the eagle's line of sight, Junior Officer Chenru is now sneaking towards the outside of the military area. Qin Silence's face unconsciously revealed some oddities. According to reason, the other few warlords were already at the end of their rope, and there shouldn't be any movement on Ding Jiping's side today. By the time a few warlords had consumed almost all of the soldiers that were actually available, it would be a few days later. Shenru seemed to be afraid of being targeted for being too conspicuous in a car. And even though the journey was very long, he still didn't take a car. He was very careful along the way. The road into a number of houses, out of either a change of clothes or sticking a beard, even if he encountered a few stragglers, but also to make a cover-up. If it is not the eagle staring at him for a moment, I am afraid that he has long been lost. This Chenru is so careful and cautious. It can be seen that there is something important. The path this guy took became more and more hidden. Finally finding an inconspicuous bunker, Qin Silence knew that it was Old Yan's hideout. Others might not be aware of it, but Qin Silence had the help of Eagle Eye, and had long known where Yin Lao was hiding. It was a pity that the interior of the bunker was closed, and once Chenru entered, Qin Sil could see nothing. Suddenly, a light flashed in her mind. No! Qin Silence opened her eyes. What's wrong? Yuan Heng had been sitting beside her, and seeing her like this, he couldn't help but open his mouth to ask after her. If you were Elder Yan, would it be important to have an adopted son who has followed you around for 20 years? Or is it important to have a helpful young man who suddenly appears? Qin Silence had a calculation in her heart when she asked these words. Imagine, no matter how sophisticated Yin Lao was, after being by his side for 20 years, even if he was an object, he should have feelings. But last time Shenrui begged to see Yin Lao, but also rely on informants, but ultimately did not see Yin Lao. To Chenru here, not only along the way there are several informants for him to do camouflage. He even knows Yin Lao's residence. Said to come, there's a problem with Shenrui's identity. Yuan Heng pondered for a moment and said, even if Yin Lao is no longer cold-blooded, he is not so differentiated to this extent. 20 years of affection, and just send Shenrui to the enemy camp. Regardless of. Qin Silence raised his eyebrows. There must be something fishy in it. Yuan Heng rubbed his chin and said coldly, the strangest thing is that Shenrui easily gained Ding Jiping's trust. That's right. He should have recently taken over a portion of Ding Jiping's elite troops. Qin Silence concurred. Of course, as players, everyone definitely wanted the game to progress as fast as possible. But for Shenrui to go from a small guard to Ding Jiping's inner circle in a few months, this speed, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had rocketed. Ding Jiping this kind of old fox, and not some brainless person. With Shenrui, that little mediocre acting skills. Or is Shenrui actually a player? Qin Silence quickly shook this speculation out of his mind. Shenrui couldn't possibly be a player. The players in the copies had one common characteristic, which was that they were disconnected from the entire society in the copies. For example, Qin Silence had reasonable identities in both the last copy and this one. But the two identities of first-class felon and slave could be said to have little to do with anyone else. And since Chen Ru was an officer who usually lived by himself, no one would think that he was behaving abnormally in the short term. But Shen Rui was different. He had lived with Yen Lao and Yen Lao's men for 20 years. And at this time, when a player suddenly took over his body, wouldn't the people next to him notice anything unusual? If that was the case, Yen Lao would never feel comfortable letting him go deep into the enemy camp. This was because a person who was not trusted might not only defect, but also involve others. In that case, it seemed that Yen Lao surprisingly trusted Shen Rui, only to not care much about the safety of his life. These two emotions put together could be truly contradictory. At this time, Qin Silence suddenly sensed Xiong Ying's mood swings. She closed her eyes and saw that the door to the bunker where Yen Lao was open. On the ground stood a man and a woman, Chen Ru and Yen Ke respectively. Yen Ke clasped his arms and stood opposite Chen Ru, his face unfriendly. I don't care what purpose you have. If you dare to do anything against Shen Rui, you're dead, she snorted disdainfully. Did you think that you could rest easy by pleasing my father? I'll tell you the truth. My father left all the power to me. And I, for one, am not willing to cooperate with you. It seems that Miss Yin does not have a good impression of me. Chen Ru was still smiling. I think there must be some kind of misunderstanding in between. Misunderstanding? Yen Ke's tone was icy cold. I heard everything you guys just said. You want to join my family. Don't think I don't know what soft eaters like you are thinking. It's not like you're to blame for Ding Jiping getting a terminal illness or not. Don't put gold on your own face. If joining a family is eating soft rice, then Shen Rui isn't any better than me. Right? Chen Ru said wistfully. But his status is even more unlikely to be Yen Lao's son-in-law than mine. What do you mean? Yen Ke raised a willow eyebrow. Just the literal meaning. As things stood, Chen Ru did not need to hide Shen Rui's identity. He is Ding Jiping's son. What? What? At almost the same time, Qin Silence couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Shen Rui was actually Ding Jiping's son. It was only when Qin Silence told Yuan Heng this news that Yuan Heng came to a realization. I've heard that 20 years ago, when Elder Yan and the four warlords were fighting for power, they had captured Ding Jiping's son as a hostage. I didn't expect. It was unexpected that Yen Lao would actually raise his enemy's son himself. The two of them glanced at each other, their eyes flashing with a strange luster. In the villa study, Shen Rui stood in front of Ding Jiping, only feeling that the world had collapsed. No! Impossible. You're lying. I'm not your son. I'm... At this point, Shen Rui's voice came to an abrupt end. He gulped and swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He couldn't spoil Yen Lao's big event. Shen Rui looked at Ding Jiping in panic, pondering how to explain his earlier lapse. It must be that Ding Jiping had discovered his identity, so he deliberately swindled him with this kind of fake news. You were raised by Yen Huishan, right? Ding Jiping spoke in a despondent tone. It's me who didn't take care of you. When Shen Rui heard his words, he immediately took 2 steps back, his movements filled with thick wariness. I'm really your father. Underneath your shoulder blade, there is a red birthmark, right? Ding Jiping stood up and approached Shen Rui 1 step at a time. Xiao Rui. It was that old thing Yen Huishan who was fake and benevolent, raising you and making us father and son fight each other. But I also have to thank him for letting you live well until now. You shut up. Shen Rui drew his handgun, and because of his excitement, his hand shivered, and even the muzzle of the gun kept shaking. Xiao Rui, are you going to kill your father with your own hands? You have no idea how painful it was for Dad when you were kidnapped by Yen Huishan. Ding Jiping still didn't stop. His chest was quickly aimed at Shen Rui's gun. Dad will leave all the army to you, and you will be in charge of this country in the future. Shut up. Shen Rui's hand snapped to the sky, and the bullet hit the ceiling with a thud. The soldiers around the villa heard the sound and immediately rushed up the stairs. You're just trying to trick me into revealing Elder Yan's plan. Despicable and shameless. I won't say anything. Don't you dare try to get any information out of me. Shen Rui turned the gun around and aimed it at his head. No! Ding Jiping lunged. Another gunshot rang out. The glass in the room shattered all over the place. Shen Rui and Ding Jiping fell out of the field and rolled into a ball, and the handgun flew out a long way. Ding Su looked at the two men uncertainly, wondering how the two men, who had been fine just a moment ago, were fighting now. A group of soldiers thought that Shen Rui was going to attack Ding Jiping, and immediately ran over and took him under control. Ding Jiping glanced at the broken glass all over the ground with palpitations, panting like a broken bellows. Send him back to his room. Don't let him go out. The soldiers looked at each other in disbelief, listening to the commander's meaning. This kid actually didn't need to go into the torture room? Although Ding Su didn't know exactly what had happened. Looking at his father's disheveled face made him feel heartbroken. Take him down. Didn't you hear the commander's words? A few soldiers winced and hurriedly erected Shenrui, sending him back to his room. Dad? What happened? Ding Su looked at Ding Jiping's suddenly pale face and asked cautiously. Xiao Su. I found your brother. The expression on Ding Jiping's face seemed to cry and laugh. But he was raised by his enemies, and was not willing to recognize me as his father at all. You mean? Ding Su's eyes widened. He is your brother. Chapter 112. Back to reality. Ding Jiping was caught off guard by the sudden news. But the battlefield wasn't going to wait for him to finish his own affairs before he was done. So Shenrui was temporarily put in confinement, while Ding Jiping personally led the troops to collect the remnants of the other 3 warlords after they were almost depleted, because he brought with him elite soldiers with amazing fighting ability. And at the same time, he only asked the other teams to surrender, not to kill them all. So wherever he went, those recruits who had been forced to join the army also surrendered. When Meng, Ma and Bai were captured, they were still in disbelief. Lao Er, I really underestimated you. Commander Meng fell in a sorry state in front of Ding Jiping, his hands and feet tightly bound with ropes. I'm also going to write more about you guys underestimating me. Ding Jiping completely unmasked his cowardice and incompetence. If it weren't for your headstrong ways, I wouldn't have succeeded so quickly. Second brother, Old Fourth, and I have always left a line in the sand for you. Now that it's come to this, we admit defeat and only beg you to keep us alive. Commander Ma lifted his head laboriously, pleading with less than a backbone. Ding Jiping sneered. Originally we have been brothers for so many years. It's not like I can't leave you guys alive. But thinking of his own life is not long. Ding Jiping eyes are vicious. But who let you know the secret of controlling soldiers? This thing is good when in power. Not in power. Can be a life-saving charm. You say. Right? He originally did not intend to let these 3 people live. They knew how to control the soldiers, and naturally knew how to remove the control. Although the place where the drugs were produced was under his control, there was no guarantee that these 3 people would not jump over the wall and teach the method of lifting the control to others. When the time comes, the soldiers will mutiny. It is not a joke. What's more, he himself wouldn't live long. How could he let these people walk behind him? Ding Jiping narrowed his eyes and drew his weapon. Ding Jiping, you shall not die. Ignoring the tirades of the 3, Ding Jiping's handgun thumped 3 times, sending his former brothers in arms on their way. Only at this point did Ding Jiping feel that he had relieved himself of a major problem. However, there were still other places in his heart that he needed to worry about. For example, Yan Lao. Before, Shenrui's performance had sideways verified that Yan Lao was not dead at all. If this old thing did not die before him, he could not rest in peace even if he died of illness. In order to avoid a long night's sleep, Ding Jiping immediately led his men to surround the slums, and sent his men around to search for Yan Lao's whereabouts. However, right at this moment, the resistance army suddenly made a move and confronted Ding Jiping's army. After a few months of actual combat, as well as the collection of people who had the intention to do so, the strength of the resistance army was not what it used to be. Although it couldn't be compared to the warlords' heyday, it was on par with their depleted armies. Taking advantage of this time, the unknown Shenrui took advantage of his position to secretly meet up with Shenrui. Shenrui, now that you've had your identity discovered, the method of lifting the control will have to be handed over to me. Otherwise you're stuck here. When will Yan Lao receive the news? Shenrui spoke in a grandiose manner, not forgetting to scare Shenrui with the situation outside. Now that Ding Jiping has grasped this place, he is searching around for Yan Lao's whereabouts. Yan Lao is now in critical condition. If you know to look after the big picture, you have to hide your own little mind. Shenrui had originally heard the previous words, and was still a little anxious in his heart. However, when he heard the latter, his face grew colder and colder. It's you who should put away your petty thoughts. Right, Lieutenant Chen? Shenrui looked like he could see through him. You think I don't know what you're thinking? You just want to hold the most important secrets in your own hands. And after that, If you want to either seize power or claim credit, it's still up to you. He leaned back in an old-fashioned manner and said, now that Ding Jiping isn't in the barracks, you have every chance to take me out with you. Either you take me to see old man Yin, or you just stay honestly. I don't have time to listen to you. After saying that, Shenrui twisted his head, looking as if he was unwilling to see Shenru again. Are you seriously not going to say anything? A hint of danger flashed in Shenru's eyes. Without saying it, this secret, I can only tell Elder Yin. Shenru suddenly let out a laugh filled with malice. I have something good here. Do you want to hear it? Saying that, Ding Jiping took out a spy mini recorder and pressed the play button. The slightly distorted voice from the recording resounded in the room. Elder Yin, after all, Shenrui has been with you for 20 years. Are you really not worried about sending him on such a dangerous mission this time? This was Shenru's voice. It was quiet for a few seconds before Yin Lao's voice appeared. You don't need to test me anymore. Since I promised you to let you inherit everything from me, I won't go back on my word. What's more, I've raised him to such a great age, just for this day. After another moment, Yin Lao added, Ding Jiping will get rid of those straw children, and he himself will be killed by his own son. Is there a better way to take revenge than this? I've waited for so many years before I can finally let my enemy have a good death. I thought Elder Yin had always had the greater good in mind. Shenru's conspiratorial sneer came from the recorder. Elder Yan's emotions seemed to be somewhat agitated. These two things don't conflict at all. How can you understand my pain if you haven't experienced it? I watched my wife and children being pushed onto the torture table. But I could only be a shrinking violet. For the greater good? For the greater good? For the sake of others? I have to sacrifice everything. On what grounds? The recording ended abruptly here. Shenru looked at Shenrui's greenish-white face, and with compulsion in his tone, he said, Shenrui, if a man doesn't do it for himself, the heavens and the earth will destroy him. Elder Yin never intended to let you have a good time. Since this is the case, why don't you cooperate with me? If I've known Yin Lao for 20 years, and I can't recognize people, how can I guarantee that people like you are worth trusting? Although Shenrui's entire body was like a heavy blow after listening to the contents of the recording, he did not lose the last of his senses. In fact, during the past few days of being locked up in the room, he had basically guessed that he was Ding Jiping's son. But he still had a little hope within him that Yin Lao actually saw him as his son. The recording that Shenru had brought with him had only accelerated the speed at which his illusions were shattered. With the two of them in such a stalemate, no one noticed that underneath the root of the window, there was a soldier eavesdropping. It wasn't long before this soldier gathered a small wave of soldiers, muttering about what he had overheard. All of this was caught in Qin Silence's eyes. She and Yuan Hung knew that the time had finally come. Taking advantage of Ding Jiping's absence, and the chaos within the barracks due to someone trying to organize a mutiny, it was naturally twice the result with half the effort to take over the barracks with troops at this time. So before Shenru could play his role, he was controlled by the soldiers inside the barracks. The mutinous soldiers and those who did not dare to betray Ding Jiping killed each other, and eventually captured Shenrui and Shenru, intending to force them to ask for a way to lift the control. At this time, Qin Silence and Yuan Hung killed over with a large group of rebel soldiers, catching the other side by surprise and turning them over. Eventually, Shenrui and Shenru, naturally, fell into the hands of the two. Shenru, as a player, didn't really have much value as long as he didn't bounce around outside. So he was thrown in a cell by Qin Silence for the time being. In fact, when he could not actively kill, Qin Silence would avoid killing. The difference between wanting oneself to live and wanting others to die was still quite big. Shenru was resigned to the ground with a gray face, already understanding that he had no chance of victory. On Qin Silence's side, he was questioning Shenrui, wanting to get the information in his hands. You should understand my purpose. I only want to overthrow the warlord's rule. As for what happens after that, neither Yuan Hung nor I care. Qin Silence did not force Shenrui, but talked to him calmly. Don't you two want to be Earth Emperors? Shenrui was somewhat jealous of Qin Silence, but he did not loathe her as much as he loathed Shenru. We have other purposes. After the matter here is over, Yuan Hung and I will leave this place. And from then on, we will never come back. So you can rest assured that we will not actively harm Elder Yin. Qin Silence understood Shenrui better than Shenru, knowing that he himself was not cold-blooded. Yin Lao, after all, had raised Shenrui for 20 years. And even if he knew that Yin Lao did not come from a sincere place, Shenrui would definitely not harm Yin Lao. But now for Shenrui, hurting Ding Jiping did not seem to be a very good choice either. Ding Jiping has cancer and doesn't have much time to live. I hope that you can keep him alive. Shenrui gritted his teeth. I know that he deserves to die. But since I am his son, his sins, I can bear. You guys can kill me. At this time, a resistance soldier ran in and reported to Yuan Heng. Chief, Yin Huishan's troops are advancing in the direction of the military camp. Where's Ding Jiping? Yuan Heng asked. Ding Jiping's men are also on their way here. But the informant said that Ding Jiping's state doesn't seem quite right. It looked like Ding Jiping had really been very sick. For Qin Silence, Ding Jiping dying a few days late was not something that had a so-called matter. He had already failed anyway. I'll agree to your conditions. Will you give the information to Elder Yin? Shenrui asked. He knew that Qin Silence couldn't take him to see Yin Lao so cheaply. That depends on Yin Lao himself. Whether or not he wants to be the next Ding Jiping. Qin Silence's words caused Shenrui to be very dismayed. Want to do an experiment? Qin Silence pushed 2 pieces of paper to Shenrui. I will give one of them to Yin Lao. If he is willing to disclose it, then it is my villainous heart. If he is unwilling, then I will disclose this matter in public. Shenrui originally firmly believed in Yin Lao's character. But after today's events, he couldn't be sure. Don't dare? Of course I dare. Shenrui shouted as he deceived himself. After half an hour, Yin Lao's men surrounded the barracks. Qin Silence sent someone out to negotiate, stating that she and Yuan Heng were willing to defect to Yin Lao with a very important piece of intelligence. Knowing what the intelligence she was talking about was, and knowing how many people she and Yuan Heng had, Yin Lao naturally agreed. When they walked out of the barracks, Qin Silence handed over the important note to Yin Lao. He handed it over to Yin Lao. Beyond Qin Silence's imagination, Elder Yin only opened the note and looked at it, then smiled faintly. Little girl, for the sake of your defection, I will not pursue the matter of the fake formula. These words gave Qin Silence the creeps. There was no other reason for this. The note she had handed over had only modified one ingredient. Elder Yin had actually known about the formula long ago. From start to finish, he had no intention of disclosing the formula. Not before. And even less so now. Qin Silence finally figured everything out. Yin Lao's so-called reason for holding back for so long was not because of anything else, but because he, like the other warlords, did not want the formula to be made public at all. If he had made the formula public from the start, the warlord's rule would have certainly collapsed. But it would have been difficult to control the army again. The fact that he had held back for so long wasn't for the sake of righteousness at all, but rather, he himself couldn't afford to give up control of the army. Qin Silence's heart was in a state of shock, but on her face, she was able to show no movement. She had to find a suitable opportunity to make the real formula public. Just then, a sudden change occurred. Ding Jiping, with the last small wave of people, occupied a warehouse and threatened to destroy the entire warehouse. Qin Silence hadn't guessed the reason at first, but the sudden change in Yin Lao's face reminded her of something. The drug formula for lifting control, whether it was a short-term lifting or a permanent lifting, required one very cherished ingredient. Although Yin Lao didn't want to give the soldiers a complete lifting of control, he needed to distribute relief medication to them every month. Otherwise, being overthrown was just a matter of moments. When Ding Jiping did this, it was clear that he could see that there was no hope for him to turn over, and was planning to have a lose-lose situation. Under these circumstances, Yin Lao had to release the formula for his own sake as well. Unfortunately, this opportunity was snatched by Qin Silence. Qin Silence reacted quickly and made public the prescription he had obtained, knowing that their hope for freedom was at stake. Everyone naturally went crazy to stop Ding Jiping's men from destroying the warehouse. What happened to Ding Jiping in the end? Qin Silence did not know, but she did know that there was a countdown in front of her eyes. At that time, the situation was urgent, and Qin Sil had no way to push each other with Yuan Heng. It was obvious that the person who passed was her, not Yuan Heng. The two of them stood on top of the ruins after the war, watching the sunset. Qin Silence asked a question that Yuan Heng had once asked her. Will we meet again? Yuan Heng answered her with the same answer. Who knows about fate? Qin Silence and the last wisp disappeared in front of Yuan Heng at the same time. Yuan Heng sits in place, muttering, This is the only time I'll ever ever pray for the god of fate to favor me. In the copy space, Gene Silence opened his eyes. Player Gene Silence, congratulations on your perfect clearance. Lifespan value stats in progress. Remaining lifespan value 60. Greater than 50. The excess cannot be taken out of the replica, so players are invited to redeem their rewards. Can anything be redeemed? Gene Silence suddenly pulled up his voice. According to the mastermind rules, supernatural abilities cannot be brought out of the system and cannot affect the game balance, so players are expected to choose rewards carefully. In other words, as long as I don't take it out of the system, I can redeem supernatural abilities. Right? In principle, this was the case. But such a reward had no practical significance for players who had already completed all of their quests. The mastermind dutifully explained to Gene Silence. Gene Silence lifted her head and looked with hope at the point of light in the void. I want to use these 10 years of lifespan to give Yuan Hung a chance to be exempted from the punishment of failure. Are you sure about the exchange? Okay. Redemption successful. Player Gene Silence, I wish you a perfect new life. In the next instant, Gene Silence's eyes went black, followed by a flash of light. The blinding white light caused her to raise her hand. At that moment, a cry of alarm rang in her ears. Wake up! Doctor! Quickly come and take a look. She's awake? Chapter 113, Snow Plains Rescue Operation. 2 years later, Gene Silence and the search and rescue team received the latest rescue mission. We received a distress signal, but it's very weak, and it's not being sent from a communication device such as a telephone or mobile phone. The technician in charge of monitoring the distress signal at the rescue center pushed his glasses up on the bridge of his nose. Is it a radio device? Gene Silence asked. Yes, and the person calling for help is sending Morse code. No indication of the number of people or location. Just an SOS. The technician pulled up a map. We can only determine an approximate range. The person who requested for help should be in a snowy plain along the northeastern border. We have greeted the neighboring countries. During the rescue period, you can repeatedly cross the border in order to rescue. Naturally, a lot of things are out of the right. Gene Silence, the search and rescue team you led over the past 2 years saved a lot of people. Alas, rescue this kind of work can only be able to do more work. This mission is very difficult. We weigh the pros and cons. Think it is more appropriate to send you. After talking about the basic situation, the person in charge of the rescue center found Qin Qi and talked to her in the office. Naturally, she had nothing to refuse. It wasn't just because she wanted to save people, but also because she didn't want to be idle. Once a person is idle, he or she will be thinking nonsense. It is better to be tired every day. Go home and fall asleep to be more refreshing. Looking at Gene Silence agreed without thinking. The person in charge of the heart is a little guilty. However, he didn't send Gene Silence out for his own sake. The work of the search and rescue team was already very heavy, and most of the search and rescue teams still in the rescue center were not very strong. The environment of the border snowfield is harsh, and there may also be poachers. The other teams are not sure that they will be able to get out in one piece. Gene Silence didn't think too much about it, and after leaving the office of the person in charge, he greeted the team members and packed up their equipment. In the men's locker room, a few members of the team were chatting as they changed into their action-friendly suits. One of them was the young man nicknamed A Zheng that Gene Silence had saved. Sister Qin is getting more and more serious now. She wasn't like this before, Ah Zheng said. She seems to be in an exceptionally bad mood lately. Another team member said. It's true that little Qin has been distracted lately, but it's not good for us, a group of old men, to ask her about it. The one who spoke this time was a team member in his 30s. All right. Hurry up and pack up. We have to gather later, Vice Captain Linji said. A few people sped up, wearing warm jackets and carrying hiking bags and sleeping bags, and arrived at the meeting point. Get your weapons and board. Gene Silence put on her goggles and got into the helicopter. In her hand, she was carrying an assault rifle gun. The others also each brought their weapons. This time, other than the pilots, who would be standing by on the outskirts of the snowfield, there were a total of 7 people who would be going in to search and rescue. The 4 men who were in the locker room just now were of course among them. And in addition to them, there was also Gene Silence, the accompanying Dr. Zhang, and another female team member, Yu Bing. On the plane, the search and rescue team began to talk about the rescue. I hope we can find the people quickly this time. Or else we'll have to suffer, Dr. Zhang said. Yeah. The time can be a bit inches. It was already cold in the border snowfields. And now it's going to be winter again. Ah Zhang's face scrunched together. I've heard that the coldest time over there can reach 50 degrees below zero. Old Qian, a team member in his 30s, wondered. But how could anyone be stuck there at this time of year? Maybe a plane crash? Female team member Yu Bing speculated with less certainty. Old Money shook his head. Unlikely. We should have received news of the plane crash as well. The last time a plane crashed in that area was half a year ago. There can't really be someone who has survived there for half a year. Can there? Maybe it's an expedition team that got trapped there. And I don't know where they are from. Vice Captain Linji said. Several people looked at Qin's silence intentionally or unintentionally, with the original intention of trying to liven up the atmosphere and cheer her up. But unfortunately, Qin's silence never said a word, not realizing that the others were waiting for her to speak. By the time she realized that everyone else was looking at her with an expectant face, the plane had been cold for half a day. The temperature over there right now is supposed to be 30 degrees below zero. And we need to pay attention to our surroundings as we search and rescue. There are a lot of forest wolves on the snowy plains. And brown bears and tigers occasionally appear. So we need to try to get around them. Qin Silence raised her hand and glanced at her watch. It should still be noon when we reach our destination. The snowy plains are now a no-man's land. But once upon a time there were villages and small towns there. So with luck we should be able to find a house and not have to live in a tent. Ah Zheng asked at this time. Sister Qin, what do you think the identity of the person calling for help this time will be? It's unlikely that it's an expedition team. Expedition teams all have professional communication equipment. It's not difficult to call for help, unless they encountered someone who took away their equipment and left them to fend for themselves. But 80% of the people they can encounter there are poachers. And it's unlikely that poachers would leave anyone alive. Qin Silence's tone was light when he said this. But the others listened with alarm. It always seemed to be like this. Ever since Qin Silence had an accident and lay in the hospital for a week. He woke up again, as if he was a different person. No matter what the task. No matter how harsh the environment. Qin Sil was able to handle all kinds of emergencies with ease. As if all the difficulties and dangers she might encounter were in her expectations. Moreover, it was as if this person had suddenly become hung up. Whether it was his physical strength, endurance, ability to survive in the wilderness, or his ability to fight back in the face of danger. He was all too strong. Perfectly like a robot. Of course, the teammates of the search and rescue team will not know what Qin Silence has been through. Nor do they know that since she came back, every time she has free time, she will consult all kinds of information on disasters. She needed to force herself to overcome all sorts of difficulties in order to prove that these difficulties could definitely be overcome by Yuan Heng as well. The male eagle honestly stayed on one of Qin Silence's shoulders and seemed to know what was on Qin Silence's mind. Because the eagle's ability in the copy was too strong and already within the range of supernatural abilities. After Qin Silence left the infinite space of the survival expert system, the eagle's size became that of an ordinary eagle. And at the same time, there was no longer the ability to share vision with Qin Silence. However, as a pet, the male eagle and Qin Silence had been together for a long time, and had already been considered to have a heart-to-heart relationship. And during normal search and rescue times, the male eagle could come in handy when it came to finding people, in order to keep it by his side. Qin Silence also deliberately went to apply for the relevant credentials. The temperature outside was getting lower and lower. By the time the plane came to a stop, a group of people drilled out, and as soon as they took a breath, white vapor was all over in front of them. And it didn't take long for a layer of white frost to condense on their eyebrows and eyelashes. I'll be guarding this neighborhood. When you guys find someone, immediately fire a flare. Qin Silence waved his hand, signaling that he knew, and led the people into the snow plain. Because the snow in the snowfield was very thick, and from time to time, they had to encounter dense pine and birch forests. Unless they were tracked all-terrain vehicles, there was no way to drive forward. The group wore knee-high snow boots and used a radio locator to locate the position of the caller. However, due to the weak signal, Qin Silence and the others could only determine a very vague direction. And there was even the possibility of going in circles. It's basically certain that it's the northwest direction. Let's go! Qin Silence was carrying a mountaineering bag filled with all kinds of survival equipment, with a sleeping bag strapped to it. and a dozen or so kilograms of weapons in his hand. But he was walking very fast. A group of 7 people walked in the snow for a few hours, during which they passed by a birch forest and found an abandoned ranger's hut, but did not find any traces of other people. It was a good thing that the radio signal, though weak, hadn't disappeared completely, so that the group wasn't running around headless. It gets dark earlier here. The temperature drops quickly, and it's a dozen degrees colder at night than it is at noon. So we'd better find a house that can accommodate people and rest for the night first. Gene Silence glanced at the sky and decided to bring everyone to rest first. The temperature around them soon dropped another few degrees, and the group of people staying outside only felt their faces freezing. There seems to be a house up ahead, Ah Zheng said as he pointed ahead. His voice startled a few hares, and these furry little creatures acted like snowballs, scampering away. Gene Silence frowned. Keep your voice down. It's too empty here, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. The search and rescue team's priority is to save people, and if they can avoid encounters with poachers, they should do their best to avoid it. After all, there were specializations in the arts, and although Gene Silence herself wasn't afraid, there were still doctors in the team who weren't good at running and fighting. After all, Ah Zheng shrunk his neck and led the way in the direction of the house. There are no footprints around, and I see that the weather report says that there hasn't been any heavy snowfall recently, so no one should have visited this house recently. Old Money checked around and said. Only then did the group of people open the door of the house and walked in, probably because there were a lot of trees here and the population was sparse. The floors of the houses here were almost all logs, and stepping on them had the characteristic ringing sound of solid wood. The temperature in the house was actually not much higher than outside, but because there was no wind inside the house, one's body temperature would be much higher, adding to the fact that everyone had been freezing outside for several hours. As soon as they entered the room, the temperature difference between inside and outside gave people the illusion that the room was as warm as spring. The house was a duplex structure, with a low one-story attic above it, and there were bedrooms inside as well. In the living room on the ground floor, there is a fireplace with a thick layer of ash, which has obviously not been used for a long time. Gene Silence took out a camping axe from his hiking bag, greeted the others, and walked out, ready to chop some firewood back to keep warm at night. No one knew that in the same snowy plain, a man had suddenly appeared in a deserted clearing. Copy drop successful. Good luck. Wearing a thin coat on his body, Yuan Hung darted across the snowy plains, searching for a house that could protect him from the cold wind. He had already gone through the quest hundreds of times, and with just one more clearance, he would be able to meet Gene Silence. Despite the coldness around him, Yuan Heng's face wore a joyful expression. This time, he didn't know what was going on, but his quest was very simple, and there was only one condition for clearing it, and that was to find a place where there was human habitation, and he would be able to get out of the trap without any problems. Compared to the hundreds of previous copies, this one was like a bonus question. Yuan Hung ran forwards with a face full of wind. All his muscles had returned to the state he was in when he was an NPC. The only difference was that he had many scars on his body. Hundreds of survival quests, the perils of which could be imagined. Just as Yuan Heng's movements began to slow down a bit, a house finally appeared in front of him. Chapter 114, Poachers. Yuan Hung bent his body down, approached the house, walked around to the back door of the house, stepped on the floor of the porch, rubbed the dust on the windows, and peered inside. The house was quiet. The furniture was covered with dust, and there was no sign that it had been moved. There was no sign that it had been moved. It seemed that there should be no one inside. Yuan Heng's reddened hand squeezed the door handle and went in through the back door. Outside, the sky had already darkened, and the sun hung over the horizon like a dazzling golden wheel. Yuan Hung rubbed his nose, which was itchy from the dust, and began to survey the house. It was a bungalow, but it was on high ground, and looking out the window, one could see a large open snowfield. Behind the house lay a thick forest, making it very convenient for gathering firewood. The house is not very large, however, with only one small bedroom, a storage room, and a room that looks like a workshop. In the workshop there is a workbench, an axe and a machete, and a small fireplace made from an iron barrel with a very small copper pot on top. The original owner of the house obviously lived alone. In the storage room, there were a few rabbit skins stretched on a wooden frame. And in the cupboard there was a box of canned goods with a date that was not too fresh. However, as long as the canned goods are well sealed, there is no fear of spoilage. Yuan Hung took out the canned food and wanted to put it into the system backpack. But he froze halfway. This copy actually did not have a system backpack. He was a bit puzzled, but didn't care too much. After all, sometimes, in order to be closer to reality, replicas really do not equip players with system backpacks. It was also thanks to the fact that Yuan Hung had gone through more than 600 copies and obtained too many skills. So he didn't take a closer look. If he had taken a closer look at his skill bar, I'm afraid he would have realized that something was wrong. For example, a large portion of those skills he had were missing. However, because there were too many skills, Yuan Hang's skill bar was out of a folded state. And without clicking on it to see, he couldn't even notice that the skills were missing. Coupled with the fact that he was wearing thin clothes and was in a hurry to find warm clothes. This little episode was ignored by Yuan Hung. He walked to the bedroom, opened the wardrobe, and began to rummage for clothes he could wear. The original owner of the room was most likely a hunter, born very tall. So his clothes Haruhiro wore, and they fit. However, the original owner didn't have many clothes left here, and it seemed that he had intentionally moved. So he only left a few pieces of clothing behind. Yuan Hung found a jumper, a not too thick cotton jacket, a pair of cashmere trousers, and other than that, there were no other usable clothes. Although these clothes are also winter clothes, but in this cold snowy plains, but cannot be considered warm clothing. However, compared to the set of clothes Yuan Hung wore when he first entered the copy, they were already much better. After changing into the clothes, Yuan Hung went to the workroom to pick up the wood knife and went to the woods behind the house. In the system space, the man with glasses entered a few lines of code. He didn't actually tell Yuan Hung about the fact that Gene Silence had left Yuan Hung a chance to circumvent the punishment. A person would only fight with his back against the wall when there was no way back. In order to let Yuan Hung pass the level smoothly, the man with the glasses naturally felt that he shouldn't be allowed to get lucky. However, he didn't expect that Yuan Hung didn't use that one chance until the very end. So Glasses Man took that chance and forced it to be used on the last copy, since this opportunity was originally exchanged for 10 years of life. Its value and the copy of the two combined. And eventually the mastermind ruled that it would directly take the real world where Gene Silence was, as the last copy, as long as Yuan Hung found a populated place. It would only be a matter of time before he encountered Gene Silence. Accordingly, this time, he will not get any rewards other than longevity. Yuan Hung didn't even know that he had actually cleared the level, which was why the so-called mission of this copy was so simple. His once good friend had arranged a surprise for him even though he was bound by the system and would never be able to meet him. Good luck, Hyung. The Glasses Man pressed the enter key, and the system finally detached itself from Haruhiro completely. In a darkness, the Glasses Man yawned and left the space. On the other hand, Haruhiro returned to the hut, holding the firewood he had collected. He made a fire with the few remaining matches in the room, melted some clean snow in a small copper pot, and boiled it to serve as drinking water. In the snowy plains, one could actually get dehydrated very easily. The air here was very dry, and the temperature was low. So whether one was indoors or outdoors, it was easy for one to feel thirsty. Yuan Hung was originally waiting for the water to boil when a scattering of footsteps came from outside. He immediately extinguished the fire with the water in the copper pot, and the room suddenly became dark. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and the boots crunched on the snow, making a crunching sound that was unusually loud in the quiet snowy plain. Haruhiro drew the machete from the woodpile and silently walked behind the door. The sound of several men talking came from outside. The men spoke in a gibberish that seemed to sound like a dialect and a foreign language, and Haruhiro frowned and discerned it for a while, still unable to understand what they were saying. However, he heard the sound of a bullet being loaded. Moreover, there was a difference in the voices of these people, and if he carefully distinguished them, he could tell that there were 5 of them. Haruhiro wasn't sure if he had attracted these people by lighting a fire. Although that tin cooker would not emit smoke, the firelight would illuminate the house. If that group of people came over because they saw the firelight on the window, then 80% of them were coming for him. The information Yuan Hung had received when he entered this copy was very limited, so he had no idea what this place was exactly like. Those people outside had guns in their hands, so whether they were friend or foe, Yuan Hung had to be careful. However, To his surprise, the group of people did not enter the house. They just walked outside while gabbing and chatting, and soon left the place, heading deeper into the forest. Haruhiro stood at the window and watched the backs of the men, noticing that one of them was pulling a sled with a box on top. Unable to see in the darkness what exactly was inside, another man was carrying a snakeskin bag, and something was dripping down from underneath the bag, waiting for them to go far away. Yuan Hung opened the door and walked out. Behind the footprints left by that group of people, there was a ball of wet dark-colored traces. He took his hand and dipped it, put it under his nose and sniffed it, and found that it was blood. This discovery made Yuan Hang's face become grave. The behavior of those few people did not appear to be any good. Yuan Hung returned to his room, rebuilt the fire, drank hot water, and ate the box of canned food before returning to his bedroom and sleeping with his clothes. This place couldn't stay for long, and he was going to leave it tomorrow. On the other side, Jean Silence was lying on her back in the snow, only feeling that her body was about to freeze. Not far in front of her, a man was holding a small knife, sharply skinning a bear. The bear's paw was skillfully cut off by another man. Obviously, these people were already used to doing this kind of trick. After Chin Sil went out of the house today, she went to the birch forest not far away. But instead of chopping firewood first thing, she took the opportunity to familiarize herself with the surrounding terrain. Thus, after Chin Sil gathered enough firewood, it was completely dark. She was carrying a bundle of firewood that was a bit heavy for a grown man. But she was walking as if she was flying, just as she was returning the way she came. The sound in front of her made her stop in her tracks, since she was still in the woods, and Chin Sil had always walked without much noise. The people on the outskirts of the woods didn't notice Chin Sil. Jean Silence hurriedly threw the firewood into a snowy nest, while she herself crept to the ground and began to observe the situation. The men were chasing a brown bear, and by the time Jean Silence arrived, the bear's running pace had already become weak, and by the time Jean Silence hit his body, the bear had already collapsed to the ground. Obviously, Jean Silence had run into a group of poachers. She watched as those people said something excitedly and rushed towards the place where the brown bear had fallen with their knives. Jean Silence could only sporadically understand a few words of what they were saying. Something like bear paw, rich man, hunting, good price, and so on. Although he didn't understand everything, Jean Silence could guess that these people had been doing this for some time, and even had a complete industrial chain. And although the other party has been chatting, weapons are never out of hand. There are two men, respectively, in different directions. Around the small piece of brown bear fell to the ground. Back and forth patrol. In this situation, I'm afraid that Jean Silence's sneak attack won't work. She honestly lay down on the snow and hid behind a cold rock, quietly watching the group of men completely dismember a brown bear. After a while, another man came from the distance, carrying a small bear. The bear cub, not knowing if it was dead or had been anesthetized, had its limbs hanging low and allowed the man to pick it up by the skin at the back of its neck and bring it over. The man stuffed it into a small iron cage, covered the cage with a cloth, piled the things taken off the brown bear onto a small sled pulled by one of the men, and greeted the others before the men left in twos and threes. Jean Silence looked in the direction they had left and breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't the direction where she and her teammates had chosen the house to be. Patting the snow on her body, Jean Sil moved her stiff arms and legs, picked up the bundle of firewood on her back, and walked quickly in the direction where the dwelling was located. After returning to the campsite, Jean Silence spoke of his encounter, and the faces of his teammates became a little less than favorable. With this group of people, our hands will definitely be tied when we look for someone. Old Qian sighed and handed Jean Silence the heated single-soldier rations. Dr. Zhang put some dehydrated vegetables into the soup pot and said, most importantly, in case the people who are asking for help also run into this wave of people, we at least have weapons. Those people won't be so lucky. Moreover, this group of people are poaching around and their whereabouts are uncertain, so it's unlikely that they'll run into them at some point. Masaru frowned. Running into poachers in the wild is no different than running into a murderer. They are bound to silence others when they find them in order to stay out of jail. Jean Silence lowered his head and ate, listening to his teammates' discussion. But in his heart, he was playing with other ideas. That group of poachers were just too much of a hindrance. And with them around, not only did they have to be on their toes during the search and rescue, but their lives could also be in danger at any time. Qin Silence finished the steaming bowl of soup and thought to herself, instead of being so tied up, it would be better to follow the trail they left behind and see just how many people are in their base camp. Chapter 115 Encounter. Qin Silence still looks like a young girl with a thin body type. But in fact, her physique is better than most men. This was all thanks to the basic attributes obtained in the survival expert system. Since these basic attributes did not exceed the upper limit of human beings, naturally they were not considered supernatural abilities, and were retained by default when they were removed from the system. As the saying goes, a man of great skill is bold, and with a physique that could be considered perverse on Aquamarine, Qin Silence was much more daring than the others. She planned to go out in the middle of the night, following the footprints of those people and the bloodstains on the ground, and feel her way to their lair to take a look. After dinner, everyone went back to their rooms and went to sleep, leaving only Ah Zheng holding a gun and sitting by the fireplace to keep watch. In the dead of night, Qin Silence came out of the bedroom, made a silent gesture to him, and left the camp fully armed. Ah Zheng seemed to have grown accustomed to Qin Silence's practice of acting alone. Over the past 2 years, Qin Sil has always solved problems this way, and the team can't figure out where she got so much experience in survival. She was even more like an old man than the 40-year-old Qian. Ah Zheng looked out the window with some concern, sighed, and got up his spirit to continue his night watch. In the night, because of the silence around no one, Qin Silence also less scruples. All the way to the poachers ran into the place, following the blood and footprints. To the poachers' camp touched the past. The direction of these people's footprints pointed directly to a dense forest. With Qin Silence's current position, cannot see the end of the forest. There were mostly pine trees in this forest, with occasional dry branches falling to the ground. Only when she stepped on those branches did she make some noise. She traveled through the woods for nearly an hour before she saw the end of the woods. At the end, a small bungalow caught Qin Sil's attention. With a glance at the size of the house, Qin Silence concluded that this could not be a poacher's base camp. But could this house be their sentry post? With doubts in mind, Qin Silence bowed her body and cautiously approached the house. She peeked at the root of the window and peeked inside. There was a fire pit in the room with coals burning inside, glowing red in the night. It was a pity that the light was too faint and didn't allow her to see the scene inside. Qin Silence only vaguely saw a person lying inside, covered with a quilt, and could not see the rest. Originally, when Qin Silence saw this, she planned to sneak away and move on. But then she thought, just in case this person woke up halfway and saw something. Who knows if these poachers have any ghostly tricks to send messages quickly? There was no signal here, but that didn't mean they didn't have other communication devices. The best thing to do was to shut this person up for the time being. Qin Silence thought left and right, and eventually decided that she would enter to restrain this person and tie him up before going after the others. She walked to the back door, gently pulled the door handle, and found that the sound of the door panel opening and closing was not loud. And only then did she slowly open the door. In the darkness, Yuan Heng suddenly opened his eyes, and his hand touched the firewood knife at his side. At this time, Qin Silence suddenly rushed to the bed in an arrow step, pointed his gun at Yuan Heng's chest, and said, "Don't move." Yuan Heng's hand with the knife trembled, and the machete fell to the floor with a clang. The room was suddenly quiet. Qin Silence felt that something was wrong, but Yuan Heng's face was hidden in the shadows, and his body was dressed in a bloated outfit, making it impossible for her to see who the person in front of her was. What's more, she couldn't have imagined that the other party would suddenly appear in such a manner. Thus, Yuan Heng's unusual quietness instead made Qin Silence feel a hint of weirdness. What's more, the weapon that this person dropped was actually a knife, a matter that could greatly exceed Qin Silence's expectations. People within the poacher's inner circle wouldn't even have a gun after all. Right? In the darkness, Yuan Heng's hand climbed onto the body of the assault rifle. Qin Silence raised his eyebrows. I advise you to be more honest. Tell me, what is your relationship with those poachers? Immediately after, she heard a soft laugh. Have you switched to catching poachers now? Qin Silence paused in place, as if someone had cast a stasis. It's me. Hiss. As soon as Qin Silence's weapon was dislodged, it smashed on his foot. Is everything alright? Yuan Heng sat up violently. In the next second, Qin Silence jumped into his arms. When they didn't meet, both of them thought they would have 1,000 words waiting to be said to each other. As a result, when they really met, they didn't know where to start instead. In the darkness, Gene Silence held one of Yuan Heng's hands and gently rubbed it. Yuan Heng's hand had become very rough, because his original body in the real world had been buried long ago. So after transforming into a player, the number of quests and their difficulty had increased in order for the system to mold a new body for him. His current body stats were the same as when he completed the penultimate copy, and the scars and calluses that he had then also appeared on this current body at the same time. In other words, everything he experienced in the duplicate was reflected in his own body. Snap! Yuan Heng felt a drop of warm liquid drip onto the back of his hand. It was Gene Silence's tears. Don't cry. Gene Silence twisted her head to the side slightly fiercely, wiped the tears clean, and asked fiercely, "Why didn't you come to me? I just arrived today," Yuan Heng explained good-naturedly. "And before I met you, I thought this was a copy." It was at the moment he met Gene Silence that Yuan Heng suddenly realized that the system panel that had accompanied him for so long was gone. This meant that he had returned to the real world. Only, what he had returned to was not the world he was once in, but the world Gene Silence was in. Yuan Heng held Gene Silence's hand in his palm. "I will never leave you again." On the other side, Zheng waited left and right, but did not wait for Gene Silence to return. Just when he was about to wake up the others, Gene Silence finally came back, and also brought back a tall man. Zheng looked at the fierce face of Yuan Heng and immediately turned his head to look at Gene Silence. "Boss, you blinked when you were kidnapped. This is Yuan Heng. My boyfriend." Gene Silence touched the tip of her nose. Zheng. "Oh no. Our captain picked up a boyfriend from the snow in the middle of the night. Can I ask how this was done?" Zheng's gaze went back and forth between Yuan Heng and Gene Silence several times, curious to know what category of superpower this was. Haruhiro looked at the sky speechlessly. This was really not something that could be explained very well. Gene Silence hurriedly skipped over the topic. "Do you have any spare clothes? Give him a set. I have to take him to the poacher's side to take a look soon, so I might not be able to make it back in time tonight." Zheng will doubtfully get Yuan Heng a spare set of clothes, but his eyes looked towards Gene Silence. "Captain, you haven't rested for a day. Would it be a bit too risky to go over there like this?" What he was actually trying to say was that it would be too rash to go out on such a dangerous mission with such an unfamiliar man in such a harsh environment. Of course, he couldn't possibly know that Gene Silence and Yuan Heng were simply too familiar to be true. So the gaze he looked at Gene Silence was like looking at a lost girl. This guy wasn't a good person at first glance. Zheng's gaze glanced towards Yuan Heng's hands, the calluses on them pointing to the fact that the person in front of him was adept at using all sorts of weapons. Practically a human weapon. "Don't worry." Gene Silence patted Zheng's shoulder, rubbing salt into his wounds. "If he really wants to do something, you won't be able to stop him." Deeply shocked, Zheng left the two men to leave the camp with lasagna tears, because they were familiar with the route. Gene Silence and Yuan Heng hurried quickly this time, and it wasn't long before they saw a small patch of buildings from afar. This place should have been a small village in the past, only that it was now occupied by a group of criminals. Gene Silence hid behind a large pine tree and watched as 4 men patrolled back and forth around the houses. Since the weather was so cold, these men had to take out their wine bottles every now and then and take a few sips of spirits. However, probably anticipating that the probability of someone sneaking up on them during the night here was too low, the men, although they were making their rounds, had a somewhat diffident attitude. Gene Silence thought about it and eventually withdrew her weapon, instead taking out a couple of anesthetic intoxicants and loading them onto the anesthetic gun. She gestured to Yuan Heng, who then immediately understood and headed the other way. The two of them attacked from both sides at the same time, firing the anesthetics intoxicants while the 2 guards walked to each side of the house. "Shit!" The guards only had time to say 2 words under the large dose of the numbing intoxicant before they collapsed with a thud. Gene Silence and Yuan Heng moved quickly, starting a second round of sneak attacks before the other 2 had time to react. All 4 guards fell to the ground and were dragged aside and tied up by the 2. After solving the guards, it was easier for the people after them. These people had been tired all day during the day, and they all slept soundly at night, snoring loudly. When Gene Silence touched in to arrest them, these people were still sleeping soundly. In this way, A dozen poachers were tied up and thrown in different rooms, and their weapons were all seized by Qin Silence. Apart from that, Qin Silence also found quite a few wilted animal cubs in the house. Of course, they were all protected animal cubs. When this group of people came across wild animals, they killed the big ones and kept the small ones to sell to rich people who liked to tame beasts as pets. Although they knew it was against the law, this group of people chose to take the risk in order to make huge profits. Qin Silence looked at the mountains of animal furs, bear gallbladders, bear paws, and tiger bones, and felt a shiver run down her spine. She originally thought that what she saw was already a heinous crime. However, the next day, after waiting for old Qian, who was proficient in foreign languages, to interrogate this group of people once, he found that this group of people had committed even worse crimes. They had killed quite a few people, and some of them were also somewhat related to the target of Qin Silence's rescue. Chapter 116, Final Chapter. A group of people were tied up. Plus, when they resisted, they were greeted by Qin Silence and Yuan Hung a few times. And now they are piled up on the ground, colorful and swollen. Very wonderful. However, Qin Sil did not sympathize with these people at all. They should have killed a lot of people. More than half a year ago when the plane crashed, a few survivors were met by them. Old Qian glanced in the direction of those people with a bad expression. These poachers killed everyone without saying a word. Did you ask for the information of the people who asked for help? Qin Silence asked. There is a person who is suspected to be a distress seeker. Old Qian pondered for a while and said, I just got the information out of their leader's mouth. And this group of people encountered an expedition more than a month ago. Old Money gave Qin Silence a you get it look. Old Qian gave Qin Silence a you know look. Of course, this group of people still chose to kill the Silence. However, the expedition team was not a group of travelers after all. These people had experience in wilderness survival, and were still able to resist a bit. So in the expedition team, there is really someone who escaped from life. Let the group of people search for a long time, but did not find him out. Old Money guessed that the one who escaped 80% is the person who asked for help. However, it can be imagined, the expedition's things in a hurry. Naturally, all were poachers seized. The escaped people have no other way, can only use more primitive means to ask for help. After getting this information, Qin Silence led the search and rescue team to simulate the scene, and then according to the general direction of the location, finally found the location of the person who asked for help. It was a hidden bunker behind the rocks. When we found the place, we repeatedly explained our identities before the people inside came out. Inside the bunker, there was some food that had been stored by previous generations, which had sustained the seekers for so many days. After Qin Silence fired a flare, the helicopters soon arrived. The criminals were handed over to the local police, while the distressed seekers were sent back home as a priority. It wasn't until the dust had settled that Qin Silence had the time to explain the identity of Yuan Hung to the expedition team, though it wasn't much of an explanation. After all, Yuan Hung was still a black household without an identity here. However, as a person found in the snowy border plains, Yuan Hung was naturally considered to be one of those living antiques living in the deep mountains and forests, and had his ID card renewed without any problems. There was even an enthusiastic lady who suggested that Yuan Hung receive 9 years of compulsory education. Qin Silence almost laughed out loud when she was listening to it, although Yuan Hang's heart was very frustrated. But in order to become a legal resident here, he could only pretend to be illiterate. After all, a person who grew up living in the middle of nowhere and never went out until he was in his 20s was able to graduate from university. It doesn't make sense in any way. All the way until he left the police station. Qin Silence couldn't help the smile at the corner of his mouth. Don't laugh. Yuan Hung pinched Qin Silence's cheeks. Well, Qin Sil's laughter stopped. The two of them held hands and walked side by side under the shade of a tree. Right now, it was already early winter and the weather was cold and dry. But Yuan Hung felt that it was the best weather under the sky. He had spent countless days and nights fantasizing about himself and Qin Silence living in a peaceful and stable world, walking along clean and tidy roads, watching the bustling crowds, and being one of the thousands of ordinary people. It was this dream that supported Yuan Hung through one desperate situation after another. If his meeting with Qin Silence was a kind of fate, then his and Qin Silence's endeavors were the driving force to make that fate last. I feel like dreaming right now, Yuan Hung murmured. Qin Silence looked at him sideways. Then don't awaken. A few months later, a new member came to the search and rescue team. Everyone on the team had a wonderful expression when they saw Yuan Hung. Ah Zheng, very good. I've stayed up for more than 2 years, and ended up waiting for such a newcomer. Old Qian, it's okay. You can bring him along and live the life of a senior. Ah Zheng, I'm afraid of being killed. Due to having spent some time with Yuan Hung on the snowy plains, everyone in the team was very clear that his survival ability was even more perverted than Captain Qin Silence. But what Yuan Hung came here for? Everyone can guess with their heels. It is nothing but to. Everyone looked over to Qin Silence in unison. At this time, Qin Silence glanced at her watch. Everyone's here. So let's get going. A group of people hooted and hollered as they boarded the helicopter again. Perhaps others wouldn't understand why Qin Sil and Yuan Hung, who had come back from the dead, would still choose this kind of tiring and dangerous work. But for the two of them, the happiest life was to be with the people they liked and devote themselves to the cause they loved. There is a time limit to one's lifespan, but love and dreams never have boundaries.